Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku had a reincarnation Quirk story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Izuku was 14 and running for his life. If one were to ask him, he was not actually sure what he had done to incite his bullies that particular day, but they were chasing him down the corridors of school as the teachers passed them, some turning away in shame, others snorting, leers curling their lips. "Oi! Deku!" one of the bullies screamed. "Get back here!" Izuku could barely shake his head, his lungs protesting the strain, his knees almost giving up as he dashed, the screams of his persecutors behind him spurring him to just go faster. No matter he couldn't breathe, he had to get away. Katsuki, one of them, greeted. "Give us a hand, will you?" Izuku can barely hear them over the beating of his own heart against his ears, but he knows he is doomed when the scorching heat of Bakugu's explosions reaches his back and the force propels him forward because they were too focused on him running. They always were. And this time Izuku was too focused on escaping his usual tormentors. He always was. And neither of them noticed the open window he was slowly, ever so slowly being thrown from by the force of Kaken's amazing quirk. He didn't hear their screams anymore. He didn't feel his knees begging for relief. He could only see the sky so blue over him and the sun shining on his face. And then there was only pain. Pain, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 and fire and BLD. So much BLD around him. "Watch out," a woman screams behind him. Oracle, the foresight hero, turns just in time to evade a clawed hand that would have taken his neck with it before delivering a kick to the villain's sternum with enough calculated force to make it feel broken without actually compromising the lungs and heart inside the man's ribcage. He is not a killer, he is a hero. The city burns around him and he can see the shadowed silhouette of All Might far ahead, only visible due to his massive size, carrying civilians away by the dozens. "You okay, Oracle?" the woman says, hand on his elbow to alleviate the pressure of the makeshift bandages on his shoulder. He knows her. She is 𝐿, the flexible hero, her ashen face and BLD-soaked costume signaling to him how long she has spent pulling victims out of the wreckage. "Yeah," he replies, his voice hoarse with exhaustion. 𝐿's hands shake against his skin. She's hurt, and her quirk is at the very edge. She needs to step back or she will collapse. His own shoulder was pierced, and his ankle is dislocated, but he can stand for a lot longer than 𝐿, he is sure. "Hey Genist," he calls. The newcomer hero turns to them from the dilapidated second floor of a building. "New kid, recently graduated, Oracle's tired mind supplies. Good kid, will go far if he keeps up with the good work he's doing. 𝐿 needs medical attention, pronto, care to take her." "Oracle." 𝐿 protests. "You are in far worse shape than me." Genist looks between them, torn. "No, I'm not, plus Genist's quirk could easily pull the tendons of my shoulder by accident and not yours. You are the best option for him to run away now. Look at him, he's at his limit." The use of her real name startles 𝐿. "She's one of his best friends and former classmate, she's his he usually maintains a strict no names on the field policy." She turns to stare at the new kid, her lips curling grimly. He is exhausted himself, but he can possibly go another round if the situation calls for it. They both can tell, and maybe knows he's using the new kid's obvious weakness against her, just as he's using her weakness on Genist, forcing their empathy to make them both go first. "You'll be right behind us, right?" she whispers, her hand clenching into fist around his torn sleeve. "Sure thing," he says in lieu of a response. "I'm going to check the perimeter one last time. Though I think Endeavor and All Might have it covered, I kinda want to make sure there are no more survivors of the wreckage before leaving." 𝐿's lips thin. "As soon as I get assistance, I'm broadcasting your location, Oracle," she warns. "You will come back no matter who has to haul your sorry but back home, promise." He smiles, his usual calm smile that makes his students scowl. "Promise. Even if it's NG. Even if I have to lean weakly against Endeavor's manly and hairy chest," he assures. 𝐿 grins. "I'll probably snap a picture to commemorate then," she promises back, raising both arms. "I'm ready, Genist. Let's get out of here." Oracle watches as Genist threads wrap snugly around 𝐿 and pull her away from the fires, back to safety and prays that she's seriously not thinking of sending 𝐼𝐴 after him. He doesn't think he would be able to live it down if that mountain of a man has to princess carry him back. With a shake of his head, Oracle turns to the last abandoned store in his vicinity, ready to check for the last survivors in the area, when there is a piercing agony in his back that spreads all over his body and he is falling face first into the ground, dust and ashes blinding him for a second. His mind spins, reorients itself, catalogues all responses from his nerves. He has been stabbed. The cold metal warming quickly with his BLD has a faint chemical scent that informs him he has been stabbed with a knife covered in poison. The heavy sound of metal-toed boots against debris is a clear signal that his attacker is still in the vicinity. His sight is fogging. His strength, already diminished, is being drained from him. "Yes, ma'am," a voice grunts from his left, only interrupted momentaneously by the static of a radio. "It's done." An assassin. Not a common villain. But someone sent specifically to take him out. "You BSE," he grunts, trying to turn, to get a glimpse of the one who was sent for him, to catalogue as much information about him as he can before. A snort. "Sorry, Oracle," the man says, his voice jovial, mocking. "You know how these things are," and he does. He does with the clarity only years of learning have given him. He closes his eyes then. And knows of nothing more. Izuku opened his eyes, staring at the already familiar ceiling of the school infirmary, his eyes dull. His limbs aching. "Ah, Midoriya," the nurse said in her usually bored tone of voice that told Izuku how done she was with what she used to call their silly teenage shenanigans. "You are awake." "Yeah," he whispered, his mouth curling, hand extending to receive the glass of water that the nurse usually gave him whenever he ended up under her mercy. Her quirk making the aches and bruises fade slowly as he drank. "The principal already sent you a new school jacket," and she began her usual report of his situation. "Where's my phone?" he interrupted, eyes set on his clenched hands. They were really small. He can tell that even in adulthood they won't be big or muscled and can't help the disappointment. The nurse blinked, surprised. "Here," she said, placing it by his side on the bed. Izuku sighed. The screen was cracked and he obviously landed over it when he fell, was thrown, from the second-floor window. A part of him thought he should use his allowance to replace it and be done with it, but another, smaller part of him cried at the thought of losing his precious limited edition All Might phone collab. He would have to think about it later, when he felt a little more clear-headed. For now his fingers danced over the cracked screen, pulling his search engine and praying the phone didn't die on his hands right that second. Oracle. The Foresight Hero. Civilian name, Mochizuki Tuya. January 8th 2xxx, July 15th 2xxx. Place of birth, Juban. Quirk, Prediction. Agency, Mystic. Closed alumni of UA, Oracle was blessed with the quirk of prediction, allowing him to be one step ahead of his opponents. "I'll go get your bag and you can go home as soon as you feel ready, Midori." The nurse stopped, as she finally realized he was not paying attention to her. "Midoriya." Izuku would have usually responded with an affirmative, sheepish bow of apology and flushed cheeks, his eyes downcast. Instead his eyes were glued to his phone screen, his trembling fingers struggled to hold it in his line of sight as he read the entry on Heropedia, devouring every word, staring into ice-gray eyes so achingly familiar. Of course they were familiar. He saw them every single morning in his bathroom mirror as he washed his teeth for the day, to the milky white skin barely graced by a small scar at the tip of his chin that had faded into a soft pink. Diva had caught him during training. And his slender build, barely hidden by his large cloak and hood, Mai had insisted he looked like a chicken and should cover up before he caught his death in the cold of the night, drinking into all the information of a person he could remember so achingly perfectly yet by all logic. Shouldn't. His name was Midoriya Izuku, quirkless, loser, 14 years old. His name was Mochizuki Tuya, hero, mentor, 30 years old. A bead of nervous sweat rolled down the teen's back where he could still feel the phantom pain of the poisoned blade cutting his insides as he read over and over the same line. Oracle fell to a surprise attack by villains while rescuing survivors of a local disaster in Hosu on July 15th and was found by the flame hero Endeavor a few hours later. See Hero Oracle's funeral footage. A lump formed inside Izuku's throat. He knew for a fact he did not fall while fighting villains. He had been murdered because he knew too much. And he also knew now, he had reincarnated. Izuku walked home, shoulders tight and head held down, eyes set on his shoes as he tried to make sure he crashed into nothing as his mind wandered with the memories of a life he had lived, of a man he had been, but didn't feel like him anymore. He knew he once had been Mochizuki Tuya. He remembered Tuya's life, his friends, anyone and everyone he had met. He remembered his death. But he didn't feel like Mochizuki. He still felt like Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless 14-year-old who had been thrown out of a window just a few hours prior by his best friend's Quirk. Mai would have never done that. His mind supplied, and he found himself shaking his head, attracting the eyes of an older-looking woman on the train. She had been a good best friend, like a sister in all but BLD, not like that other boy with hateful eyes and quick temper. Izuku closed his eyes, breathing in deeply. He knew what was happening. He remembered it happening to Mochizuki Tuya when he had been less than 5, after a car accident that had left him in the hospital for a week. He remembered the child's panicked breathing as he remembered the moment of his death, the family he had left behind. Ironically, Izuku himself couldn't remember that past life of his, couldn't remember the name Mochizuki Tuya had remembered, the faces of his loved ones. Mochizuki Tuya had once theorized it was the limitation of his quirk, to only remember the life that preceded his own. Izuku was now sure. He also knew it would take him a few days for the two sets of memories to meld, that he would spend the sometime lost in thoughts, prey of images that wouldn't be of his own life, triggered by the most mundane of things. Tuya had been 5, and the hospital had subjected him to scans and tests of his mental capacities when nurse after nurse found him frozen in front of small vases of flowers, picture books in the children's section of the library, and even a can of coffee one of the doctors had disposed of, hours of silent contemplation that made all adults around him fear for his cognitive abilities. Izuku sighed, eyes still set on his shoes as he got off the train, walking home by memory alone, knowing anything and everything could trigger him and that spending an hour frozen in place right now would be a stupid idea. Izuku, a woman's voice called, finally making him look up. She had green hair, green eyes, a soft smile, her plump hands holding a shopping bag as she slowly approached him, worry marking every corner of her face. Name: Midoriya Inko. Age: 41 years old. Quirk: unnamed, attracts small objects. Limitation: a certain limit of G-force and distance. Occupation: office worker. Civilian: the part that was Tuya supplied. The part that was Izuku didn't care about all that, feeling warmth and relief, safety, sink onto every inch of his body at the sight of her. Mom, he whispered. This was his mother, his mother. Tuya didn't have a mother, had found himself dreaming of a mother in more than one occasion, and wasn't it wonderful? How someone this small, this incredibly soft could be someone so special and important. The woman frowned, eyes shiny. What's wrong, Izuku? Are you okay? She asked. Izuku wrapped his arms around her, face hiding in her shoulder, breathing into her scent of summer flowers and sugar. Home, that's what home smells like, the warmth of her skin chasing away the pain and the fright of the last few hours. Izuku, son, Inko whispered, shocked, hands instantly reaching to card through her son's curly hair, to check for injuries, for the cause of his distress. Izuku felt himself smile. I'm home, he whispered, savoring the word. Tuya had whispered it in the dark of his bedroom so many times, only to be greeted by silence, a tear rolling down his cheek and disappearing in the pink fabric of her cardigan. I'm home, Mom. By all intents and purposes, Midoriya was weak, inconsequential in the grand schemes of the world. Tuya would have thought her cute but inoffensive, would have quickly dismissed her from his mind and continued on his way. But she was Izuku's mother, his mother. And that meant everything. Especially when, without a word, without any prompt whatsoever, Midoriya Inko wrapped her own arms around her son tightly, her cheek resting on top of his head, her breath hitching being the only evidence of her distress, and she whispered, softly, warmly, "Welcome home, Izuku." He smiled back at her, so widely it hurt, but the relief that flooded into her face made it all worth it. Mom, he began, hesitant. We need to talk. Midoriya Inko didn't hesitate for a second, another testament to her fundamental importance, as she nodded, ushering her son inside their small apartment and gently pushing him to sit in their beaded couch. It had been red once, from what Izuku remembered, though now the color had faded with age. 𝐭𝐸 stared at her son, at how his hands clenched and unclenched against his knees. "I'll make us some tea, dear, is that okay?" she said softly. "Collect your thoughts, we have time." Izuku blinked. "Yes, please," he replied. 𝐭𝐸 smiled, hurrying to the kitchen. Most likely she needed to steel herself so as to not distress her son herself. Izuku closed his eyes again, breathing deeply, fingers clenched against his uniform, thinking of ways to start this conversation. Should he ask whether his mother had ever heard of Mochizuki Tuya? Should he anticipate her disbelief? She thought him quirkless for so many years. Should he begin by explaining the theory of plus-alpha factors on developing youths? Chromosomes and recessive genetic factors. Tuya knew Mai would have whacked him in the back of the head, muttering about long words and subterfuges. Would have told him to just be blunt, to be his bold and stupid self and go from there. He missed her so very much. "Here, Midoriya," 𝐭𝐸 whispered, pressing a warm cup of tea against Izuku's trembling left hand. Izuku blinked, surprised. Had he frozen? How many minutes did it take for their beaten kettle to boil water? He stared into his mother's eyes, hand instantly wrapping around the warm ceramic, the smell of tea filling the space between them. "I have a quirk," he blurted, flinching when her eyes widened. I really do, Mom," he interrupted, shoulders tensing. "I got it today. No, wait. I always had it but it triggered today." Disbelief and concern clouded 𝐭𝐸's face, her teeth sinking onto her bottom lip. Izuku could almost read her thoughts about the doctors and his unhealthy obsession with quirks, with heroics. He prepared himself. "A quirk?" she asked. "What happened?" So he told her. He told her about his memories, about the hero oracle who had died 14 years ago, literally minutes before he had been born, about the fight and contort and genist, about knowing he had past lives but being unable to remember them, of growing alone and forging a small family for himself out of lonely people like himself and graduating with honors from you. Of knowing that for the next few days the smallest things would trigger his memories, until Mochizuki Tuya and Midoriya Izuku had merged into one. Told her about not being sure whether it was a recessive gene or a twist of fate because Tuya had been too young to be diagnosed as quirkless when his own quirk got triggered, but he was sure Tuya had worn the same type of shoes he wore, and wasn't that something? "I know that name," his mother interrupted, hand tight against his own. Izuku stared at her, shocked. "What?" he asked. "Mochizuki Tuya," she continued, leaving their couch to pull a small, beaten folder from a drawer and handing it to her son. "I took you there when you were young, for counseling." Izuku stared at the folder, shocked. The Mochizuki Tuya Foundation for Quirkless Children. A charity. He idly remembered going there with his mom for a year, talking to doctors and other adults alike, playing with other children that had told him he was really smart, swimming in a pool in the summer and getting a present from a bored young man dressed as Santa that winter. He remembered the bronze frame with a picture of a man in a long dark cloak, with silver-white hair and pale blue eyes staring at him kindly in the director's office. "I had forgotten," he whispered, reading his psychological profile and the reports from the counselors quickly. There were many letters praising him from the staff, little drawings from other children. He remembered crying when the director told him he didn't have to go anymore. He didn't remember, however, starting a foundation under his name. "You took me there when I was diagnosed," he said. "I did," 𝐭𝐸 nodded. "They helped you overcome your heartbreak. You were really happy." Izuku frowned. "But I never started any charity," he sighed. "I wouldn't have named it after myself." "From what they told me, it started a year after you were born," 𝐭𝐸 supplied. "Calm." Izuku tilted his head to the side, a perfect imitation of his mother. A year after he was born, a year after he died, just who had started a charity under his name. A charity for quirkless children, no less. He had worked with many quirkless children in his life. It was his pet project to protect them from discrimination, to help them in a world that was stacked against them. Was it Mai? It didn't seem like her. And he knew for sure no one else would want to preserve his work in such a way. Suddenly a thought struck him. You believe me, he breathed, in awe. You have no reason to lie to me, son, she reasoned, softly. If you say that is what happened, I believe you. Izuku smiled, fingers entwined with her own. Thank you. I just need to ask, 𝐭𝐽 continued, her fingers tightening. You say you remembered Mochizuki-san's previous life after a car accident. Yeah, Izuku nodded. I can't remember that life anymore, though. I think it's the limitation of my dash. So what made you remember Mochizuki-san's life this time? His mother interrupted, voice growing grave. Izuku blinked. What triggered your quirk in this life, Izuku? Izuku bit his lips, skin looking its color when his mother's eyes grew dull for a moment, then slowly started filling with tears. Was it someone at school, she whispered. At school. Why would you think? I know you are trying to hide it from me, Izuku, 𝐭𝐽 continued. You've never come home hurt, that's why I pretended not to notice you never go out with your friends anymore, or that you've grown more and more silent. I thought you'd tell me when you felt ready, but you never did, and now you just told me your quirk activated in your last life when you got seriously injured, and I can only think something happened to you. And a tear rolled down Midoriya 𝐭𝐽's cheek, her lips parted in a soft, almost inaudible gasp. Was it Katsuki-kun, she whispered. Is that why he never comes over anymore? Izuku stared at her, shocked into silence. He hadn't known she had noticed the growing distance between Bakugo Katsuki and himself, hadn't really stopped to notice how she had slowly stopped meeting with Auntie Mitsuki herself, hadn't even thought that his mom had just been waiting for him to say something. What could he have possibly said? He didn't want to hurt his mother, and he knew that the knowledge would only hurt her. He only had a year left in Aldera, and then he could start all over in a new school, in UA if things went according to plan, and she would never have to look at her best friend in the face and know her friend's child was hurting her beloved son. But Midoriya 𝐭𝐽, his soft, harmless, pure mother, had noticed, had known all along something was wrong. I'm sorry, he whispered back, eyes lowering, ashamed. I didn't. I just, surprisingly strong arms wrapped around him tightly. The scent of summer flowers and sugar enveloped him. Oh, Izuku, she sobbed against his hair, her breath choked, trembling. I'm sorry, my baby, I'm so sorry. Izuku closed his eyes, sinking into her embrace. She always said that about things outside of her control, her empathetic grief so strong. Izuku wrapped his own arms around her, shaking his head. It's okay, Mom, he reassured, his own voice trembling with the effort to contain his own tears. I'm okay. They both knew he wasn't. The following 2 weeks, Midoriya 𝐭𝐽 called her son's school to declare him ill and absent, voice cold, eyes frigid. Always vigilant as she watched her child, her appealing and bright baby boy hold a tiny glass ball in between his fingers, slowly, ever so carefully letting it roll between his fingers, eyes growing glassy, losing their customary color to turn a soft, almost wintry gray-blue for a second, maybe 2, before going back to their normal emerald green. Over and over again. She called her work as well, asking for a few days of leave against her son's wishes after she found him sitting on a park bench as she walked home after work, his head downcast, his eyes set on his shoes, or rather the ants slowly walking over his shoes. Izuku had warned her that the smallest thing would trigger his memories until a total meld of Mochizuki-san and Izuku was complete, but watching her son blink tears out of his eyes, then slowly stare at his watch with disappointment and then suddenly rub a hand over his belly in obvious hunger made her realize that, at least for a few days, Izuku needed someone to make sure he didn't get lost on the past that had made him who he was. The past that once killed him. Mizuki called after the first week, much to 𝐭𝐽's surprise, said Katsuki-kun mentioned Izuku had been absent and wanted to know if her son was okay. 𝐭𝐽 felt anger so powerful it could probably consume her, clogged the base of her throat. She had wanted to scream and cry at her best friend, wanted to tell her that her darling Katsuki had pushed her 𝐭𝐽 off a second-floor window, had almost killed her sweet child, had triggered something in Izuku that made her feel she was slowly losing her son. However, Izuku had warned her, that very first night, that she couldn't tell anyone about his quirk, that Mochizuki-san had died because he knew too much, and if someone were to find out he was back. Izuku didn't want to elaborate, and that frightened 𝐭𝐽 far more than any details her son could share with her. So she had shaken her head, taken a deep breath and, being the petty woman she was slowly realizing she was, simply told Mizuki she should ask her son for more details, as Katsuki had been there the day her 𝐿 had been hurt. Mizuki had screamed, shocked. 𝐿 simply hung up the phone and did not pick it up whenever the other woman called. 56 missed calls and 105 unread text messages and counting. She didn't have time for whatever Mizuki felt was important to say. She hoped so much her best friend had done something about the monster of a child she had unwittingly raised, because she was too busy sitting by Izuku's side, notebook and pen in hand, ready to note down whatever her son would whisper, all the information that he seemed to discover about this new self he was becoming. She needed to note down, if only to read over before bed and make sure she could come to terms with the differences before Izuku ever did. She needed to be ready for him. Some were simple things. Izuku would stand by the kitchen door for 20 minutes, slowly blinking his eyes, and he would whisper, "I don't think I want to eat tomatoes anymore. Izuku doesn't like tomatoes." She wrote. Or more profound things like, "I'm going to cook this celery soup I learnt while interning in Paris for you, Mum. I only make it for the people I love. Buy celery." Heartbreaking things like, "I am so grateful you are here with me, Mom. I don't think my other parents would have loved me very much." She had wrapped her arms around her child and told him she loved him, that nothing was going to change that, and bit her tongue when her child dissolved into soft, almost soundless sobs against her chest, small hands clinging to her clothing as if afraid she would disappear. She had thought Mochizuki-san's parents had died in the car accident that had triggered his quirk. She didn't dare ask her son if she was wrong. She had stared in shock when Izuku mentioned, "I kissed a girl for the first time when I was 13 because Mai and I wanted to see what it felt like." 𝐿 had smiled, grabbing her pen. "Did you like it?" she asked. Izuku shook his head, his curls fluffing. "Not really. I thought it was because Mai and I were bad kissers," he said, his nose wrinkling with mirth, despite the vacant look in his eyes. "Turns out I was a lot better kissing boys." "Boys?" she gasped. Izuku nodded, his lips curling fondly. "Yep," he said, even when his fond smile tinged with sadness. "I also had a horrible taste in boys, it turned out." 𝐿 stared at her son, at his sad yet fond smile and the way his eyes seemed to settle into a soft, muted green. She grasped his hand in hers, sighing. "Am I going to have to throw a bus over a bad boy soon?" she asked, hesitant, but felt instantly gratified when her son snorted, curling against her side, fingers tightening against her. "Can your quirk even lift a bus?" he asked, shoulders shaking. 𝐿 blinked innocently. "Who said anything about my quirk?" Her son's unbridled laughter was reward enough. "I don't think so, Mum," he giggled. "It was a long time ago. If he's still alive he would be nearing 40 and I am a 14-year-old. Not even an option." 𝐿 opened her mouth, but then closed it immediately. It hadn't occurred to her that the precious people Mochizuki-san might have had in his former life might be dead. But he was a hero, it was normal for heroes to die. She had done her research when Izuku had told her of his former name. She didn't have to be a genius to know that the Mai her son spoke so fondly of, always part of his stories and memories, an integral part of his life, was Hikuwa Mai, the heroine contort. She had held her son as he screamed in anguish when he himself read of her death, only 2 years after his own. Watched him hold the faded picture he had downloaded from the internet of the woman in question, bright grin on her face, arm wrapped around a smiling, silver-haired, pale-eyed young man while the two posed at a hero convention. The two of them were so young to 𝐿's eyes, even if she intellectually knew they would have been her age, if not a little older, had they survived. It was hard to equate that confident young man that seemed to be made out of moonlight, surrounded by people that loved him, with her fluffy-haired, shy and friendless son. No, 𝐿 decided. She didn't want to cause her son more pain right now when he was so vulnerable, all nerves raw and anxiety barely contained. Whether this bad boy of her son's past was alive or dead, she would rather not know. Mochizuki-san had lived and loved and died. It was Izuku's turn to do so. "I trust you'll only bring good boys over, 𝐿," she said finally, her hands slowly running through her son's curls. Izuku snorted, the sadness pulling at his smile somehow smaller. "Define a good boy, Mom?" he asked. 𝐿 made a show of thinking about it, one hand under her chin, her eyes set on their slightly cracked ceiling. "He needs a strong back, wide and warm," she began. "Eyes that sparkle when he looks at you." "That's rather vague," he retorted, shaking his head gently, never dislodging her fingers. "He must never raise his voice at you," 𝐒𝐭𝐴 continued, serious. "Also, and this is a deal-breaker for me," she trailed off. Her darling Izuku stared at her, silent, awaiting. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 nodded. "He has to love you at least half as much as I do." All sadness in her son's eyes melted away, leaving a barely there sort of melancholy. "That one's hard," he whispered, almost awed. "You love me so much." "Not really," she argued, giggling. "You are very lovable. I believe you are a little biased." "Nonsense." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 gasped, feeling warmth pooling on her belly when her son dissolved into giggles once more. A few moments later, Izuku decided on his own to rest lengthwise on their couch, his head resting on his mother's lap, and 𝐭𝐴 suppressed a sob to the best of her ability because that was the most her son had acted like her son in the last few days. She had done her best to simply relax herself as she slowly carded her fingers through her son's hair, giving him all the time he needed to collect his thoughts. It usually took him about 5 to 10 minutes. This time it was more around half an hour. "I think I'm going to remain quirkless this time," he whispered, his fingers clenching and unclenching against her skirt. 𝐭𝐴 had blinked. "This time?" she asked. Izuku had nodded. "I was smart before," he said. "Incredibly smart. So smart I could see a pattern or an attack or basically anything and predict its outcome given enough preparation. That's why last time everyone thought I had a prediction quirk." 𝐭𝐴 wanted to tell her son that he was still smart, incredibly so. But she didn't want to deviate the course of her child's thoughts. Somehow she knew she shouldn't, more so when her son's warm green eyes grew pale and wintry cold once more. She bit her lips. "But you didn't," she prompted when no more words left her son's lips for a few minutes. Izuku sighed. "I didn't, I had the same quirk, I remembered my past life. I think it helped, at least with school," he continued with a soft sigh. "They never realized I was playing into their prejudice. It was easier for them to believe a quirk had made me able to predict their very movements than to think I was just smart." "Them?" 𝐭𝐴 didn't want to ask, but the words forced themselves out of her mouth. "Everyone," Izuku said, as if that explained everything. When his mother's confusion didn't appear assuaged, he simply snuggled closer into her warmth. "The government, the commission, my peers, even the teachers at UA. It made things easier for you," his mother said, voice cautious, gentle. Izuku nodded against her skirt. "Less restrictions, for once, having a registered quirk opened a lot of doors for me," he said, slowly shrugging his shoulders. "I think I've been doing this for a long time, pretending to have an intelligence quirk." "And still, you are not doing it again," 𝐭𝐴 prodded. Izuku shook his head. "The last time, it made the commission notice me, made them want me in their ranks. It wasn't pleasant," he said, voice cold, methodical, as if he was describing a piece of trivia he had recently read somewhere. "Another cog in their grand machine." "I wouldn't let them take you away from me," 𝐭𝐴 assured, her shoulders squared. Izuku huffed, a soft exhalation full of bitterness. "You wouldn't have a choice," he retorted. "They would make you think you had it, that you were essentially doing the right thing, but there wouldn't be a choice to begin with." "Not really." Izuku seemed to consider his words, 𝐭𝐴 could see. She could see it in the way her son's shoulders slumped, his knees folding against his chest, as if preparing himself for retaliation. 𝐭𝐴 simply placed a hand against his exposed neck, resting it there so he could feel her pulse against his. She had always done that, reminding him that even at his most vulnerable, she would always be there to protect him. Izuku's lips curled upwards. "I think it is time for a real, quirkless hero," he said, swallowing. "Or as real as I can possibly make it. Because there will be others like me in the future. And I want them to see me and think they can achieve anything as long as they dare to dream it." 𝐭𝐴 stared into her son's eyes, watching the pallid gray give way to his customary emerald green. She nodded, her own smile tasting bitter and heavy as she leaned down to lay a single kiss onto her son's temples. She would always fear for her darling boy, her sweet little baby. But she also knew, without the shadow of a doubt, that he would not stop. And he would make it. She knew it would be hard and dangerous, and there would be many more days and nights like this one, with her child present yet so far away from her, gone into this place of brilliance she might never be able to reach for herself, let alone understand. She finally realized she could only be there for her 𝐒𝐿 as she had always been, open and careful and ready to envelope him in her arms when he needed it, offering her warmth, her security. She would be ready. He was barefoot on the beach, enjoying the sun on his skin as the warm sand slid between his toes. Mai was holding onto his hand as they ran, laughing happily as a taller, stronger man ran after them holding a yellow beach umbrella in his hand. "Hikawa! You beach! Bring him back!" the man yelled. Mai simply laughed harder, steps lighter as she evaded the man's grasping hand. "Oh, come on!" Mai cackled in response. "Your moonbeam needs to tan a little. He's too pale. He's going to burn up. You would know how fragile moonbeam is." Tuia sighed as he was dragged along with their accustomed arguments, a small smile curling his lips. "I'm right here, you know," he muttered, shaking his head and wishing he had brought a pair of sunglasses at the very least, but his friends never told him they were going to the beach, the idiots. Izuku dragged another bag of waste into the sidewalk, ignoring the sweat beading on his forehead. It had been an impulse, really, something he wasn't sure he wanted to examine. But he had been walking around the city with his mother, trying to find as many triggers as possible before the boy had to go back to school. He was going back to 𝐿𝐷era, despite his mother's protests, when they had found the little patch of beach. At first, Izuku hadn't been able to recognize it, and hadn't it not being for the small patch of the white metal railing still visible amongst the debris and trash that now covered almost every surface, he might have never been triggered, but he had seen it and he had immediately known this place had been special to him, once upon a time. In summer Mai would often meet him there, the two of them unwinding for the day, relaxing side by side, just listening to the sound of the waves. In winter he would walk around the shore alone, using the wet sand to test his endurance, his boots sinking into it as he ran. In spring he would sit in a shaded area for a picnic with a confused smile, a handsome smile directed his way, a big hand holding his own as he was told over and over that all parks were crowded and it was a smart move to have a sakura viewing picnic at the beach, without the sakura, sure, but private. He had loved this beach, once upon a time. By the time his mother had been able to pull him back into reality, Izuku found himself already determined to clean the place back to its former beauty. Inko had looked at him, confused, which made him realize he had been muttering again. The routine started not long after. Izuku knew how to fight, had been fighting for years in his last life, and most of the movements came to him if he thought about them for a moment, but he also knew this new body of his was not up to par with his old one, and some of his most demanding kicks would easily dislocate his legs and never pack a punch as strong as the ones before. He decided he needed to train. Last time he had been slender, focusing more on speed and flexibility than sheer strength, and he guessed that since he was now a literal child, his best bet was to go that way as well, which was why he had decided to dedicate the next 10 months before the UA entrance exam to force his new body into the best shape he could possibly get and hope for the best. Which meant he was now spending every single morning cleaning Dagobah Beach like the sentimental idiot he was going to gain muscle mass out of this. He stubbornly reminded himself, it was not pure sentiment if he was also getting a benefit out of it, right? The rest of his week was now split between park hour every Monday and Wednesday that was mostly him refamiliarizing himself with the streets and dance classes. He had found a small dance studio run by a mountain of a man named Kumasaki Daigoro, who had once been Mai's sidekick and now spent his retirement days teaching children how to dance, every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Friday was for support weapon training, which was going to be a pain, however. His mom didn't have a lot of money, one of the reasons he didn't feel so bad when his new dance instructor had offered him a substantial future hero discount, when he realized his new student was a fan of Mai's, so purchasing a customized support item was out of the question, and while he knew that at UA he might be able to con someone into working on a weapon of his choice, he had to enter UA first to get it. So for now he would have to make do with what he had and try to calculate a hypothetical length and weight to make sure his arms and torso could grow used to the strain. More than one police officer had stared at him in confusion when they found him alone in an isolated park, methodically gluing and tying metal scrap on a steel pole that obviously seemed pulled out from the trash. Dagobah was the gift that kept on giving, apparently, and he was getting more than a little proficient in his whole, "Oh no, Mr. Officer sir. It's not a weapon. I'm just weightlifting" shtick, and he was fairly sure his big green eyes and soft fluffy curls were a big help when most of the police officers just stared at him, laughed a little and bid him good night. Izuku sighed, checking his watch and starting to run. If he hurried he'd be able to shower at school and get to his classroom with 10 minutes to spare, just as he had expected. He wasn't sure 10 minutes were going to be enough, quite honestly, since it was his first day back to school after his last confrontation with his bullies and he knew they would approach him the minute they saw him, if only because it was the first time they had done something, anything, to him that warranted him taking days off school, and while he seriously doubted any of them would come to him out of concern for his well-being, their confrontation was inevitable and he had to be honest with himself in admitting he had spent more than a day already analyzing all his past memories, both of Tuya and Izuku alike, to classify his classmates and tormentors into different categories to help him thoughtlessly navigate the next 10 months to come. Most of the children in his class, children, he couldn't help himself but to think of them as children, he could easily dismiss as white noise, cogs in a system that was absurdly designated to keep those like him, the quirkless minority of their society, down. They laughed when a cruel joke was thrown his way and they kept their silence when he was bullied, not because they felt any particular animosity towards him, but because they feared the social consequences of standing up or were simply unaware of the damage the vitriol was causing him. He had wanted to dub them as blameless at first, people who didn't really know any better, but the part of him that was still a scared, quirkless little boy felt too raw and angry at their dismissal, so he allowed the part of him that had once been an adult hero to be petty, and he had finally settled on something more biting, if personal. He had dubbed them the forgettable ones. In 10 months he would move on, go to a better place of his own making, and he would rise like a star that would shine, and they would remember their silence and feel shame and regret, maybe would even feel nothing, he wasn't really sure. But he knew deep inside none of them would ever forget his name and his face and his presence amongst them years into the future. But by then, he knew he would have forgotten about them, no names, no voices, no faces. After he graduated from his middle school, Izuku knew with a certainty he had never felt before, that he would never spare any of them another thought. And he knew that his mom would be appalled to hear him think that way of any other human being, but it was the truth and it brought him peace. There was a particular group he had dubbed the followers. Insecure teenagers trying to claw their way into an identity by receiving the scraps of the pecking order, unaware that their time soaking up onto another's light was limited. They were the ones usually sent by the ones on top to write insults on his desk or to hide his jacket after petty crimes and petty actions spurned mostly by the fact they felt secure under the wings of those who never got punished. They would topple like a house of cards the moment Izuku stopped taking their abuse. Izuku closed his eyes as the water of the gym's showers fell on top of him, cold, he'd rather have it cold these days anyways, washing away sweat and grime and dust, relaxing his muscles that were slowly getting used to his new, more active lifestyle. The third group on his new little organized docket was the one he decided to call the animals. No thought, just action. The ones who actually acted out of malice and actual bigotry towards him and those considered inferior like him. They were out to cause harm and were, usually, secure in their superiority as a fact, rather than an appreciation. As Izuku got out of the shower, toweling his hair dry and slowly putting on his slightly wrinkled uniform, he would have to be more careful with his bag in the future. He thought about them and the reactions they would have. The moment he stopped taking in the abuse with his usual little smile and silent lips. He wanted to believe he wasn't going to do all this out of revenge and anger, rather he wanted to think he was actually going to teach all these kids a lesson, something that would serve them well in the future. A wake-up call of sorts. But as he carefully adjusted the knee and elbow pads he had meticulously sewn last night before going to bed, his mom had sacrificed one of their cushions for the padding against his skin, and Dagobah had provided him with the metal plating that he had hammered in place to cover the outside until it fit perfectly against his joints, light, not really bulky, perfectly camouflaged under the school uniform that had always been a little too big on him. He knew this was more retribution than protection, more of a matter of satisfaction than justice. With a nod towards his reflection, Izuku left the changing room and began his way towards his classroom, steps soft, shoulders tense, eyes set forward, absolutely aware of each and every student that stared at him in disbelief, of the whispers at his back. Isn't that the kid who was thrown off from the second-floor window? Wait. Didn't he jump himself? What's his name again? Whatever. I thought he transferred. I heard he was in a coma. I heard Bakugo killed him. Bakugo? Why? Didn't you know? Bakugo was the one who did it and he got in serious trouble at home for it. No way. Bakugo. An explosion echoing from the hallways made all the voices at Izuku's back fall silent as frantic footsteps tried to take frightened teenagers away from the incoming danger. Izuku took a deep breath, eyes closing momentarily. The part of him that was still a scared 14-year-old didn't want to do this, didn't want to believe that his so-called best friend was not acting out of his best interests. The part of him that had been an adult and had seen quirkless children being bullied and discriminated knew this was not due to his own action or lack thereof. He had not asked to be attacked back then, when he was a scared little boy. And he certainly had not asked to be attacked right now, as he saw the blonde teen practically fly at him, fist raised, explosions ringing in the air, permeating everything with that stench of burnt caramel that still made him sick to his stomach. Deku. Bakugo snarled, lips pulled back. What the F did you tell the old H? Ah. So that's what this was. Whatever his mom had told Bakugo's mom that very first time she had called had made the woman react to him, and, while he didn't know what his auntie Mitsuki had done, he could tell Bakugo hadn't been pleased to be confronted by her and, in true animal instinct, the other teen had decided to blame Izuku for it all. A step backwards on his left foot. A soft turn to the right. Bakugo's red eyes widened as he crashed knees first onto the concrete of the yard. Normally he would have gotten up in seconds, practically bouncing back as he had trained to do over years of dedication. This time it took him a few seconds, Izuku could tell, mostly due to shock, but when he did, he could barely cover the soft pink that colored his cheeks. Oh boy! The FRU dash. Another lounge at him, even more explosions and the smoke they produced surrounding them both. 3 steps back, carefully balancing his weight on the tip of his toes as he turned to his left, the fingers of his right hand tapping the back of Bakugo's neck to force his momentum downwards instead of forward. Face first into the ground. More explosions followed, this time mostly unintentional. Izuku stared at the other teen, impassive, expressionless, trying to make sense of all the information his brain was spouting at him, the tilt of Bakugo's shoulders, the way he always favored his left side over the right, the scuffs on his shoes slowly tilting the sole inwards that suggested an inclination of the hip that was curving the leg ever so slightly. Nothing to be of concern but something that should be addressed if the teen wanted to keep training his body the way he was doing so at this point. Ruby red eyes met his own, emotions clear as he tried to comprehend what was happening to him. Shock at first, then confusion, then a small, almost imperceptible twinge of doubt and then even more anger. You little A, he hissed, turning once more to face him as he jumped to his feet, hands at the ready, sparks dancing on his fingertips. Now you've done it. Izuku could feel the weight of eyes on their backs, could swear the whispers of their schoolmates slowly congregating around windows and behind trees to watch them fight slid around him, against the cacophony of the explosions and Bakugo's scream. The noise was imperceptible, but he didn't need to be a genius, some had argued once that he was, to know that they were also trying to understand this unexpected turn of event, calling their classmates over. It was time. Stop, he said calmly, his voice soft. Ha! Bakugo growled. What did you say? I said stop, Izuku replied, shrugging his shoulders. I have no idea what you are talking about. You got me in trouble with my old hag, the blonde sneered. I don't know what you told her, but how? Izuku interrupted. Hey. How did I get you in trouble? He asked again. I haven't talked to your mom at all. Bakugo's eyes widened. You liar, he snapped. I know you did. You had to. I didn't. Izuku shrugged once more, his voice clear. But it's up to you whether you believe me or not. You idiot, hung between them, unspoken but palpable and apparent to the both of them. Bakugo narrowed his eyes, knees flexing. Izuku sigged, left foot going behind him in preparation. The other teen telegraphed his movements quite well. "You lying piece of sh-." A hand reached out to him, muscled, calloused, strong. Izuku grabbed the wrist, calculating momentum, speed and Bakugu's average weight, all in consideration as he flipped the other teen once more, right onto his front onto the pavement. "WH-." "Stay down," Izuku hissed, eyes narrowing as he pulled Bakugu's arm behind him yet away from his face and also decided to put his knee between the boy's shoulder blades in warning. Bakugu's muscles tensed, his teeth grinding against each other. "I'm gonna kill you, Deku," he hissed. "You tried 2 weeks ago. You know. When you flung me off a second-floor window." Izuku commented, sighing. "Yet here I am." "You think you are better than me now," the blonde growled. "Is that it?" Izuku thought about it for a moment, of the years as a little boy wondering what he had done wrong to earn his best friend's hatred, of staring at his hands and praying with all his heart to be like everyone else, not to be a freak. Of treating his own burns with tears rolling down his cheeks, biting his lips so hard they bled to prevent himself from making a noise and feeling his heart breaking every time. And for once in his life, maybe not the last time, seeing how this new life of his was going to go, allowed himself to be angry. Not screaming, crying, punching angry. Oh no! He allowed himself the anger that made him freeze his insides. The anger that filled him with the inescapable need to hurt back. "Better than you," he said, his voice growing cold. "You think that's what this is?" Bakugu grew still under him, mouth opening and closing, looking for words to strike him with. Izuku was faster. "Let me be very clear about this," he warned, his knee pressing harder against the other's back. "Despite what you think in that burnt little brain of yours, nothing in my life is about you, you sick bastard. I don't care what you do or where you go, you are nothing to me." "Right?" Bakugu spat. "You've been following me like the pathetic loser you are my whole life." "I did, when I was younger," Izuku admitted. "But then you decided to be a whiny, narcissistic, little brat that needs to punch down to feel special. And you know what? You are not. You have a quirk and you want to be a hero and, unfortunately for you, so do hundreds of other teenagers in this city alone, but maybe you know that, right? You know you are a big fish in a small pond right now and you are afraid of what's going to happen to you the moment you leave Aldera, so you keep those below you in their place just to reassure yourself that you are not going to drown in the real world. You I'm not done," Izuku hissed, pulling onto the arm he was holding harder, angling it just so any movement Bakugu made would threaten to dislocate his shoulder. He had been a pro once, he knew what he was doing. This was not strength versus strength, he knew his current strength was no match for Bakugu's years of training, therefore, he needed to use skill. And it seemed to be working. "I did a lot of thinking these last 2 weeks, you know. And I realized I've been far too good to you and your little pals because I thought I owed it to you somehow, because you were my friend once," he said, hand tightening around Bakugu's wrist. "But you are not anymore, you are just a bully pretending to be a hero and I am tired of pretending you are a good person when I know for a fact you are not and I am worth so much more than your abuse, so guess what? I am ending this, right here, right now. You are just a thing decayeg." Bakugu groaned, when Izuku pulled gently onto his arm, but Izuku felt the sweat pulling against the other teen's fingertips and knew he had little time before Bakugu recovered from the shock and used his quirk on him. "I'm not going to take abuse anymore, not from you, not from anyone else," he hissed, making it a point to raise his face and stare in the general direction of each and every student watching them from afar. "Anyone wants to mess with me again? I'm messing right back and believe me, no one wants that." Some of the students crowding the windows took a step back. Izuku wanted to smile. Not his usual sunny smile. A nasty one, the one that Mai and the others told him made him look like a snake. He allowed it. Bakugu groaned, fingers clenching and unclenching, preparing himself. Izuku looked at him, forcing their eyes to meet. "Oh, and this little tumble right now," he said, lips curling upwards, teeth exposed. "I wanted to make a statement to the school in general and you were stupid enough to be the first one to jump me. Could have been anyone, so no, this was not about you either, Bakugu." Izuku wasn't sure if it was his little speech in itself or the fact that he wasn't going to use his former childhood friend's nickname anymore, but the other teen's fingers grew limp and he felt confident enough to finally release his captive, standing and dusting his knees as if nothing out of the ordinary had actually happened. A rustle reached his ears, his shoulders instantly pulling backwards. He was not disappointed, not really, when Bakugo let out an animalistic howl of pure rage, reaching for him. Quirk activated to such degree he had never seen before. Izuku had not really expected for his message to sink in, not completely, so he allowed his torso to tilt downwards, his forearms and elbows to hit the ground. He was smaller, lighter, Bakugo was not. His left leg reached in an arch fueled by inertia alone to hit him in the chin, sending his body back to the floor just as Izuku's right leg forced his body to flip upwards once more, safely landing him on his feet. He stared at the other teen trying to regain his breathing as he dusted his elbows. "See you in class, I guess, or not," he said, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "I don't really care anymore." He walked away. 𝐒𝐿 walked down the halls of the facility, his head held high, his posture perfectly calculated as guards eyed him in silence. It was his third day of visits and everyone was slowly growing accustomed to seeing him come, stay for a few hours and then go, expression unchanging. The president himself had sent him, after all, and 𝐒𝐿 wasn't sure there was a human on earth who could say no to that man. Even the director, 𝐒𝐿's personal handler, had to swallow her hesitation and simply hiss a resigned, "Do whatever you can, see whether that thing is dangerous or can be rehabilitated into a functioning member of society," before slamming his mission debriefing onto his chest and stalking away. And 𝐒𝐿, being the little SHT he had always been, had approached that very first day of recon and decided that he would have to use every ounce of his patience. "Good morning," he said with a small smile as he finally made his way into one of the most secluded rooms of the facility, just a tiny room with a steel cage placed in the middle, surrounded by guns and cameras. He was met by silence. "Oh," he grinned, sitting before the entrance of the cage, legs crossed, body language open. "No clawing and hissing today. That's progress." A pair of dark, beady eyes watched him from the darkest parts of the cage, cold and emotionless, animalistic. 𝐒𝐿 sighed, shaking his head and pulling 2 metal teacups from his bag, as well as a blue and white thermos with a flame motif that had seen better days, quickly pouring black tea on both cups and slowly drinking from one. "You know I'm going to keep going, right?" he said, staring into the eyes that watched him from the darkness. "I know you understand me and I know you have every reason to distrust me after what happened to you, but..." He hesitated, turning his cup on his hand. "But I need you to understand I'm your best chance to get out of here," he continued. "You don't deserve to be in a cage, and if you work with me I can make sure you are free." Silence. 𝐒𝐿 sighed, pulling a chessboard from his bag and setting it up in front of him. "It's okay, take your time," he said as he started to play against himself. "I'm a patient boy." A soft, almost inaudible hiss was his only answer for the day. Izuku wasn't disappointed when he was called to the principal's office that very first time for his violent outburst against a classmate. He had expected it and had prepared his mother for the call and the carefully fabricated words the authorities would spew in her direction, what to say and how to sound, as she was informed her child had attacked a classmate without provocation. He had honestly expected to spend his last months of middle school willing the hours away while doodling on his notebooks during classes or noting down any new memory that came to mind that particular day and then evading the usual attacks of the students that thought his other fights were a fluke. Mind-numbing, to say the least, but something he had been sure he could have dealt with. He was and had always been a patient boy. But, apparently, him fighting back had not been acceptable to the world at large, and suddenly his mediocre, but still passable, grades had plummeted and he was written up in those 6 months more than he had been in the last 2 years. And sure, Izuku knew it was his teacher's feeble attempts to put him back in his place, and normally he would have shrugged his shoulders and ignored the whims of the petty men and women who had not done their jobs. But they were openly targeting his future now. A record like his, grades like his, would jeopardize his chance to make it into UA, and if there was one thing Izuku knew for a fact was that if he was ever going to get his hero license as a quirkless hero, he needed UA's prestige to back him up. So, Midoriya Izuku had sat down with his mother, laying the situation to her as clearly and as openly as he had lain everything else, slowing down when she started to take notes and grinning when her eyes filled with a new sort of determination that he could only hope reflected in his own eyes. making them sparkle. Midoriya 𝐿 had gasped into the phone, voice tremulous and disbelieving, asking who her darling child had dared to hurt. When the principal gleefully told her they could not reveal such information to protect the identity of all involved, 𝐿 had sobbed and sworn her child would be dealt with. She had greeted him with katsudon and strawberry cake that night. She had done so the second time the principal contacted her for the same issue. And the third. And the fourth. Each time she asked for the identity of 𝐿's victims, and each time she had been denied. By the fifth time she had been asked to come to school herself and was berated by the principal with thinly veiled insults to her parenting skills, not even granting her the courtesy of his office but a simple open-door classroom where every single student could see them. The sixth time the threat of expulsion was laid on the table and 𝐿 had cried, loudly, wondering how her quirk-less little boy could turn into someone who beat his classmates so regularly. The seventh time, the principal tried to comfort her, a hand on her shoulder, and wondered whether it was out of jealousy for his classmates' amazing quirks that Midoriya had turned to attacking and harassing them. 𝐿 had looked at him, wide teary eyes and devastated face, asking what he meant, how wonderful were the quirks her child hated so. The principal sighed and spoke of a boy who could freeze everything he touched, one who had heightened strength and height, one with razor-sharp nails like knives and, of course, their most promising student with an explosive sweat quirk and a foot already on UA due to his academic and physical achievements. 𝐿 had nodded, defeated, and slinked away, hands pressed tightly against her chest. The eighth time, the principal and Izuku's homeroom teacher seemed to have run out of patience with his antics as decided to scream at Midoriya 𝐿 over her child's conduct, berating her for imposing her troublesome child onto the normal population of Aldera. 𝐿's hands had tightened against her knees, eyes narrowed as she asked, loudly and clearly what they meant with such a statement. Izuku's teacher had taken a step back, surprised by her change of tone, but the principal was clearly at his wits' end with the situations, for he slammed his hands on a desk and hissed that he was done dealing with her quirkless, delinquent of a son and that it would be better if she pulled him from school as the anti-dissemination laws forbid them from expelling him. There's very little a freak like him can do in this society, the principal snapped. Why waste your money and our time giving him an education he won't be able to use? Izuku's homeroom teacher had stared at his boss in shock for a second, but when Midoriya 𝐿 turned wide and expectant eyes on him, the man simply lowered his own eyes and nodded his agreement. Midoriya 𝐿 gasped for a second, hands growing lax in her lap. And then her face turned into an expressionless mask, her eyes grew cold, poisonous. Say that again, she said plainly. I dare you. The teacher had shaken his head, face losing all color, but the principal could not be stopped once he got going. Your little freak of a son is a waste of space to our society, the principal hissed, articulating every word as if the woman before him was too stupid to understand him. And he is wasting our time and your money, ma'am. Midoriya 𝐿 nodded once, standing from her chair and watching as students from different classrooms grouped in the hallways to watch the commotion. Her green eyes easily caught Bakugo Katsuki's pale face and her own child's glinting gaze in the crowd. She nodded. Thank you, sensei, she said, her voice chirp, her lips curling into a small, satisfied smile. At first I only had evidence of you covering up events and fabricating evidence, that with 𝐿's grades been lower than they should be and all the times my son has been refused medical attention while in your care, but now I can honestly open a case of quirk discrimination against you and your staff and no court in the country would be able to dismiss it. Izuku's homeroom teacher took a step back, shaking his head. The principal seemed to falter for a moment, shocked by her demeanor, but then his own mouth curled into a cruel smirk, hands fisted. No one is going to believe you, he said airily. It's your word and your problem child's against ours, ma'am. One of 𝐿's thin green eyebrows rose. Oh, it's my word against yours, sir, yes, she said, nodding. Also my son's tests compared to the best student of his class supplied by said student's own mother, and also this. And with a subtle movement of her hand, the woman pulled a small, cylindrical object from the sleeve of her pink cardigan, slowly pulling it towards her mouth. Testing, 1, 2, 3, she said into the object, pressing a small button at the top. Is that a microphone? The principal spluttered. Why, you can't record us without our knowledge. It's against the law. Is it? 𝐿 asked, tilting her head to the side. Because according to the law I am allowed to record whatever I want if the nature of the recording is imperative to prove a crime, which this is, and if the recording happens in the space where the subject of said recording does not have an expectation of complete privacy like a public street or a classroom with a completely open door. The group of students crowding at the door gasped, especially when they saw the woman smile at them, eyes cold. I think you were trying to shame me and my son by not having these meetings of ours in the privacy of your office, she must, putting a finger to her lips. Lucky us. Izuku smiled as his mother made her way out of the room, her head held high, her shoulders squared like any hero on television, the sea of students that had been mocking him seconds ago parting to let her pass like a thing out of a movie, scrambling to run when she stopped before him, eyes warm, smile small, cheeks rosy, and offered her hand to him. Let's go home, 𝐿𝐿. She asked, her voice soft. Izuku nodded, grasping her hand in his own smile widening with fondness. Ah, sensei, Izuku said to the frozen man still in the classroom. I don't think I'll be coming back to school anytime soon, but I left my homework on your desk. Also, his mother said, not looking back. Please be aware that all pertinent information has already been forwarded to the Legal Assistance Department at the Mochizuki Tuiya Foundation for Quickless Children. Izuku felt a surge of pride spread inside his chest when he heard his mother's laughter barely muffled by her free hand. Together they walked out of the school for the last time. It was not the ending Izuku had expected, that was for sure. But he would be lying if he said, even to himself, that there was not a part of him that felt satisfaction nonetheless. The road ahead was not as crystal clear as he had anticipated, there would be hardship he had not accounted for, now that he and his mother would carry the label of problem citizens with them. But Izuku was a patient boy and he welcomed any challenge that was sent his way. Spring is always a little melancholic for Tuiya. He got used to flower petals landing on his hair and big, warm hands pulling them out accompanied by soft huffs of laughter and a boy whispering, even the flowers fall for you, Moonbeam. He tries not to think about that, because he is an adult and he should be over it by now, but it hurts and he doesn't want anyone, especially Mai, who is bitter and petty and would probably do anything she would come to regret, to know he still goes to bed at night and muffles his sobs against his pillow, hating every time a pink petal falls on his head. He wishes the director would allow him to cut his hair, shave his head to the skin and just be done with it. But of course he can't because people like his silver hair flowing in the wind and his merchandising potential would be compromised. He shakes his head, adjusting his red-rimmed glasses that hardly cover his identity but somehow make him still look approachable and mature. That's why he chose them, after all, and nods whenever myheroacademia asks him a question. Myheroacademia Higari is one of the few openly smart heroes that actually enjoys Tuiya's company and asks him to hang out, and maybe it has to do with the fact Higari might think Mai is really cute, which she is, in Tuiya's humble opinion, and might think that if he somehow becomes best friends with Mai's brother in everything but BLD he might have a better chance with her. Tuiya doesn't really want to tell him that his best friend spot is a little contentious. He likes being invited to places. So he and myheroacademia walk around the hallways in UA, where myheroacademia has started to teach, and boy is he proud of that, enjoying the cool weather and discussing the coming sports festival. The principal is going to go all out this year, myheroacademia says proudly. He is retiring soon and wants to make his last few years in UA memorable. Memorable? Tuiya says, smiling. We literally blew up the admin building on our last one. Myheroacademia guffaws. Kugama-sensei was furious, he says, shaking his head. I thought he would get you and Mai-chan would be expelled. He would never. I am adorable, Tuiya jokes, batting his eyelashes at the other man. And the HPSC president himself came to pay for the repairs, Higari laughs. Because I am adorable, Tuiya nods sagely. Of course. A group of students speed past them, smiling and wide-eyed and all the things 15-year-olds are before they are introduced to the real world, waving their hands and greeting Power Loader-sensei before running. They seem to like you, Tuiya grins, noting how proud and soft myheroacademia goes the moment the words leave his students' lips. I hope they do, Higari nods. It's really nice, to be honest, helping children reach their potential. Tuiya raises an eyebrow. Is it, he asks. You should try it sometime, Higari grins. Children are not my thing, myheroacademia, he says, waving a hand dismissively. You know me, too wordy for them. You could try with an intern first, you know. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐿oda says, grinning. You know, see if you like it. You might be surprised. I don't like surprises, 𝐂𝐺𝐻𝐿 scowls. Right? myheroacademia scoffs, rolling his eyes. Tell you what. Pick a kid, right here, right now, and have them as your intern, just this time. I thought I was supposed to wait until the sports festival. myheroacademia seems to consider it a little, watching children running outside, enjoying the sun on their cheeks. Take it as a mental exercise, genius 𝐂𝐭𝐚, he proposes finally. Pick one now, before they show their potential on national TV, and I'll make sure you get him or her. Even if they win, even if another big agency wants them. You think I'd fall for that? 𝐂𝐺𝐻𝐿 asks, crossing his arms over his chest, resting his hip on the windowsill. You are just baiting me because you think I'd do anything to prove how smart I am. Is it working? myheroacademia asks, grinning. 𝐂𝐺𝐻𝐿 huffs, watching the students outside, and hating himself because yes, he is checking their quirks and the way their muscles show on their legs and arms, the way they interact with their peers that hint to their general mental state. He shouldn't be baited so easily. He is about to tell 𝐺𝐬𝐽 that he's not playing these games, that he really doesn't want an intern, ever, when he sees him. 15 years is a little too young for eyes as sad and as dark as those, for shoulders slumped by a burden that no one else seems to see. A boy is huddled against a tree, clearly doing his best to avoid everyone and anyone frolicking around, a bitter curl on his lips, a simple lunchbox balanced precariously on his bony knee as he tries to eat while remaining hidden behind his scraggly dark hair. That one, he says before he can stop himself. Give me that one. 𝐺𝐬𝐽 stares, follows his line of sight, scowls. That's a Gen Ed first year, he says, confused. 𝐂𝐺𝐻𝐿 nods. I don't care, that's the one I want, he says, resolute. If he's here it's because he dreams of being a hero. 𝐂𝐺𝐻𝐿 feels himself clenching his fists when the boy's shoulders tense and he looks around, startled by the laughter of other first graders. And there's nothing crueler than letting a dream end midway. myheroacademia hesitates. If you are sure. 𝐂𝐺𝐻𝐿 is. He isn't really sure what that kid's quirk could be, but he doesn't really care. He is just watching a child too broken to be normal, a child that clearly needs any semblance of normality, not that 𝐂𝐺𝐻𝐿 is normal by any stretch of the imagination, and he hates it, hates that there are still children like this, afraid, morose, separated from the rest. He wants to take this kid under his wing, he wants to show him there are better ways. He wants to fix him. He tells myheroacademia, eyes determined. My will tell him later that he obviously has a thing for broken boys, this one being his third, and 𝐂𝐺𝐻𝐿 will smile and pretend he doesn't think of his first broken boy who he loved and who broke him in return. 𝐒𝐿 wiped the sweat off his brow as he closed off another garbage bag, preparing his knees to haul it back towards the parking lot where the city had agreed to collect all trash, previously separated by 𝐒𝐿 for its convenient disposal. He had to admit that not going to school every day had its perks. Not going to school meant more hours for training and meditating, of coming to terms with his last life and the new one. He was going slow on that one. He knew he should stop avoiding the inevitable, but he was just 14 and he was scared of being hurt again, and learning, relearning, trying to cook for his mom. He liked the way she smiled at him as she came home after work to warm dinner and a clean house. He also liked the way her nose wrinkled when he clearly f's up a recipe, but she still ate every single bite, complimenting his efforts. He liked having a mom. More than he could have possibly imagined before. A twig snapping in the distance made 𝐒𝐿's shoulders tense. The scuff of shoes against concrete. He had arrived. He wasn't really sure when this little routine of his had started, but one day, on his way home after another grueling session with Kumasaki-sensei that left 𝐒𝐿 breathing and sore and just so satisfied, he suddenly realized he was being followed. He had forced his shoulders to relax, his smile to curl a little softer, a little lighter, picture-perfect teenager with no worries in the world. He was, as he said his goodbyes to Kumasaki-sensei and the other dancers, shouldering his bag and making his way onto the streets. The steps behind him were soft, most likely on purpose, and barely disturbed the pavement. The frequency of them was less than 𝐒𝐿's own, so this person was also taller than 𝐒𝐿 himself. Not a hard fit, he thought, fully aware of his height, and of a light build, either a really skinny adult or a slender teenager. Izuku knew he might have never known his stalker was there if not for their consistency forming a pattern, so light were their steps. A few steps into a dimly lit alleyway, a gasp of surprise and a childish exclamation of awe pulled Izuku towards one of the storefronts, particularly to a display full of present MIC's merchandising that had come out that season and was slowly being pushed out of the store by all mites. The low light, and the black of MIC's merch jacket reflected on the window display, finally allowed Izuku a glance of the person stalking him. A teenager, it turned out. Taller than him by at least a head, bony elbows almost swallowed by an ill-fitting t-shirt, a deep set to his pursed lips, a nervous tilt to the head. Izuku made a show of ohing and eyeing for a few more minutes, just to test the teen's patience, pulled his beaten but well-loved All Might wallet from his bag, see if the teen showed any interest in his money, just to be sure, and slowly counting the money, pouting with obvious regret when he clearly couldn't afford present MIC's little keychain with his face framed by two cartoonishly big speakers on either side. Yamada-kun was still as subtle as a kick in the head, before pulling his bag closer to his own chest and dejectedly making his way back home. The light steps continued to follow him until he made it back to his apartment. Izuku paused on the stairs, away from view, a scowl on his own face. Not a robber, then, and not someone with a mission, or he would have jumped him for wasting 20 minutes on the store. He had to admit curiosity had forced him to let the stalker be for now, especially when he realized the teen followed him every single afternoon from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., so it was safe to assume this boy also went to school in the mornings and then rushed to meet him. Izuku knew he was now hyper-aware of the teen's presence whenever he appeared near him, as if he could feel the air itself shift when his mysterious stalker approached him. Why though? Why him? He wasn't someone from Izuku's past, he would recognize him at once. He couldn't possibly be someone from 2 years past, could he? No, Izuku shook his head, eyes narrowing. He had been careful. More than careful, he had been downright paranoid on his searches, at first making sure that anyone and everyone who had known what his quirk had actually been were dead, and even then he had scoured the net to make sure no one had left any trail, anything that could be linked to his actual quirk. Because if someone had an inkling of what his actual quirk was, then it wasn't a stretch to look for any child that had been born minutes after his death. A smart child would be an indicator, yes. A child without a quirk that was suddenly displaying a more than average intelligence after a life or death situation would be a beacon. He had always known that. It was the reason why he had done all in his power to hide his real quirk from the world as 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Soft steps breezed past to his Izuku's left. A hand pressed against a nearby tree for support. Izuku felt his throat tighten, his teeth grinding into each other as he swallowed. He placed the garbage bag with the others in the parking lot, fuzzing to make sure it stayed away from the sun and that it wouldn't tip to the side and spill any of its content at the slightest breeze before checking the time on his phone, domesticity and calm in every moment. There was a slight chance that his teenage stalker was someone the commission had sent after him, and he was not about to take that risk, no matter how small it could be, laying down. A little more fuzzing gave Izuku a chance to reach for the All Might keychain in his pocket, slipping 2 of his keys in between his middle and ring fingers, resting against his knuckles, sharp edge out. He wasn't about to tell his mom he had filed his own keys into a small, portable shiv. He was sure she would be disappointed. "Who are you?" he hissed, standing slowly, shoulders squared, eyes narrowed as he turned to face his stalker for the first time. He didn't want to fight, to be honest. He just needed to intimidate the teenager into releasing the information he held, drive him away if he was not a threat, or make him fear ever opening his mouth if he was one. He hadn't expected the widening of light violet eyes, he should have. He hadn't expected the teen gasping and immediately running away either, he definitely should have. With a snapped curse at his own stupidity, Izuku dashed after his own stalker's retreating figure. The teen seemed to know the area quite well, sneaking into abandoned alleyways and unused streets, using his longer legs and slender build to his advantage as he jumped into trash cans and over fences to increase the distance between them. He was good, Izuku could tell. He knew his advantages over Izuku himself and was not afraid to use them. It was a shame that Izuku could counter his own shortcomings with smarts and spite alone, and that he had been spending days scouring the streets of Musutafu in 2 different lifetimes, committing them to memory, planning routes of escape and capture. It also didn't help the escaping teen that there was an acrid mass of panic slowly coming to a simmer inside of Izuku, forcing him to act faster, desperate even, grasping fences until his knuckles went white. Dirty water splashed into his face as he jumped into air conditioner units on old, run-down windows of even older buildings, gaining both height advantage and missing most floor obstacles at the same time. This teen stalker of his was smart. But Izuku was smarter, training and panicked. With a soft snarl, grabbed onto the ledge of a second-floor window, balancing himself for a few seconds and jumped, knee-pointed, arms balanced, weight pushing him down onto his stalker's back, plummeting them both on the floor of a dimly lit side street and giving Izuku ample opportunity to push the teen's face onto the dirty floor and to press the edge of his shiv keys. It was still his house. Key after all, to the side of his neck, letting it press harder and softer as the skin under his fingertips jumped and the teen's pulse quickened. "Let's do this again, okay?" Izuku hissed into the flushed curve of an ear. "Who the hell are you and why are you following me?" I just," the teen stammered, eyes wide, breathing ragged. "I didn't, right? You haven't been following me around the city for weeks, kid," Izuku hissed once more. "I believe you." "Please," the teen whispered. "My quirk, you can't reply to me, what is that supposed to mean?" Izuku narrowed his eyes. "Who sent you?" "And no one. I saw you train at the park and you were." The teen stopped, his whole frame growing tense, his pale face flushing a deep scarlet. Izuku raised an eyebrow. The teen seemed to struggle for his words, lips moving soundlessly, as if calculating which words to use to reach a desired result. Izuku was ready to start breaking the kid's fingers or cutting behind his ear, just so his stalked would know he was serious here, when an explosion seemed to rock the foundation of the streets they were laying in, the bright flare of fire illuminating them both, finally allowing them both to stare into the other's eyes without shadows between them. "What?" the teen gasped, shocked, and Izuku could tell this was, in fact, not a distraction orchestrated by an accomplice based on that reaction alone. He was panicking and paranoid and would be slightly ashamed of this first interaction of theirs, later on, which meant that the dilemma was between keeping his captive just where he was and getting all the information from him, or going towards the location of the explosion to make sure everything was under control. For one, the teen seemed to be alone, so containing him would not be hard. But he could be more skilled than he led others to believe. 𝐻𝐼 himself had been trained to do the same, once upon a time. On the other hand, the flames were spreading, judging by the way the light was growing brighter in their direction, and with the wind blowing as it was only a matter of time before the fire reached them. Also, Izuku slowly realized, the explosion had come from one of the many small roads that were around his old middle school. It could only mean one thing. And he was petty. So very petty. Angry and petty and hateful at times. But Izuku had always wanted to be a hero, not for glory or money or fame. Izuku just wanted to help people. "Dear minute," he hissed, mostly to himself, before turning back to his captor, eyes narrowed, lips pursed. "I need to go check on that, but I'm going to make sure you don't disappear on me." "What?" the teen tried to ask, but couldn't utter another sound as Izuku grasped his chin with strong fingers, lifting his face for a second and locked their lips together, tongue plunging into his mouth past shocked lips. HMF. Izuku didn't care, he was good at kissing, had been so for many lives from what he could tell. Well, he couldn't remember any other life apart from 𝐻𝐼's, but he was sure 𝐻𝐼 himself had learnt it from somewhere, and considering his limited SXL experience, Izuku could only guess he had learnt how to kiss on a past life of his, and felt a thrill of satisfaction when his stalker's violet eyes fluttered closed with a sigh and his little gasps of shock turned into soft whines of confused pleasure. Izuku still had it, he guessed. He separated slowly, eyes narrowed, hands tense. His teen stalker blinked, confused. "I need to check that explosion," Izuku explained before the other teen could even speak. "But I don't want you to disappear on me while I'm distracted, so I used my quirk on you." Violet eyes widened. "Your quirk?" Izuku nodded, resolutely. "You have my DNA on you now," he shrugged, picking up his backpack. "My quirk will let me track you wherever you are, so don't think of trying to hide. I will find you." The other teen's eyes were still wide, a little dilated, but he nodded, his skin still a soft, yet fading, pink. Good boy, Izuku grinned, his attention already set on the fire expanding around the neighborhood even before his feet were moving towards it, noting the heat, the expansion rate compared to the wind's direction and the color of the flames, checking whether any chemicals might be mixed in them. People were already surrounding the epicenter of the explosion, but it was a matter for him to duck under arms and squeeze between adults in order to reach the front of the crowd, just behind Hero Death Arms as he surveyed the situation. It was then that Izuku saw them, standing under the overpass, surrounded by fire and screams and smoke. Well, more like he saw him. Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki enveloped in the viscous green sludge body of a man obviously trying to suffocate him and keep him hostage. What are the heroes doing? A woman behind Izuku hissed. They must have a plan, a man hissed at her. They are going to save the kid in no time. Izuku narrowed his eyes. The situation was clear, whatever that sludge man had done at the very beginning had frightened Bakugo and forced him to use his quirk, which had caught in the debris and trash around the overpass and caused the fire to spread, creating heat that was forcing the sludge to cling tighter to the teen, which in cause made him panic and sweat more, thus creating a vicious CYCL between the two and brought all heroes present to a standstill. Death Arms was too broad and strong to separate them without breaking Bakugo's neck, Kamu Woods was too flammable, Backdraft would be needed to contain the fire, and what the hell was Slugger doing here? Izuku could think of some strategies that could work with the heroes present that could ensure the safe return of the hostage and the capture of the kidnapper, but he was not a recognized hero anymore. He was a school dropout, a 14-year-old and a quirkless one at that. There was no way any of them would listen to him in this chaos, and the hesitant glint in their eyes also told Izuku they were too stumped to actually try anyways. And sure, a part of him that he liked to pretend was the vestiges of what Tuia had been, but was most likely his own teenage petty angst, told him to turn around and walk away, that he could help Bakugo. He had the intelligence to save that miserable child's life, but did he deserve it? Did he really want to risk his own future, his life, for someone who would have killed him just a few months earlier just to appease his own ego? Was it a fair trade? Izuku shook his head, his curls moving in the breeze. And that was the moment Bakugo's panicked, tear-filled red eyes met his own emerald ones, widening for a moment in surprise and then dimming in resignation. Izuku's feet were moving against his better judgment, pulling him over security tape and making him evade Death Arm's reaching hand, his mind already running numbers and statistics, ignoring Backdraft's screams for him to stop, one hand going to his pocket, wrapping around his keys, while the other wrapped around his own chest, shoulder pointed, ready for impact. He really hoped Bakugo knew how to take a tackle. Of course the little SHT did. He must have been punched at least once in his life by someone who wasn't Izuku himself or his mother, right? Because Izuku had no time to explain as he drove his bony shoulder into the other teen's stomach, both making him puke the sludge already in his throat and forcing his upper half forward, keeping nose and mouth away from the reaching sludge and also providing Izuku with enough leverage to climb onto Bakugo's exposed back, his right hand tight on his shoulder for balance and the left one pulling his beloved keys out of his pocket and driving them, with all the strength afforded to him by momentum alone, right into the sludge man's eye, bursting the globe and driving straight into the optical nerve. My eye! An agonized weight pierced the air around them as the man reached for his injured face. Izuku took the chance to push Bakugo's body further away with his feet, eyes set on the teen's neck and head, ignoring the shocked ruby eyes staring at him. You are too sweaty, he hissed, pushing him harder. Backdraft is making a puddle, try to land there. What the? Bakugo tried to articulate, voice hoarse, breaking as it passed his injured throat. Izuku placed his foot on his lower back, kicking him just before green sludge wrapped around his ankle, grinding his bones together and making him grit his teeth in order not to scream. Shut up and go, he hissed, trying to turn around as he felt his ribs being crushed, one snapping at his side. I'm going for the tongue now, F-er. You little F, the sludge man roared, BLD dripping down his body. I'm going to kill yo dash Detroit Smash. The air itself suddenly seemed to snap into place with the precision of practiced ease and long calculations, depositing Bakugo on his back in a puddle and Izuku on his knees in the pavement while pulverizing the man into dust that dissipated in the clouds as he was flown away. The crowd yelled and cheered in relief. Other heroes rushed to subdue the flames and control the roaring crowds. A massive hand reached forward to support Izuku's head, preventing his forehead from smashing against the floor, its touch gentle, warm, familiar. "Do not fear," a voice said gently, as if afraid its normal power could frighten both teens. "For I am here." Izuku could hear Bakugo's gasps of awe as he tried to compose himself, his gaze surely nailed to the blonde man who had rescued them. Izuku felt his lips twitch upwards, his eyes closing if only for a second to bask in the man's natural warmth. "All Might," Bakugo whispered, voice even more garbled than before, a cough crackling his whole frame as he tried to sit. All Might was by his side in an instant, massive hand supporting his back as he yelled for medical assistance. For any information as to how long had the hostage been held by the sludge man, people came forward with information, people Izuku recognized as his former teachers and classmates, stars in their eyes, smiles wide. Izuku stood, a hand holding his no doubt bruised side as he picked his keys, still completely covered in the villain's gel-like eye fluid, vitreous humor, his mind supplied because of course he must have learnt it in another life, and adjusting his backpack strap against his bruised shoulder before walking away. He really didn't want the news to record him and was definitely not in the mood for whatever temper tantrum Bakugo would dish out the moment his mind caught up with the fact that yes, All Might stopped the villain, but it was quirkless, useless little Midoriya Izuku who saved him. Izuku would smirk to himself whenever he thought of the other teen having to remember that for the rest of his life. The crowds parted for him in awe, some even dared to pat his back, his shoulder, in recognition, but were quickly distracted by the heroes controlling the crime scene. Izuku just wanted to go home, take a shower and cuddle with his mom. Spring always scared. I'm still here," a voice called, making Izuku look up, confused. Violet eyes stared back at him. His stalker. Standing a few feet from the crowd, eyes wide, still surprised by the whole ordeal, no doubt. You didn't run away?" Izuku asked, tilting his head. The other teen huffed, his cheeks flushing. "You used your quirk on me, remember?" he scoffed. "What was the point of running away if you were going to find me anyways?" Izuku blinked. His lips twitched. "That was a logical ruse," he said. "I don't have a quirk." "So you just, I didn't want you to run away and I thought that if I surprised you, you would have less time to think about the logic of what I was saying. But I didn't know it would actually work." Izuku wanted to laugh when his stalker's cheeks flushed even deeper, his eyes narrowing, lips slightly parted. He was kind of cute, in a broken boy sort of way. "So all this time, you were quirkless," the boy said. "Yes," Izuku replied, an eyebrow raised, ready for the usual quirkish speech that usually followed. "So all the training and the random acts of badassery were you, not your quirk?" "The random what now?" Izuku asked. The other teen blinked at him, confused. "You don't know how you look when you are training, do you?" Izuku shook his head. "Or the ease with which you just pulled a dude's eye off just now." "I just needed to distract him before the victim suffocated and guessed the eye would be one of the few places he would have nerves and, therefore, could feel pain." Izuku shrugged. "Wasn't it obvious?" "And I didn't pull it out, I popped it off." "Right, obviously," the other teen said, but his body language spoke of ardent disbelief. All of that, you jumping around the city like a Fing pro, tackling random enemies to the ground and handling knives and that pole thingy you train with at night. You have been stalking me for a while, here. All of that, all the murder robot cool essays in SHT you've been doing so far, you have done while being quirkless." Izuku nodded. He had said that already. The other teen stared at him, silent, as if barely containing himself, ready to burst at the seams from something deep within. Was it his quirk? He had mentioned something like that before, hadn't it? Izuku had thought it was something voice-activated, but now it seemed like the words were something precious the stalker had to treasure. "Please," the teen said suddenly. "Train me." Izuku's eyes widened. "I'm sorry, what?" he asked. "I think you just asked me to train you." "I did," the other teen said, back straight, shoulders tense, eyes set on his shoes. "I want to be a hero, I want to help others. But even if I have a quirk I can't do half the things you can while quirkless and I know I'm lacking and I'll do my best not to pull you back but I don't even know your name, Izuku interrupted, hands raised. The other teen raised his eyes, confused. I'm Shinsu Hitoshi, he said finally, hesitant. Izuku stared at him, at his tired eyes and bony shoulders, the way he held himself with hesitancy and eagerness, his hair unevenly cut and unkempt. I always said Tuya had a thing for broken boys, and it seemed Izuku was not so different. Are you really sure? He asked, taking a step back. Everything in him told run right then and there is that taking this boy under his wing was something completely different from all other apprentices he had ever trained. He could only remember two anyway, and that by inviting this boy into his life he was biting more than he could chew. The boy nodded, determined. You understand that anything I teach you stays between us, right? Izuku tried again. He needed to make sure that this boy knew he would not be a friend, someone he could just hang out with and maybe learn to fight. He could see how much this boy needed a friend, the desperate hunger in his eyes was clue enough, and that no matter what, he could not stop his plans for the boy. Any secret you learn from me, any move. If someone finds out you learned them from me, I will make you regret it. The boy's lips quirked. Will you use your quirk on me again? He asked. Only if you ask nicely, Izuku replied instantly, and then wanted to kick himself because, seriously. The boy thought about it for a moment. Izuku wanted to know what absurd conspiracy theory he was formulating in his head. He nodded once more. I'm in. Izuku found himself sighing, his shoulders slumping. He offered his hand to Shinsu, ignoring how his bruised muscles protested when the teen instantly grasped it in his own bigger hand, shaking it. I'm Midoriya Izuku, he said, unable to prevent himself from smiling. Welcome to training from hell, Shinsu-kun. Broken boys indeed. He enters the classroom feeling butterflies in the pit of his stomach. It's his first day and he feels like he hasn't been in a school in such a long time. His whole elementary schooling the commission gave him tutors and tried to measure how big his intellect was, but apparently his handler thought it was time for him to socialize and create connections with other future heroes. It's just a shame the handler decided this in what would have been the middle of his first year of middle school. And also that he basically feels like an adult surrounded by the kids who are eyeing his too big jacket and his floppy gray hair. The teacher places a gentle hand on his shoulder and he thinks she might think she's comforting, but Tuya thinks an adult shouldn't be touching a minor without permission. He is so not ready for this. The teacher introduces him to the class and almost 20 pairs of eyes focus on him. Tuya can't hear a word over the hammering of his heart against his ribcage, and a dark-haired girl who appears to have some sort of flexibility quirk is waving at him, and what he guesses it's his seat by her side and in front of a mountain of a boy who is glaring at him. Is that bad? He is about to walk to his seat when he reads the board, where the teacher has just finished writing his name for the class. Mochizuki Tuya. He frowns. He knows he is supposed to play a shy middle schooler and hide his intelligence, but that's not how you write my name, sensei, he sighs. The teacher, who was about to start the lesson, looks at him in shock. I'm sorry. Tuya is just an idiot with an active brain, he knows, because he is grabbing the chalk and erasing the kanji with his sleeve. You can read it the same but the symbols are different, it's not the arrival of an arrow at full moon. He's being pedantic and he knows correcting a teacher in front of her class is something he shouldn't do. His handler doesn't like it when he does it to her either. But it's his name. It's the last thing he has of his parents. And the teacher should know better, she's a teacher. Mochizuki Tuya, it's like this, it's a full moon on a winter night. The teacher stares. His classmates stare. It sounds the same but the meaning it's different. He tries. Silence. Tuya stammers and makes his way to his seat, awkwardly hiding his face in his hair. So, the girl to his left says in a whisper. The full moon on a winter night, hair. You do know no one writes Tuya like that anymore, right? Tuya blinks at her, she's petite, skinny, her elbows and neck speak of years. Dancing. He did not know that. Tuya's parents died when he was young, far too young to actually know how to write his name, and when his handler back at the commission handed him his forms with an arched brow and he started writing kanji, he had the sense deep inside of him that his particular use of the symbols was something that came from a past life of his. He could feel it echo, something his last life did as well, but it had not originated with that life. It was something he had done lifetimes before, at first with residual amusement and fondness and now as something familiar. His own sort of centuries-old normalcy. His handler never said he was doing it wrong, so 𝐂𝐻𝐻 absolutely could write his own DMN name. Of course he can. He parts his lips, his venomous tongue at the ready to defend his choices. Perhaps he can pull the "my parents are dead" card and make this giggling teenage girl by his side scowl and feel like an butt. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, are you serious? The tall teen behind them huffs, lips pulling upwards with a grin. Look at him, he's a moonbeam. And his lips curl in a smile that makes him look much more mature than his apparent age. Blue eyes crinkling in amusement, fond and warm. 𝐂𝐻𝐻 wants to tell himself to stop it. This admittedly handsome and warm-eyed teenager is a child and 𝐂𝐻𝐻 hasn't been one himself in centuries. He is a grown man, sometimes a grown woman if his memory serves him right. And thinking this 13-year-old is handsome and tall and warm like nothing he has ever seen before in this life should be considered a crime. But he doesn't feel like an adult, not anymore. He feels like a child staring at something new and shiny that draws him in like a moth. 𝐂𝐻𝐻 feels his cheeks warm up, he's probably flushing. His handler is going to kill him. The girl to his side, 𝐒𝐻𝐻, looks at him, then at the mountain of a teen, then back at him. I guess, she says, considering his coloring, his pale eyes and his snow-white skin. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, it's a pleasure, I'm sure. Mochizuki 𝐂𝐻𝐻, 𝐂𝐻𝐻 replies softly, not knowing this is the meeting that will shape the rest of his life. But you already knew that. The handsomely tall teenager extends his own hands, warm like a summer day, strong. And Midoriya frowned, eyes narrowed, nose wrinkling a little. Again, he said, arms crossing over his chest. By Izuku's feet, Shinsu can see the teen that usually looks like a small cloud, a soft little bunny or a ray of sunshine on a meadow, but now he appears sculpted out of pure ice. The way his shoulders are squared, his mouth is tight. The way he doesn't blink for a second after forcing Shinsu to run around half the city, naming streets and alleyways and routes for them to take, and finally just huffed for a moment, all steel and precision, and kicked his butt into the ground. You? Hitoshi gasped. Are a monster. Midoriya blinked at him, eyes growing wide, confused. You wanted to train like me, he said simply. Hitoshi knew he was right, that was exactly what he had asked for, and Midoriya had told him it would be hell, but like an idiot he had just agreed because Midoriya made everything he did look so amazing and badass and just easy. Midoriya Izuku moved through the world as if pulled by an invisible force, each step sure and measured and calculated for peak performance. He would look at police officers in the eye for a moment and just adjust his persona to distract them, going soft or rude or standoffish depending on whatever he saw on the faces of the adults. He would pick random veggies on the market and cut them into small pieces while muttering about calories and protein and water content before pushing the makeshift meal into Hitoshi's hands with a soft, "Eat up, don't want you cramping on me." He would sometimes try to teach Hitoshi a kick or a dodge or another part of his fighting style before stopping for a second, walking behind Hitoshi and pushing his back against Hitoshi's own warm skin against the other teen's baggy t-shirt before sighing and whispering an almost inaudible, "You are so unfairly tall," and correcting his pose. More than once Hitoshi had asked if Midoriya was actually quirkless, because no normal human should be this way, let alone a teenager. And something sad and soft and broken and almost pale gray would pass through Midoriya's usually vibrant green eyes before his lips curled up in a smile that seemed to Hitoshi as something fake and heartbroken and melancholic. "No Quirk," he would say after a pause. "I'm just really, really smart." And then Shinsu felt like but because Midoriya's face should never look that sad. He sighed, catching his breath and pleadingly looking at the smaller teen by his side. "Water, break," he gasped. Midoriya raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting as if they could read all his secrets. He hoped not. There were so many things he kept close to his chest, and if Midoriya were to find them he wasn't sure he would be able to live. And suddenly the other teen was sitting by his side on the ground, legs crossing as he rummaged through his bag and handed Hitoshi a cool water bottle. "Half an hour," he conceded, pulling a notebook from the bag. "And while you rest let me check your homework." Hitoshi sighed gratefully, gulping the water. That was the other thing Shinsu found amazing. He had asked Midoriya to train him, to get his body to a level where the entrance exam for UA would be a breeze, but then Midoriya had seen him struggling with his homework and had taken it upon himself to tutor him. "What are you doing?" he had asked at the time. "I'm making sure you are the hero you deserve to be," was Midoriya's simple response, not something eager or hopeful, just a fact spewing out of his lips. The sky was blue, water was wet. Midoriya thought he deserved to be a hero. No one had ever believed in him to such a degree. Whenever he thought about it, he felt his heart skip a beat. "Your math is improving really well," Midoriya commented, smiling. "But as expected, your best subject is literature, Hitoshi-kun." Hitoshi blinked. "What is that supposed to mean?" Midoriya looked at him. "Because of your name." Shinsu swallowed more water, awaiting an explanation. Silence enveloped them. Shinsu doesn't want to be the one to say it, but curiosity is one of his weaknesses. That's how he ended up following Midoriya around in the first place, and there is very little he knows about his name that might incite such a response. He knew, but Midoriya's eyes were eager and his cheeks flushed, and he just had to know. And maybe this is something Midoriya's prodigious brain didn't know. Kanji were complicated after all, and they were just school children, so maybe, just maybe. He reached with a hand to pull Midoriya's notebook from his hands, and sure enough, his homework was resting between the pages, sporting little corrections with blue pen and notes on how to improve his performance, some doodles that Shinsu wasn't really sure meant anything but most likely were his muscles or some complicated formula of chemicals and proteins for his brain, but no. His eyes caught the top of the page where Izuku had written his name, most likely to differentiate his homework from his normal notes, in slow, careful strokes of blue. Or at least, he thinks that's his name. He frowned. "Heart honor, a person, poetry?" he asked, struggling to read. It was an odd combination of kanji that usually shouldn't be around each other. Why had Midoriya written? Midoriya rolled his eyes, shaking his head in that endearing way that sent his curls flying in all directions. His fingers pointed at each symbol as he read them all. Shinsu Hitosha, he read slowly, as if Hitoshi was being particularly obtuse that day. A poet who honors his heart. And Shinsu had the sudden, almost heart-wrenching revelation that he had found Midoriya Izuku's one true weakness. The one thing his prodigious mind couldn't actually process. Because yeah, technically you could write his name like that, but no one in the entire universe would be able to read such a combination of symbols, much less understand its meaning. It seemed like Midoriya had just thought of kanji that sounded like the syllables in his name and had written it accordingly. Like a 5-year-old. This boy who had tackled a villain with the precision of an assassin, who had looked at him and calculated the way his body could and should move, and was writing meal plans and exercise plans and study plans with the knowledge at the top of his head. This teen who blatantly had kissed him, he had stolen his first kiss, and Hitoshi was aching for another one, with the certainty of someone who had kissed many times before but clearly had spent most of his childhood alone. This boy, this small, wide-eyed boy before him, was SHT at writing his own language. "How many languages do you speak?" he asked, shocked. 7. Plus Latin and Coptic, why? Midoriya answered instantly, tilting his head to the side as he usually did when he shared another fact about himself he knew made him stand out. Nervous, ready to bold at a moment's notice. Hitoshi stared back at the page in his hands, at the way each kanji had been lovingly written. A poet who honors his heart. Is that what Midoriya thought of him? Is that why he just giggled like a loon when Hitoshi was at his broodiest and most cruel? His heart skipped a beat. Midoriya Izuku was going to be the death of him. "Oh yeah," he whispered, handing the page back. "I thought for a moment you had written the wrong kanji." Midoriya's nose wrinkled. "Impossible, I memoized all of them. Ages ago, in fact." Hitoshi didn't doubt it. Midoriya nodded, completely sure of himself, and suddenly he pulled his phone from his bag, reading a text message with a small, fond and sweet smile on his face. "Training is over," he declared, sighing. "Lucky you." "Hey?" Shinsu asked, blinking. "Mom needs milk, so I need to go to the store," he explained, grabbing his stuff and pushing it onto his beaten yellow backpack. "And also she says, and I quote, 'Bring Shinsu-kun to dinner, that poor boy is too skinny.'" Hitoshi felt his cheeks flush. "Are you serious?" he asked, a hand resting against his cheek, mortified by its warmth. "Like a heart attack," Midoriya replied, an amused tilt to the corner of his lips. There is something in his eyes that doesn't seem right to Hitoshi for a second, something pale gray and liquid like mercury that turns his vivid emerald eyes silver and forces his eyebrows to curl down in displeasure. If Shinsu was forced to name whatever the emotion that passes through Midoriya's face was, he would say it was a conflict. Something in that prodigious brain of his was making the smaller teen question himself, and it seemed something that he was used to pondering, by the look of quiet resignation that followed that same conflicted look. He really wished Midoriya would trust him enough to share his burdens with him. "Come on," Midoriya muttered, shaking his head and pulling his backpack onto his shoulder. "If we make my mom wait, you will regret it at training tomorrow." Hitoshi instantly stood up, trying to pull his t-shirt down from where it had ridden over his abdomen. "Sir, yes sir," he mocked, rolling his eyes. He never noticed the way the tips of Midoriya's ears turned a light pink. Tuya is making some progress, he knows it. Last week he finally saw his mission's shoulders relax lightly as he once more repeated the purpose of his mission. He is not here to assess a threat, he is here to make sure of his target's sentience, which is obvious to him, but yeah, bureaucracy at its best. He could swear he heard him snort when he recalled some silly anecdote of his job and my being aggressive and loud and unladylike to absurd degrees. His target is a man of few words, and that suits Tuya just fine, because he has made it his personal mission to hear him laugh. 4 months in and he has managed to goad him into a heated argument over the merits of veganism, 5 games of chess and counting, 3 dismissive lectures over the new best-selling romance novel, and a cup of black tea with a teaspoon of honey every day while they go over the day's news. No laugh yet, but he sometimes can swear his target's mouth trembles. That's definitely progress. He mostly babbles now. As he sits before the cage the man is in, he babbles and reads books out loud, always making a mental note when his target's eyes glint with interest, and plays chess, shogi, and go with himself. Sometimes he rants a little about his frustrations. It makes him look vulnerable, he knows, that's why he does it, and he drinks a lot of tea. He longs for coffee, but he can't deal with a caffeine high while on the job. So I had to tell the reporter in the most subtle way possible that I wasn't interested because I'm not a kid, I'm 20, I know what in-depth interview over dinner perhaps means, he says with a sigh. I had to tell her that she would have then pretended to have too much wine and asked me to drive her home, which would lead to either her asking me to come up for coffee or her then stumbling over her steps to force me to actually go up with her, and yeah. It was kinda embarrassing, but I'm sure she appreciates me telling her in advance that she's wasting her efforts instead of what she had planned, which was having me in her apartment and suddenly pouncing on me in her underwear because I have a boyfriend and she's like 40 or something and also a woman. He moves a rook to the left, the bishop is captured. And still, even if I was being efficient by cutting the waste of both our time, he huffs, shaking his silver fringe from his eyes. She got mad. Can you believe it? She said I was a misogynist in her article. I'm not a misogynist. I'm a homosexual. There's a difference. Silence is his only answer. Tuya sighs, reaches with a finger to turn the board around. A huff echoes in the room. Then another. And another. A snort. From the shadows inside the cage, Tuya can see his target's shoulders shaking. You, his target whispers, almost choking, are the most socially inept human I have ever seen. With a start, Tuya realizes his target is laughing. At him, sure, but laughing nonetheless. His smile grows wide, his chest warm with accomplishment. I am efficient, thank you very much. Please, the man hisses. I grew up in a cage and I know that you don't tell an adult woman who deals in innuendo that 1, you think she's too old, 2, you think she's scheming to basically arb you, and 3, you don't think she's attractive. Tuya huffs once more. But I was right. Also, white knight to d4, check. Tuya stares at the board for a second. Grins. I'm going to kick your butt. Doubtful, the other replies, his voice whisper soft, faintly amused. They play for hours, the mission wins that match. Tuya wins 3 more in a row because he is the pettiest, prettiest man in the history of ever, his boyfriend's words, not his, and it becomes their new routine. The day of the entrance exam was one of the most nerve-wracking Izuku could remember in his young life. 𝐂𝐸𝐵 seemed so tall and intimidating to his small 14-year-old self when contrasted with his tall, 30-year-old former perspective. He knew Tuya had not been that tall. There were taller men around him, taller men with devilish smiles and big warm kind hands, which could only mean Izuku himself was tinier than the average, right? ♯Shinsukuan himself was freakishly, unfairly tall, and that maybe was not an anomaly. Now he felt self-conscious. Great. By his side, ♯Shinsukuan sighed, lips barely moving. One of the quirks he had found the boy had when he was really nervous by trying his hardest not to show it. Izuku entwined their fingers, giving his hand a squeeze. Don't be afraid, he said. You have trained for this. I trained you. He felt himself smile when ♯Shinsukuan's bony shoulders relaxed. He had filled out with the months of Izuku's hell training and 𝐭𝐽's caring meals. The woman had taken a look at ♯Shinsukuan that very first day, a little bruised, a little dehydrated and completely scared, had placed a palm on his back that had made ♯Shinsukuan blink in confusion and Izuku himself flush in embarrassment. Mom, not the time, really, before nodding to herself and rushing to the kitchen, a knowing smile curling her lips. Shinsu Hitoshi had been a regular guest at their home from then on, and there was always a bento ready to burst at the seams for him on the nights he could not go. Izuku was sure his mother had seen something between them that was not really there and had taken it upon herself to fatten his potential boyfriend out. But ♯Shinsukuan was not Izuku's boyfriend, he was his student. There was no way. He knew better. You think I can pass? Shinsu whispered. Izuku looked at him. No, he said honestly. I don't have enough information on the other applicants to be sure you will go into the hero course right away. Shinsu's shoulders tensed once more. Oh, he said, weakly, his fingers latched onto Izuku's grew lax. I know you will ace the written portion of the exam, Izuku continued, as if he hadn't noticed the way his companion was being swallowed by disappointment. And I know you will graduate in the hero course because I know how to make it happen. Shinsu's violet eyes widened. What? He asked. But I don't know if you will enter the hero course in this exam, the other teen said, nodding. I know you will enter UA, but that's as far as I can predict with this exam and the data I have at the time. You? Shinsu hesitated. Me? Izuku smiled, the smile Shinsukuan usually scoffed at and called his ♯smile. Shinsu's own lips curled upwards. Is it because you believe in me? He asked. Or because you are sure of your own genius? A little bit of both. Izuku admitted. Shinsu's large, cold hand ruffled his hair. But. They smiled at each other, grins wide and eyes shining. Izuku was happy that ♯Shinsukuan was as confident as he could possibly be. ♯Shinsukuan was a smart kid, and while he didn't talk about his past all that much, Izuku didn't need to be the genius he actually was to know someone had beaten the confidence out of this wonderful boy with either words and cruelty. Most likely because of the quirk he was, even to this day, scared to use. He really hated how cruel this society was, and the hand he most likely played in it in the past. He opened his mouth. But a shoulder was pushing past his own and ♯Shinsukuan's hand had left his own and he was going face first by inertia alone. Out of the way, a gruff voice snarled. Hey, you butt! ♯Shinsukuan growled back and Izuku wanted to tell him not to use his quirk, not here, not now, with all eyes on them. A smaller hand reached for his arm, the rush of something fresh and sparkly spread all over his skin. He stopped mid-fall. A giggle reached his ears, small, young, soft. Are you okay? A girl asked, stepping to his side, her smile wide and sunny with joy that reflected in her honey-brown eyes. He knew that smile, of course he knew that smile. Midoriya? ♯Shinsukuan asked, noting how his muscles are tensing, his pupils shrank into pinpricks. It was the kind of smile of young girls that were proud and just so happy to use their little quirks to help others. The smile of a little girl who wanted good and justice. My smile. My smile in a stranger's face, and yes, he knew he was emotional and vulnerable just standing at the gates of UA and he might be swallowed by his memories and he idly wondered what his eyes looked like at that moment. He swallowed. Once. Twice. 𝐭𝐚 was talking to the girl who giggled and pressed both her hands together for a moment, and Izuku found he could stand again. A part of his brain was already analyzing her quirk, he was sure, but he just couldn't pay attention to that, and the girl was waving, happy and oblivious, and walking away. 𝐭𝐚's hands were on his shoulders, warm and clammy and grounding. "Are you okay?" he asked. Izuku nodded, slowly. "Are you sure?" 𝐭𝐚 asked. "Want me to use your quirk on you?" Izuku blinked. "I'm sorry, what?" 𝐭𝐚 grinned, small, shy, his cheeks dusted pink. "Ah, that made you react," he said. "It works." Izuku's lips curled upwards. "Idiot." 𝐭𝐚 huffed. "Care to tell me what happened just now?" he asked. "You looked like that girl physically hurt you." Izuku bit his bottom lip. How was he supposed to tell 𝐭𝐚, who was sweet and broken but still pure in Izuku's eyes, that he was a 14-year-old basically quirkless child but also a 30-year-old hero who was hurt and scared, and the sight of his old school, one of the places he had been happiest in his short life, and a little girl with eyes like his best friend's, his sister in all but BLD, had almost sent him into a panic attack, and yeah, he probably had PTSD, but how was he supposed to get help if he couldn't explain where he had gotten it? He shook his head. "It's nothing, she surprised me," he said simply. "I am nervous and jumpy. That's all." 𝐭𝐚 frowned, unsure, but ended up nodding. "Let us go." They walked together inside the building, and if 𝐭𝐚 noticed how Izuku could navigate the corridors while keeping his eyes on his shoes and mumbling a small, almost imperceptible monologue of his own, he didn't mention it. He was too good to Izuku. He didn't really remember how he got to his desk, or how long he took answering the written portion of the exam. Most likely it wasn't all that much, because an hour into staring at nothing but the wall in front of him, perfectly still, he used to do it before Izuku, before Tuya, he was sure it centered him, and he could feel eyes on him, some curious, some concerned, a couple annoyed. Someone, an adult, said those who had finished their exams could turn them in and go out to the auditorium to look for their designated seats. Izuku made it to the auditorium vaguely aware of the eyes multiplying behind him. He really wanted to be aware, of course he did, but he couldn't. Everything was triggering him, and he was cessed at himself because he should have known. He should have known. The school had painted the little wood bench where Mai and he liked to do handstands blue, but Izuku could see where Mijima's nervous fidgeting still left an indentation in the wood. Kagami-sensei had ignored his warnings and didn't have the plum tree pruned behind the girls' bathroom, and it had died, that motif. He had liked that tree. He had liked the smell when it bloomed in the spring. It had been his, Mai-chan's and everyone else's lunch spot for 3 years. And that wall had been the one where he had smashed Higawara's face in when the F decided he had an issue with Tuya's being a smart kid with a boyfriend instead of a girlfriend. Kagami-sensei had been furious until Tuya had cited the Post-War Child Protection Act and the Post-Reformation Anti-Discrimination Act and explained to his principal, quite eloquently, he had been told, that being called a sissy by another classmate who was physically stronger than him and then being pushed into a corner when he stated, loudly at that he was not about to SEK anyone else's PP, should give him the right to protect himself in any manner he saw fit as long he didn't permanently injure a classmate or informed a teacher as an authority figure immediately. He never asked, but it would have taken a lot to get Higawara's teeth to sit straight in his mouth once more. He made a mental note to get a quick online search just to see if the doctor had managed. He hoped they didn't. "And you? Over there with the curly hair." A voice snapped, loudly, forcing Izuku to startle in his chair. A chair. He was at the auditorium, 𝐭𝐚 was to his left, and a tall teenager was glaring at him. Blocky, muscled, serious and visibly annoyed. "Hey?" Izuku asked, instinctively tilting his head. To his left, 𝐭𝐚 snorted softly. The taller, stockier teen pointed at him, eyes narrowing. "You've been muttering this whole time," he said, absolutely 100% serious. "It's distracting." "The actual food," 𝐭𝐚 hissed, rising from his seat. "Don't," Izuku hissed, a hand wrapped around 𝐭�n's bicep. "You are obviously going through something," 𝐭𝐚 argued, eyes narrowed to slits, anger clear on his face. "That, but just, it's okay," Izuku said, firmly. He hadn't realized ♯knew something was wrong with him. Should he tell him? Not the time to think about it. Sit down, he ordered in his harshest teacher voice, the one he used when ♯had the worst ideas and he had to pull him out before he got hurt. Like right now, wanting to fight a guy visibly stronger in the middle of the auditorium where a pro hero was watching them. Just avoid them, little listeners. Present MIC said, bringing attention back to him, waving his hands. Izuku felt himself sigh when both the tall teen and ♯sat down with a huff towards each other. Yamada-kun seemed to have issues controlling a big group of teenagers. Most likely he was chosen out of the whole faculty because he was the loudest. He found himself chuckling gently. It was strange, watching the 30-year-old man explaining next stage in the exam and see the same scrawny teenager with blonde hair and wide blue eyes of his youth, chasing Ai around to make sure he ate, that he had a hair tie at hand and that he didn't drink coffee because Mochizuki-sensei said he would be hung from his feet if he found out his developing body was ingesting caffeine. He was such a good kid, Yamada. Izuku felt glad he had turned out to be a wonderful adult. A card was placed in his palm, startling Izuku. Here he blinked, staring. It's a 10-minute mock urban battle. You get points by beating robots up, 1, 2 or 3 pointers, and there is a 0-pointer that is built like a tank, ♯ explained, shrugging. You were distracted, I took notes for us. Izuku stared. Oh. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, ♯hesitated. Sometimes you get this look, like you are far away and… Well, Izuku smiled, small, sad. Thanks. ♯ nodded. We won't have the same arena so. I'll see you after the battle. Yeah, Izuku nodded back, his hand enveloping ♯'s clenched fist. You are going to do great. Of course, you trained me. No, Izuku shook his head. Because you know that whatever happens you are going to be a wonderful hero. ♯ scoffed, his cheeks a soft pink. So you say. So I know, Izuku corrected. You are going to do your best. Don't count the points, just show what you can do. Hero course now or later. You will get it in the future. I promise. ♯ seemed to think about it, his teeth sinking into his bottom lip. He nodded. Okay. Izuku smiled. Good. They walked together until they had to part ways, ♯'s large hands still clutched in Izuku's, both in silence, shoulders squared, eyes set. ♯ left Izuku at the door of his arena with a soft pat on the shoulder and a muttered, "Don't get lost while I'm not here to guide you back," before hurrying to his own. Izuku sighed. They would have to have the talk. Eventually. The smaller teen had resolved to keep to himself, afraid anything and everything would trigger another flashback. Here, where he was most vulnerable, in a place so full of memories, maybe check on the staff he had registered as his support weapon, the shoes he had prepared, sturdy, squared, comfortable for any occasion. Surrounded by excited teenagers ready for a battle, he would rather be alone. But then he spotted her. The kind girl, the sweet girl, the one who smiled like with the bright, honey-colored eyes and bird-like voice. She seemed normal enough. Another face in the sea of prospects. But Izuku could see the subtle shaking in the curve of her jaw, the bead of sweat rolling down her neck partially hidden by her hair, the moistening in her eyes. She was nervous, so nervous. She had been kind to him. Kind when others wouldn't even bother. He decided to approach her, offer her some encouragement. Mai would have liked that. He took a step, too. You are going to be great, he would tell her. You already have the heart of a hero. That's the first step and the most important one. From now on the rest will follow. A heavy hand, warm, too warm, landed brusquely on his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. The stocky teenager from before, the same deep-set eyebrows, cold blue eyes glaring at him. Izuku stared, wide-eyed. He was here too. He opened his mouth, ready to tell the boy that he didn't really appreciate being touched, especially by someone taller, physically stronger, and a complete stranger. The teen beat him to the punch. That girl appears to be trying to focus, he scolded, nose wrinkling. What are you even doing here? Are you taking the exam to interfere with everyone else? Around them, all eyes turned in a second, whispers floating around in mockery and shock. Izuku blinked. The part of him that had been reminiscing all day, that felt like a 30-year-old instead of a 14-year-old, whispered that this tall teenager, they were all so unfairly tall, DMN, was probably nervous himself and running his mouth to cover his own insecurity, that he should be the bigger person and just let it go. But Izuku was petty and 14, and without Shinsukuan's calming presence by his side he just got angry. Whoa, you honestly think me telling someone who is obviously going to do great in this exam she is amazing is distracting her? He asked, an eyebrow raised, his eyes cold. Is it because she is a girl, or you just think you are better than everyone else? What? The teen took a step back. I mean, you are hyper-focused on what I do since the auditorium, so either you think you need to control your environment because you are about to PSS your breathes, or you think you know better than anyone else in the arena. Which one is it? All whispers around them died in a second. Izuku turned to the girl who was now staring at them with wide eyes. You are going to be amazing, he told her, confidently. Keep yourself hydrated and breathe deeply. I know you are going to pass. Why, yeah, Izuku wasn't, but he knew it, but he honestly hated when people said everyone when they meant me. It was cheap and senseless, especially when coming from a big PP who just put his hands on other people without checking whether that was okay. And his mom would be so disappointed, he was sure. But Shinsukuan would laugh. So there. Yamada-kuan chose that very moment to signal the start of the battle. Chaos erupted around Izuku as every single student decided to go for a robot, offensive quirk after offensive quirk used to cause the most destruction. Izuku. Oh, he was quite fine, thank you very much. He wasn't about to get tummy blasted by the French-sounding guy or pummeled to the ground by that tank of a teenager he had offended earlier, so, being the smart little boy he was, he chose the high ground. There had to be a reason the exam itself was an urban setting, and that was probably for the examiners to see who used their environment to its full potential and how much destruction they caused while seeking their goals. So far it was a lot. Izuku made his way to the top of one of the buildings, his staff a convenient leverage to propel himself from rooftop to rooftop, covering the most ground. The robots were coming from an opening in the ground by the center of the arena, what in the setting could be considered a subway station entrance. Normally his plan would be to close the entrance in order to prevent them from coming out, but that would negate the point count and it would drive all other participants to fight even harder for the remaining pointers, which would in turn cause more destruction and imaginary casualties. Sigh. Teenagers. He could jump towards them using inertia, stabbing them in the eye with his staff. myheroacademia, who had obviously designed them, had given the robots eyes for a reason. Most likely it was a weak point. Put a target on their backs next time, myheroacademia-kun, seriously, he muttered, unimpressed. With a resolute nod he ran away from the group of other participants and towards the subway entrance, jumping from the second-floor window of an apartment building and stabbing one of the robots in the eye. Sure enough, it immediately stopped moving. He rolled his eyes. 3 points to him. There's more here, a muscled, blonde teen screamed, rushing towards Izuku and the robots around him. All other participants followed, screaming their young little heads off in excitement. Izuku frowned when all the robots at the entrance were disposed of before he could take another step, metal scraps and live wires raining around him. Idly he wondered how many imaginary civilians were dead by now. He sent a silent prayer for the poor BSTRD who had to teach these kids caution in the future, ready to take the high ground again. And then he stopped. Power Loader designed the robots, that was a fact, his style was plastered all over them, they were even his favorite shade of green, ridiculous for an urban setting, but that was myheroacademia alright, but it was not him who had designed the course. Otherwise he would have set more entrances for the robots to come out. It was too easy to set just one point of entry, all the students would have to do would be to camp it out and blast the robots to smithereens the moment they came out. Which was exactly what the kids were doing right now, almost trampling over each other to be the first one to attack. Izuku rested his back on a building, ignoring the screams and the screeching noises of metal hitting the pavement around him, a hand under his chin. In a normal scenario, if he was to design the exam, he would have added many entry points to disperse the crowd and give everyone the chance to get as many points as possible. Not to concentrate them all in the same area and have them compete against each other. That was not the point of being a hero, not the qualities UA was to incentivize. So why have all the students go the same way, towards a literal dead end in the middle of the arena. What was Yue thinking? The ground under Izuku's feet started to shake lightly, a barely audible rumble echoed against the broken glass windows of the buildings that surrounded them, muffled by the victorious screams of all the kids and the robots imploding. 1-pointers lost their heads. 2-pointers fell to the ground, limbless. 3-pointers screeched as they were dragged away by blasts of stray quirks. 1, 2, 3. Izuku's eyes widened. The fourth one, he whispered, hand tightening against his staff. The 0-pointer. A skinny blonde teen passes by him, his smile wide, eyes bright. Izuku grabbed him by the arm before he could disappear in the chaos again. It's a trap, he hissed. They are luring us towards the 0-pointer. What? The teen asked, confused. What are you talking about? We need to tell everyone. Izuku insisted. The 0-pointer is coming, we have to get out of here before it's too dash. The rumble around them grew louder by the second, almost deafening. All sunlight was blocked, engulfing the teens in shadows. What the hell, myheroacademia? Why was that SHT so big? Izuku thought in despair. Who the F authorized such monstrosity? Who was he kidding? Of course he knew who. BSTRD. The 0-pointer, someone screamed, all the participants gasping in fright when the massive robot pulled 2 buildings away with its hands to make way for itself. Late. Izuku sighed, massaging his forehead. He was getting rusty. Run! The blonde teen yelled, hands instantly going to his stomach, blasting away. Every single student started to run, many faster than the others. Most likely part of the test as well. A way for the examiners to see how they could use their quirks in a non-combative scenario. Izuku turned as well, eyes scanning them all, recording their injuries, who was exhausted and who wasn't. 13. 14. He ran. 15. 16. Many passed him by without a backwards glance. 17. 18. The blocky teen with the big ego, or the great insecurity, Izuku wasn't sure yet, passed him last, a sneer on his mouth as he did so. He hoped they didn't end up in the same class. 19 then. Wait. His feet stopped, as if glued to the ground. His eyes grew wide. His skin lost its color. There had been 20 students counting himself. Izuku was sure. But he had only seen 18 run past him. If he was 19, where was number 20? Oh! An almost inaudible sob reached Izuku just in time. The dust settled for a second. There she was. The girl with Mai's smile, the girl with the heart of a hero. Trapped under debris, hands shaking, eyes full of tears, face pale as she struggled for freedom. The robot advanced, not registering her due to its massive size. Myheroacademia, you fucking idiot! Izuku hissed, rushing towards the nearest fire escape, climbing floor after floor with all the speed his aching legs allowed, pushing himself to the point he lost one of his steel-toed shoes around the 4th floor. It didn't matter. His mind was blank. Not again. Never again. Not that girl. Not that particular little girl. Mai-chan. Using his staff as a vaulting pole and ignoring the way his back cracked by the sudden movement, he managed to land on the 0-pointer's massive head, skinning his knees. He hoped they were just skinned, clinging with his fingers in order not to slide down the smooth metal. No time to stop. No time to think. He had to act. He reached into his pockets. His mother was going to kill him later when she realized he had lost his keys, but an emergency was an emergency. And yeah, that thing screamed myheroacademia's design even more than any of the others. Not because of its signature green color or its multitude of eyes. But because myheroacademia had added a neck. He put a neck on a robot that didn't even need a head to begin with. Mothif and his ridiculous idea of aesthetics. Izuku pulled his keys from his pocket, knowing it was a really dumb idea to touch metal to metal, but there, right in the neck, pulsing like an artery, was the power distributor to the whole system. In a stupid place. Stupid. Like myheroacademia. Yeah, he was bitter, sue him. Touching it hurt like F, too warm for normal human hands to handle, much more when his sharpened keys made contact, sending sparks flying everywhere. The 0-pointer kept advancing. Izuku was idly aware of all the other 18 students watching him and the girl from a distance, horrified looks on their faces. Most likely they were convinced they would see one of them, or both, die that day. "Come on! Come on!" he yelled, pulling with all his might. "Come on!" He felt the sharp edge of his house keys, his shiv, it was a shiv, Shinsukuan insisted over and over, sink into the burnt flesh of the palm of his hand, his BLD now accompanying the sparks that fell off the head of the 0-pointer. A mechanical whine deafened him for a moment. Maybe two. The 0-pointer raised one of its massive claws. The little girl with the honey-colored eyes covered her head with both arms. Another whine. A whir of cogs colliding against each other. The zap of electricity out of control against the open air. Then silence. The 0-pointer, now deprived of its power source, stopped moving. Silence enveloped the arena, interrupted only his Izuku's ragged breathing, loud only to his own ears, yet deafened by the beat of his own heart. It was too much, he knew. He knew his body was losing BLD too quickly. He knew his breathing was too quick, probably causing him to hyperventilate. The pain in his legs and arms came back with a vengeance. He had pushed too much, too fast. His vision grew blurry. His knees gave out on him and he was suddenly falling. Quickly. Heavily. He could feel the pressure of the G-force against his stomach. It was okay. That girl with Mai's smile and the heart of a hero had been saved. It was okay. He could stop now. His mother would be devastated. He hoped Shinsukuan could be by her side. They would help each other. A strong and desperately trembling hand slapped him on the head, forcing him to turn to his left. And once more, he stopped mid-fall. Tear-filled honey-colored eyes locked onto his own gray-green ones. A trembling pink mouth whispered, "Ár-Elise." The floor met Izuku at last. He felt a tear roll down his cheek at the same time his mouth curled upwards into a smile. The heart of a hero indeed. Mai would have loved this strong little girl, he was sure. With an exhausted sigh, Izuku closed his eyes. It was okay. Aizawa Shouter knew no pain until this day, not real pain anyways. He lays on his back, sweat soaking his shirt and making it cling uncomfortably against his heaving chest as he struggles and mostly fails to catch his breath, hating his life, hating the sun on his skin, hating that picture-perfect mentor of his who has been running him through hell for the last few weeks and has made muscles Shouter didn't know existed ache in ways he never thought possible. All the while looking completely unfazed, hair stylishly messy, cheeks soft pink in delight, small, fond, warm smile set on his lips. When he had been informed that one of the top 10 heroes in the country had chosen him, even before the school festival, he had been shocked, elated, so happy he thought he could cry. But then Form 1A had told him he had overheard Myheroacademia and the Hero Oracle whispering to each other about a bet. About the Hero Oracle trying to prove he was the smartest person in the room by picking a student before the festival and Myheroacademia making sure the student would go to him, no questions asked. And that was the reason he had been chosen. Because of a bet. The usual feeling of cold and bitterness settled heavily in his stomach. But it wasn't like he had any other option. Just as that but had told him, the only offer he got was the Hero Oracle's one that first year of his schooling. He had gone to Oracle's agency where everyone looked either too old or too frail to be working in an agency and his training began. Something cold and wet and refreshing lands on his face. Time for a break, the Hero Oracle, please call me Tuo-sensei, says cheerfully, folding his legs under him and sitting by Shouter's side, a bottle of cool, tempting, marvelous ice water on his hands. Shouter groans, pulling strength out of his desperate need for water to sit up and snatching the bottle, gratefully gulping it down. "How are your hands feeling?" Oracle asks, not really looking at him as he reads reports on his phone, an eyebrow raised. Fine, Shouter snaps, wondering if Oracle has noticed his fingers trembling. "Don't lie to me, Oracle chides. "Don't call me that." Shouter growls, lowering his head so his hair hides the flush that raises to his face. "And I'm not lying." Oracle's pale gray eyes finally look towards him, his silver eyebrow raised. Shouter looks at him back from behind his fringe. Silence falls between them. "I'm not," he tries again. Oracle sighs. "Do you know why I chose you, Shouter-kun?" He finally asks, eyes straying from their locked stares to gaze towards the setting sun. Shouter frowns, unsure. Because of your bet with my Ghima-sensei, he replies, the same cold and heavy knot that has settled inside of him pushing down mercilessly. Oracle's lips twitch. He shakes his head, and for a second 𝐿𝐴 could swear those pale gray eyes turn dark brown, melancholic. It must be an illusion, he thinks to himself. Wrong, he says simply, shrugging his shoulders. Usually a hero will choose their mentee because of their placement on the school festival, their family background, or their quirk. There is a certain amount of clout in being the former mentor of a top 10 hero, so many will aim at the students they know will raise through the ranks. 𝐿𝐴 knows that. He remembers the piles of papers on his schoolmates' desks. He had wondered at the time if he had gotten as many, but my Ghima-sensei had blocked them. He doubted it. You, however, have nothing, Oracle continues, closing his eyes as the summer breeze ruffles his hair, making it sparkle under the pink sunlight. You didn't place on the festival, you have no family connections, and your quirk is not powerful nor flashy. 𝐿𝐴 lowers his head even further. He knows. He has always known. Foolishly, he had hoped his mentor had not noticed. But, Oracle says suddenly, a pale hand resting on his head, ruffling his sweat-soaked hair. You also care, far too much, much more than many of your schoolmates. 𝐿𝐴 turns to stare at him, shocked. What? Oracle's smile grows warmer. You will never be a top 10 hero, 𝐿𝐴-kun, because deep inside, numbers don't matter to you. If another life can be saved, what's the point of being in the rankings if you could be using that time to stop a tragedy? 2. You, who has nothing, know the true value of very little, and that's what makes you precious in my eyes. 𝐿𝐴 feels he might be about to cry, but he sheds no tear. He will later tell himself it's because he is dehydrated. You will be one of the best heroes this world has to offer, 𝐿𝐴-kun, Oracle continues, slowly pushing 𝐿𝐴's long hair away from his face so he can stare into his eyes once more. Because you love with an intensity others might never understand, that's why I call you my little 𝐴. I don't, Oracle shakes his head, his smile slowly dying because of what he sees in his eyes. I want you to promise me that you will learn when to stop, 𝐿𝐴-kun, he says suddenly. I will train you, I will make you the best hero in this world, but you need to promise me you will know when to stop, or that love of yours will consume you. 𝐿𝐴 feels himself pale. What? You love too much, 𝐿𝐴-kun, Oracle says, his eyes shining, sad. If you don't know when to stop, even if your heart chips and breaks, you will break yourself, and there is no bigger tragedy for me than that. I don't understand. 𝐿𝐴 hates how his voice comes out hoarse and broken and insecure. You will, in time, I will do my best to teach you, Oracle promises, his fingers still caressing his head, fond, warm, with the tenderness 𝐿𝐴 imagines fathers have for the sons they actually love. 𝐿𝐴 is not sure, he has never felt it himself. Tomorrow we won't train, Oracle states, standing, offering a hand to help him up. 𝐿𝐴 scowls. Why not, he demands. He is sure he is about to get that cool kick Oracle was teaching him right this time. Because I'm not overworking your developing muscles, little liar of mine, the older man grins, and the sun seems to form a halo around his pale hair. Learn when to stop, remember. 𝐿𝐴 thinks about it, thinks about his protesting muscles and trembling fingers, thinks about the headaches he gets from overusing his quirk. He nods. Wonderful. Oracle beams, wrapping a hand against his own. It's warm, 𝐿𝐴 notices. So warm. We will go over some cases tomorrow, train the body and train the mind. Fine, 𝐿𝐴 huffs, his fingers running over his own hair to push it back into place, hiding his cheeks and their flush when Oracle laughs, pulling him gently by the hand. I love you so much, 𝐿𝐴. A year later that same hand holds his own as they stand in a corner of the room, but 𝐿𝐴 barely registers it when Oboro's smiling face grins back at him from the funeral photo placed over his casket. 𝐿𝐴's fingers tremble and he can't hold the prayer beads that a concerned relative of Oboro's, same white hair, same curls, same eyes, pushed into his hands before the ceremony. 𝐿𝐴 feels his head is full of cotton, the echoing voice of the priest leading the prayer he hears as if underwater, and every muscle in his body is tensed, ready to snap at the smallest provocation. He shouldn't be here. Oboro isn't here. That casket is empty. Empty, just like 𝐿𝐴. By his side, 𝐂𝐭𝐚𝐲 eyes are mismatched, one pale gray, one warm brown, his face stony, his lips downturned. He looks like a model in his expensive black suit, and it makes 𝐿𝐴 feel inadequate in his ill-fitting school uniform. 𝐿𝐴 is, however, acutely aware of the way 𝐂𝐭𝐴's fingers clench and unclench against his own rhythmically. It's one of the few things that keep him present. The chants of the priest intermix with the cries of 𝐼𝐵oro's parents. His father has to hold his mother as she falls apart. 𝐿𝐴 stands there. He can't make himself move. 𝐂𝐭𝐴's hand pulls him gently, an eternity later, until they are standing in the middle of a side road, alone, in silence, together. 𝐂𝐴's hand brushes his hair back, away from his face, cards his fingers through it. "Why?" 𝐿𝐴 whispers, his voice barely making a sound. 𝐂𝐴 waits patiently for him. 𝐿𝐴 swallows once, twice. Why didn't he stop? He finally manages to ask. "You know why, 𝐿𝐴-kun?" A knot forms in his throat. "I don't." 𝐂𝐴's hands brush at his cheeks, an arm wraps around his shoulders and pushes his head against the expensive fabric of his fancy suit. The beads finally fall from 𝐿𝐴's lax fingers. Another arm joins the first around his back. 𝐂𝐴 holds 𝐿𝐴 as he falls apart. 𝐿𝐴 is 22, standing in the shadows of the massive auditorium, eyes set, lips downturned. He pulled back his hair, but he regrets it now that he has to hide from TV cameras and the crowds of fans and heroes filling the room with their sorrow. Distantly he can hear All Might's booming voice exalting the qualities of a hero, reminding the world at large of the loss they have suffered today. 𝐿𝐴 can barely register his words, the soft piano music accompanying him or the lack of a priest. No religious service. Not this time. 𝐿𝐴's hands clench and unclench unconsciously, seeking warmth, seeking comfort. He longs to feel skinny fingers warmly carding his long hair, pulling it away from his eyes. He longs to hear the soft laughter of an adult as he tells him how much he loves him. Silence and emptiness is his only answer. He stands there, unmoving, unresponsive, for what seems like an eternity and a second, all pulled into one, vaguely aware of beady black eyes gazing at him from the front row for a moment, full of disappointment, maybe fury. He is not sure. He doesn't care. Until a woman is standing in front of him. 𝐿𝐴 knows her, knows she is in her early 30s, but looks aged and ancient in his eyes. There is a burn mark still healing on her cheek and a sorrow so absolute it seems a miracle she can still stand straight. She is 𝐒𝐭𝐴, the hero contort. "It's you," she says. Her voice that once to 𝐿𝐴 sounded like a battle cry and a maidened cackle all at once is now muted, jaded. "I didn't think you would come." 𝐿𝐴 is not sure why he came anyway. Crowds and spectacle were never his thing. Funerals either. He learned that all too soon. The woman grabs his hands, and 𝐿𝐴 is struck by how cold her fingers are, how calloused and cold, and not the hand he wants right now. The hand he will not feel ever again. "You should have this," she says, pushing a frame into his hands. "He would have wanted you to keep it." 𝐿𝐴 stares, uncomprehending. "What?" he asks. "You are his little eye, after all," 𝐒𝐭𝐴 says, and it sounds more like a sob, like a curse. "He never said it, but I think you were the closest thing he ever had to a son." 𝐿�A's lips part, air leaves his lungs. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 says something else, but 𝐿𝐴 can't hear her anymore, nor does he notice when she walks away from him. Because 𝐂𝐴's smiling, kind and warm face is staring back at him from a black frame of glass and sorrow. 𝐂𝐴's funeral photo. Because 𝐂𝐴 didn't stop. Like 𝐒𝐵𝑜ro. 𝐿𝐴 falls to his knees, arms wrapping around the frame, pulling it against his chest in a futile effort to feel his sensei's warmth one last time. He only feels cold. "Hypocrite, you hypocrite," he sobs, and he finally lets tears roll down his cheeks, his hair falling over his eyes. "I hate you so much." He doesn't. He takes the photo home, places it next to the only photo he has of his mother and the few of 𝐵𝑜ro and Hisashi from school. Stares at it every time he has to go on patrol. Stares at it every time he is to receive a new class. Thinks about it whenever he expels a student he knows won't stop, no matter what. His heart is too soft, Nemuri tells him. 𝐿𝐴 might believe her. Izuku opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling of his bedroom, to the soft light of the living room filtering from his partially open door and the warmth of a hand holding his own. What had happened? Oh, right, the girl with Mychen's smile, the robot. He turned his head gently to the right, feeling dread pull at his stomach when Shinsu Hitoshi's scowling face met him. "Shinsu-kun," he asked, his voice hoarse. Shinsu-kun instantly pushed a glass of water in his direction and helped him drink, silently and obviously seething. Once Izuku was laying back down, his green eyes met Shinsu's enraged violet ones. He swallowed, opening his mouth. "I hope that whatever comes out of that treacherous mouth of yours is an explanation, Midoriya," Shinsu instantly snapped. "Or I'm going to tell your mom, who has been really worried about you, I might add." Izuku closed his mouth. What could he possibly tell Shinsu-kun? That he had jumped without thinking. Because that would be a lie, he had been thinking. It is literally impossible for him to stop thinking. A mind like his, honed by centuries of life after life, is faster than many, and while he had been flying through the air, any and every possible scenario had appeared behind his eyelids. He had known what he was doing. He could say that he thought the girl would die, but that would also be a half-lie. He had thought it, but his brain had protested that they were in a controlled environment in a hero school. There was no way Nezu and Myjima would endanger the actual life of a student. But they had not stopped the exercise in time, most likely overestimating Recovery Girl's healing powers, and Izuku had known. He had just known that an injury severe enough could have damaged the girl's nerve endings, might have cut her trapped leg right off, something Shuzenji-sensei would not be able to cure instantly. Something that at best would require a longer treatment. He knew. He still felt the sting in his own burnt hands, and while he could see the skin slowly healing, he knew it would take a few weeks for him to regain all sensation on them, and at worst could stop the girl's career, her dreams, her smile, right that moment. At the time it seemed like a fair exchange. Him who would definitely come back all over again to keep that little girl with Mychen's smile's dream. Adrenaline, melancholy and trauma pumping in his veins, it all seemed so clear. He, the genius, hadn't thought with his head. He had used his heart. Again. Shinsu huffed by his side, arms crossing over his chest. Impatience clear. Izuku hesitated. "I didn't think, not rationally." "Clearly." Izuku huffed himself, his hair falling into his eyes. He needed a haircut. Shinsu instantly reached to brush his hair away from his face. Izuku distantly wished he didn't, unsure why. "But you." Shinsu's eyes narrowed. Izuku swallowed. Should he confess? Would Shinsu-kun think he was an idiot? That he was insane? Would he leave? Izuku wasn't sure. He opened his mouth. His mother's frantic voice called from the hallway, her legs unable to hold her as she basically crawled towards his door. "Iken. It's here. It came. You are awake and it's here." Shinsu-kun was instantly by her side, helping her stand, leading her to his bedside where Midoriya Inko, his beloved mother, collapsed around him, arms wrapping tightly around him, tears soaking into his curls. "My baby," she sobbed in relief. "The doctor said it was a matter of days, but you weren't moving." Izuku felt his own tears fall. He was such an idiot. He could tell her he was fine. That it was nothing to worry about. That most likely Shuzenji-sensei's quirk had made sleep for a long time because he had practically burned the flesh of his hands and exhausted him in the process. But she had been told all that, most likely, if not by Nezu but Shuzenji-sensei herself. No, his mother didn't need quirks and data right now. She needed her child. "I'm sorry, Mom," he whispered back. "I'm so sorry." "My baby, my silly baby," she said, a giggle and a sob at the same time. "I would die if something happened to you. Please don't be so stupid. Not anymore." He wrapped his arms around her. Could he tell her that? Could he really promise that he wouldn't do anything stupid anymore? He wasn't sure. And it frightened him. So he kept his mouth shut and let her cry, to breathe into his hair and to make sure he was still there, with her, alive and well. Shinsu-kun stays by their side, silent, judging, a guardian to them both. How could Izuku be this lucky? It took a while for Mom to stop sobbing, her smile still a little tremulous but still so bright as she pulled an envelope from her cardigan, gently placing it on Izuku's own scarred hands. This was in the mail, for you, she said, nervously wringing her hands together, her swollen eyes bright. From UA. He? Izuku said, staring at it. 𝐭𝐴 scoffed. I got mine this morning, he said, shaking his head. Izuku stared at him. How did it go? Open yours first, the other teen prodded. Izuku scowled. He really hated not knowing something. With the help of his mother he opened the envelope, blinking in confusion when a disc fell onto his outstretched palm. A beam of light blinded him for a second. I am here as a projection, a booming voice greeted. All Might. 𝐭𝐴 gasped. Izuku blinked, confused. What? This is from UA, right? His teaching in UA now, 𝐭𝐴 said just as the projection grinned wider. Actually, I came to this town to work at UA. All Might said, beaming. All Might is working at UA. Izuku asked out loud. Your score at the written exam was exemplary. But your points in the practical exam were very little considering your classmates. The projection continued, cheerful and dopey and ruthless, just like Izuku remembered him. What? 𝐭𝐴 said in dismay. What is that supposed to mean? Mine said the same, 𝐭𝐴 added. Except for the exemplary part, mine just said I passed the written exam. But you studied so hard, 𝐭𝐴. 𝐭𝐴 protested, making the teen flush. But take a look at this video. All Might said, pointing at a projected screen with a flourish. 𝐭𝐴 stared, tilting her head. 𝐭𝐴 scowled. Izuku blinked. The girl with Mai-chan's smile was standing there, nervous yet determined. Excuse me, she whispered. The person with the curly hair and freckles, that's you, 𝐿𝐼. 𝐭𝐴 gasped. She's talking about you. Is it possible for me to give him some of my points? The girl continued, her voice unwavering despite the trembling of her shoulders. I heard him muttering about points during the exam, so I thought he might still be at 0 points. Izuku could feel 𝐭𝐴's eyes on his neck. He decided to ignore them, eyes set on the girl's warm brown ones. At least the points he lost because of me. She hesitated for a second. He saved me. Your actions spurred others to act, All Might continued then, but Izuku didn't hear him. He knew what he was saying. He had done the exam before, he knew about villain points and rescue points. It hadn't occurred to him that by saving that girl he would get rescue points. Could he pretend that was his plan all along? Would 𝐭𝐴 believe him? A quick glance to his left told him it was unlikely. Midoriya Izuku, 70 points. All Might said, and was instantly drowned out by 𝐭𝐴's cheerful. Oh my god, 𝐿𝐼. You made it. And 𝐭𝐴's soft. Teach, I knew it. Izuku's lips curled into a smile, small, tired, but a smile nonetheless. However, the number one hero continued, his voice somewhat deflating. It was discovered that during the exam you used a support item that you did not register, and the Superhero Commission has considered it cheating, so your rescue points and your villain points have been deducted. Silence fell around the room. The commission. Something cold and hard settled inside Izuku's heart. What? How dare they? You saved a life. 𝐭𝐴 protested. I'm calling the lawyers. Mom, wait, Izuku whispered, reaching for her hand. But All Might raised a hand, like the dramatic beach Izuku had always thought he was, not feeling as fond as before for the man. Your impressive scores in the written exam have guaranteed you a spot in our general studies program. Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. The disc grew dark again. 𝐭𝐴 spluttered, outrage clear on her face. Izuku squeezed her hand, gentle, warm. It's okay, Mom, he told her, voice soft. The commission is trying to close the door on my face, but UA is opening the back door for me. 𝐭𝐴 blinked. They? She asked. Yeah, Midoriya said. There is a way a general studies kid can be transferred to the hero courses once inside, 𝐭𝐴 shrugged, pulling his own disc from his pocket. And now at least I won't be alone in my class for a while. 𝐭𝐴. 𝐭𝐴 stared, shocked. I got into general studies too, he said, shrugging. But my message wasn't as dramatic. Izuku felt himself smile. There is really a way for you too. 𝐭𝐴 asked, hesitant. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. The hero Eraserhead did it in his second year, he said, his smile growing fonder, kinder, warmer, melancholic. 𝐭𝐴 instantly understood this was another person from her child's former life. Okay, she said, smiling back. I'll bring the cake. We need to celebrate you two past then. And she laid a kiss on each of their cheeks before dashing towards the kitchen. ♯Shinsu stared after her, his cheeks flushed, a small smile on his lips. Izuku felt his smile drop, his mood soured. ♯Shinsu-kun, he began. Shinsu instantly noticed the change in his mood, his own smile falling. Are you going to tell me what happened? He asked, tensing. In a way, he admitted, hands coming together in his lap, eyes downcast. I'm all ears, Shinsu huffed, sitting by his bedside once more. Izuku swallowed, unsure. He had to trust Shinsu-kun, if not with everything at least with this. He had to warn him before he dragged him into danger. There is something about me, something different, he began. You don't say, Shinsu-kun snorted sarcastically. It makes me act, do things that many would consider insane, he continued, the words spilling slowly from his lips. Like jumping on top of a huge but murder robot for a girl you barely met, Shinsu added. Izuku nodded. Like jumping on top of a huge but stupidly designed robot for a girl, he said. I noticed, Shinsu said, shoulders squaring further. Izuku winced. The thing is, I might keep doing things like that, now that I'm going to UA, he said, willing his hands not to shake with no success. And I don't think I know when to stop or how. This was it. This was the moment Shinsu-kun would realize the danger Izuku posed. He would understand that being around Izuku was going to be dangerous, would mean more doctors and worry and injuries, harm and risk and all things Shinsu didn't really need at his age. He would leave. Izuku would be alone again. A pale hand grasped his own trembling ones. Then I'll have to stop you when you can't stop yourself, dear, Shinsu said, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, as if Izuku had just told him the sky was blue. Shocked green eyes met determined violet ones. A tear rolled down a freckled cheek. Oh, he said. Shinsu-kun rolled his eyes, a knuckle pressing against his forehead. For a genius you are an absolute idiot, he said, huffing. Now don't move, I'll help 𝐭𝐴-san with our cake. Izuku laid in his bed, silent as Shinsu left his room, wondering what god had he pleased in his last life to bless him in this one. Another one. His sidekick asks with a scowl on his young face, eyeing the folder half opened on his lap with distaste. 𝐿 smiles, pale grey eyes warm and melancholic and still kind. Apparently, the handler thinks I am a great beast tamer, he says, shaking his head. I did a great job with Nezu-san and now she wants me to check on another. The younger man scoffs. There are so many other things you could be doing though, he says, taking the file. You are on your way up the ranks and that hack thinks you are here to tame her new dogs. Chi-chan, his 5-2-year admonishes. And Hikawa-san called about the charity party. She needs you there to go over her dress and hair, not chasing after a 5-year-old ticking bomb. 2-year's grin just grows, his pale hand messing with his Chi-chan's dark hair affectionately. What kind of hero would I be if I left a child in need alone, he says, soft. I'm shocked you think going to a party is more important than helping an orphan acclimate to a new environment. That's the party for the foundation that helps children with out-of-control quirks, isn't it? Chi-chan asks, trying to comb his hair back with a careless hand. Is it? 2-year asks with mock surprise. Maybe you should go in my stead. I heard All Might himself is going to do a comlink from the States and my-chan can make sure you look stunning. It's not the same, you are the number 4 on the rise, Chi-chan sighs. I know you are using your fame to help others. Why do you think I agreed to work with you? 2-year's eyes grow wide. And here I thought you thought I was really pretty and wanted to learn my secrets. The purplish red in Chi-chan's face makes 2-year cackle like a maniac. The first day of school came far too quick for Izuku's liking. A bright and sunny spring day that didn't match his mood for SHT, surrounded by smiling children with eyes full of stars and heads bursting at the seams with dreams of futures yet to come. He hated them all. No, he didn't hate them. Not really. Not all of them at least. He hated that they were there, smiling and happy and unaware of the real world waiting for them outside, ready to chew them into a paste, and that the trees were the same, the air smelled the same, even the halls of this school looked the same as back then, when he had been a starry-eyed, dreamy teenager just like them. 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿's hand clenched around his own, lilac eyes locked onto his furrowed brows and jutting lips with worry. He was being an arsehole. He turned to his companion, trying his best to curl his lips into a consoling smile. It didn't work, if 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿's narrowed eyes were any indication. I'm fine, he said, squeezing 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿's hand back. Just nervous. Why? 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿 asked back. You'll do great. Izuku's smile grew lax, fond. And I'll make many enemies, he told him. I already made one during the exam, remember? That tankovan but with the turbo legs. 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿 asked back, his scowl deepening. He has been stalking us since we entered. What? Izuku asked, looking around. Sure enough. The stocky teen from the exam was there, close enough to see them but not enough to be heard by them, practically lurking around them like a poorly concealed stalker, eyes determined, shoulders squared. Izuku sighed. Seriously. He was not in the mood to get into a fight on his first day. He hadn't even made it to his classroom and he for sure wasn't about to get in trouble right now. He still had a bone to pick with their dearest principal. Let's go, he said, shaking his head, curls flying around his face. He really needed a haircut. 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿 smiled, fond, slender fingers reaching to comb the hair away from his forehead. Let's go grab a good seat. At the back. Izuku prodded. Please. Can you see from the back? 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿 asked, visibly concerned. Izuku huffed. I'm not that short. Right? 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿 said, shaking his own head, smiling. I'm not. He kept protesting even when 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿 laughed, his abnormally and unjustly long hand resting comfortably on top of his head. He would show him, when they went back to training. He would make 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿 run until his legs gave out. Or something. Whispers followed them as the two made their way towards their classroom. Izuku could barely make out, that's him and quirkless. Really? But he forced himself not to react. He did know he would be facing quirkism when he came to school. It had been a part of Izuku's whole life and he wasn't about to give in to it now when he was so close to getting what he wanted. So what if he was quirkless? He knew he could sweep the floor with all of these kids whispering behind his back, staring at him with disbelief, if he really wanted to. And he did. But no, he had to be an adult, he wasn't, he had to be more mature and not beat these ignorant little children into a pulp. It had been easier to ignore when he didn't know any better. When the boy he had thought was his best friend hadn't told him to kill himself. No, that was the past, he didn't care anymore. He didn't care, he was a new person, he was an adult and a child and he had a goal. Breath in. Breath out. Take the window, 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿 whispered, taking his backpack and stuffing it by a chair. Izuku blinked. I know, you are still a little out of it, 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿 said, shrugging his shoulders. You crushed my hand, by the way. Izuku stared, brows furrowing. I did. 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿 nodded. When I wanted to go beat one of the brats muttering about you, he explained, a judgy eyebrow raised. You muttered something about sweeping the floor with them, though. Izuku's cheeks colored. I could, if I wanted to. I know, 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿 nodded. But you didn't, and I guess I shouldn't either if I want to keep my fingers. Izuku looked down, he was still holding 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿's hand. He pulled away. Sorry, he said, pursing his lips. 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿's lips quirked upwards. You did warn me, he said. It's okay. Izuku opened his lips, ready to protest. 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿 should be enjoying his school experience, not worrying over Izuku's own damaged psyche. 𝐭𝐴𝐻𝐿 scowled. Let's go, school assembly. Izuku stared, no wonder the classroom was empty. Let's. They walked together towards the gymnasium, whispers and stares following them to the point he had to wrap an arm around 𝐭𝐴𝐻�l's elbow to prevent a fight. He had to be the adult this time. It was their first day after all. More so when the whispers grew in intensity when they finally made their way towards their own class, lined up along the others with their soft chubby faces and eager bright eyes. 𝐿 hand warm on his shoulder. He patted his fingers, trying to reassure him. The eyes on his back intensified, he wondered why. The principal gave a small speech, to the point and snappy. He wasn't in a good mood. Good, Izuku thought. Their teachers were introduced, except for one. Apparently Class 1 as homeroom teacher decided the school assembly was not up to his standards and had taken his class for a small field test without authorization. Again. Someone up ahead in his line whispered that it was an eraserhead thing to do, and that he had expelled his whole class the year before. Izuku smiled, chest almost bursting with pride. He didn't have to be a genius, and he was, to see what was happening. I still cared too much. He silently crossed the fingers on his free hand and wished the little 1A gremlins good luck. One of the teachers came down the stage and approached them, a wide smile on his face. Ah, Yamada-kun. He looked so happy and eager. Some things never changed, he guessed. The class as a whole followed him like little ducklings, whispering among themselves about present MIC and how amazing it was that he was their homeroom teacher and how eager they were to learn from him. Izuku couldn't hold his giggles. ♯looked at him. Is he a good teacher? He asked, confused. I don't know. Izuku replied. But from what I know he has a big heart. So we like him, Shinsu frowned. Not like Powerloader-sensei. Izuku blinked. Who told you we don't like Powerloader? You did, he replied. You cursed him out the whole week after the exam. Izuku's cheeks colored. Oh, right. Him and Principal Nezu. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. I might have a bone to pick with him, soon. Part of that thing you can't talk about yet. He stared into Shinsu-kun's violet eyes. Yeah, he said, shrugging. Something like that. Izuku could tell Shinsu-kun wanted to ask some more. He could see it in the curve of his lips, the squint in his eyes. But they were back in the classroom and Hisashi-kun was calling out for introductions and Izuku quickly made his way to his seat as fast as he could to wait for his turn. Every one of his classmates happily stated their names, the school they came from and their quirk, and Yamada-kun took notes, congratulated them honestly and called out for the next one. The boy sitting in front of them stood, shoulders tense and cheeks flushed against his tanned skin. Yuki Tokushi, he whispered, face lowering. I come from Seirei Middle School and I can see in the dark if I charge my eyes with light beforehand. That is an amazing quirk, little listener. Yamada-kun cheered. Welcome to my class. The boy quickly sat down. Shinsu Hitoshi, Shinsu-kun said, not even getting up. I can brainwash people. Silence took over the room, all eyes turned to them, whispers slowly gaining momentum between the students. There was palpable fear. Izuku could tell, distrust. He frowned. I see, Yamada-kun stammered. Izuku couldn't tell whether it was because of Shinsu-kun's careless, yet defensive, declaration or the class reaction as a whole. He was slowly losing control of the crowd. Izuku scowled. Midoriya Izuku, he said, loud enough to be heard over the whispers and Yamada-kun's attempts to control the room. I'm from Aldera Middle and I'm quirkless. And just to be petty, he stared at his nails, cleaning them against his school blazer, challenging whoever dared to stare at them, with his glare. Dare to say anything about Shinsu-kun, beaches, he thought. And this quirkless little boy will end you. Around 15 teenagers froze, sweat visible on their foreheads. Silent. Izuku nodded, eyes narrowed, and he looked at Yamada-kun. There, classroom back in control. WL. He stammered, struggling to smile once more. Welcome to the both of you, little listeners. Thank you, Yamada-sensei, Izuku said, smiling innocently. Shinsu-kun nodded. Things were awkward the rest of the class. But at least no one dared to whisper about Shinsu-kun or his quirk. Izuku really wasn't about to get into a fight on his first day. His resolve, however, lasted until lunchtime. While he was pulling his and Shinsu-kun's lunches, lovingly prepared by his mother to celebrate their first day, filled to the brim with their favorites because Izuku's mom was the absolute best and sometimes he wondered how much good karma he accumulated in his last lives to get such a wonderful mom in this one. And also ignoring the eyes following them around the cafeteria and the whispers that buzzed around them, which he hoped were about him. And his quirklessness instead of ♯Shinsukuen's quirk, or he would definitely have to take drastic measures, and he wasn't sure he really want others to see what he was capable of just yet. He smiled instead, grabbing his chopsticks and grinning like a maniac at the feast before them that ♯Shinsukuan seemed to mentally salivate over. "Eat your food," he said, winking. "Mom will be happy to hear you like your food." "Are we meeting her tonight?" ♯Shinsukuan asked, poking his food. As if she wouldn't have it any other. Deku, a roar echoed around the cafeteria. Izuku blinked. ♯Shinsukuan frowned. Hordes of students milling around split in half, running for their lives. A gray and yellow blur blasted from between them, explosions and smoke swirling around it. "What the fu?" ♯Shinsukuan began, at the same time as Izuku pushed his bento towards him and stood from his seat, grabbing his bag and swinging it as widely as he could to slam it against Bakugo's side, stopping his momentum. The blonde snarled, immediately getting up. "Again." Izuku scowled. "Seriously? You think you are better than me?" "Here." Bakugo roared back, lips pulled back, teeth bared. "Is that it?" From the corner of his eye, Izuku saw ♯Shinsukuan get up, eyes narrowed, lips already moving, shoulders squared. He shook his head, not the best time. He could deal with it. ♯Shinsukuan absolutely wanted to protest, he could see it in the set of his lips. He gave him a signal to stand down. This wasn't his first rodeo, and sure, he was tired and stressed and not in the mood. But he should have seen this coming, considering it would be the first time in almost a year he and Bakugo would share a school again. "You really have nothing better to do." Izuku scowled, unamused. "It's the first day of school and I don't think you will be like old Dera, you know." "Fight me!" Bakugo screamed, jumping once more, hand outstretched and ready to use his quirk. "I won't let you mock me." "You are making this about you again." Izuku mocked, because he was a little SHT, obviously. "Didn't I tell you I don't give a SHT about you?" Bakugo's neck bulged in fury, fingers clenching and unclenching, narrowed eyes looking for a weak spot to attack. He obviously had learned from their last little tumble, but not enough. Izuku grabbed him by the arm, ready to use his momentum against him once more, but Bakugo himself moved his body backwards, pulling him forward. But suddenly, the blonde's other hand reaching towards Izuku's head. That crazy motherfucker. Izuku could barely move his head when the explosion reached his ear, and he suddenly couldn't see and he couldn't hear and his head was throbbing, but he still managed to react out of instinct alone, and his knee was reaching against Bakugo's elbow because this was personal for both of them, and if Bakugo couldn't control himself in an unfamiliar place, Izuku wasn't about to control himself either. Later on, ♯Shinsukuan would tell him the crack of Bakugo's bones and his shriek of pain were so satisfying he was sad he couldn't record them for Izuku to hear. Izuku would be sad too. But for now he wanted to claw at that effer's face, but he was losing his balance and he couldn't move his arms and Bakugo was flying away from him. Wrapped like a mummy in white cloth, and the students that had surrounded them both were running away, and suddenly a tall man dressed in black was before them both, eyes golden, hair dancing in the air, and Izuku was sure that he would have said something because he was there, and the two-ear part of Izuku ached to call him, to wrap his arms around him. But he was disoriented and in pain, and he was sure the side of his face and his ear was burnt and he was struggling to breathe. The ringing inside his head just barely let him hear the roar of Bakugo. I let out as he approached, dragging the struggling teen away. Everything was over as soon as it had started. ♯Shinsukuan's hands were immediately on his arms, holding him upright, and the teen with the night vision quirk tried to press a cloth against his face as he screamed for someone to call the nurse. Izuku's blurry vision could barely make out his and ♯Shinsukuan's bentos, the ones his mother lovingly cooked for them, full of love and pride and concern for them, laying on the ground, destroyed. Izuku really hated this school. All set. Two-ear grins, cheeks flushed in abject pleasure as he plops down to sit before the cage he has been visiting for almost 6 months, a bag in one hand and a clipboard on the other. "Here." His mission scoffs from the inside. "I'm getting out of here." Two-ear nods, fluffy hair bouncing as he does, falling over his pale eyes. "You are," he agrees. "I submitted my report 3 weeks ago and the commission accepted it, You are now a free citizen of this country. Beady black eyes blink back at him. You finished your work 3 weeks ago, the voice states. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 blinks, confused by the sudden question that is not a question. I did. And you kept visiting me these last 3 weeks? His mission scoffs once more. Even if you didn't have to. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 stares at him, tilting his head, his hair falling further over his eyes. Well, he shrugs. I didn't want you to be lonely until the commission gave its verdict. And you told them I was safe to release into the world, the mission asks. I'm a literal casebook sociopath and you told them they should let me go. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 frowns, lips pursing. You are not a sociopath, he argues. You have ADHD and PTSD that can be treated with therapy and medication. You are capable of empathy and deserve a place in the world like all other sentient creatures. Empathy, he says, the mission snorts derisively. A rat like me. You could be a dog, or a mouse or a bear, it's up to you really, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 argues, practically beaming at him. The world is your oyster. The mission stared back, silent. Look, I know it's hard to empathize when you are the smartest person in the room. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 agrees, nodding sagely, pushing the bag over to the inside of the little cage, showing off the clothes he has brought for his mission. I would know, I usually am. Not for long, the mission mock hisses, grabbing a shirt and examining it. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 giggles, grabbing a pen he has carefully stored behind his ear, an expensive thing in gold and pearlescent white. Let's get this registration over with so I can get you out and start the process for your ID, okay, he suggests, grinning. First off, your name. The mission is about to reply when a loud beeping song envelops them both, a silly tune that is absurdly complex and yet too cheerful to be something an adult should listen to. Ah! 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says, flushing from embarrassment. I'm so sorry, I'll just... He pulls his phone out of his pocket, his nervous smile growing warm and fond and something completely different than his usual smile as he swipes his finger over the screen, pulling the phone towards his ear. His mission's ears twitch in confusion. Hey, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says, warm and soft. I'm just about ready here and I was wondering if you would like to join me and my mission for dinner, you know, to 𝐒𝐿𝐵RE. The person on the other side of the line says something, cutting 𝐻𝐻𝐿 short. The smile dies on his lips. Your father what? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 asks, obvious worry making his tone grow softer. I'm so sorry, love. I'm wrapping up here as soon as I can and I'll be home in less than an who. What? The mission can barely hear the person on the other end of the phone. He doesn't need much to distinguish a man's deep voice, his tone cold, his words cutting. I don't understand. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 whispers. Why would you say that? Did I do something wrong? A pause. Then why, he demands, lips trembling, voice breaking. What does your father's passing have to do with? You want to what? Another pause. The mission tries to listen in, approaches the edge of the cage, beady eyes watching attentively. No, I don't understand, I thought we were happy. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 argues, eyes wide, pupils shrunken. I thought we promised. No, I'm not desperate. I just don't understand why you suddenly... No. Don't hung up 𝐿 dash. The phone falls from lax fingers, weakened by emotion. The mission looks up at the man staring into nothing, shoulders slumped in absolute defeat. Tears roll down his pale cheeks, but it is clear to him 𝐻𝐻𝐿 is slowly processing what just happened. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 hesitates. I'm sorry. I think I need a moment to, before we proceed with. He can't form words as he just slumps forward, arms wrapping around himself as he just breaks down in front of his mission, back heaving with his sobs as he tries to understand that he has been abandoned. From the inside of the cage a small, clawed hand peeks through, fingers wrapping around a pale finger, offering silent comfort. They stay like that for hours. Izuku felt like he was about to explode. His mother was camping outside the principal's office, furiously screaming at the security cameras that she was not about to move until DSPN would be served for her baby, while Auntie Mitsuki, that Izuku hadn't seen in what felt like years, since Bakugo activated his quirk and almost killed him, maybe even before that, was sitting by his side, almost unraveling herself in apologies, tears rolling down her cheeks but with eyes full of cautious worry. Because he knew that if he didn't say a single thing he was going to destroy her son's future. And Shinsukuan, his shy, kind, jaded ♯Shinsukuan was standing by his other side, giving him the play-by-play as Recovery Girl's Quirk healed his burnt skin, covering scars and growing from an angry and bloody red to a soft pink to his normal freckled cheek, and Izuku could feel his ruptured inner ear stitching itself back together in the way he didn't feel so disoriented, and the inside of his head stopped beeping. And done, ♯Shinsukuan sighed, staring at him. You look normal now, but your hair? Izuku looked at him, confused. What about my hair? Shinsu hesitated. It's still burnt, it's not back to normal, he finally explained. Izuku frowned. It made sense to him. Chiyo-sensei's quirk could just help the body's normal recovery process, and hair was dead tissue. There was no way she could get his singed hair back to normal as she did his skin and inner ear. But, does it look bad? He asked. Well, Auntie Mitsuki hesitated, looking away in shame. Shinsukuan huffed. It looks like someone took a chunk out of a cloud, he said, crossing his arms over his chest in disapproval. Oh. His mom was going to be cessed. He was about to tell them both it was okay, that hair grows and he didn't really mind as long as he could see and hear and not have any stupid mark from stupid Bakugo on him, when his mother came into the room, her short stature not an impediment for her to be as intimidating as possible as she hissed at the teachers behind her about lawyers and the media shitstorm she would unleash on the school for this. Izuku sighed. Mom, he said, waving a hand. I'm fine. You are not fine, Iken. Inko scowled, walking towards him and wrapping her arms around his shoulders. I was so worried. Izuku hugged her back, resting his forehead against her shoulder. I'm sorry, he said, breathing in her scent of flowery soap and sugar. Inko sighed, tightening her embrace for a moment before letting him go. Izuku stubbornly kept his gaze set on his mother's eyes, refusing to look around anymore. He could feel beady black eyes watching him and eyes gaze on the back of his head, and he really wasn't ready. He might not be ready for a while. Little listener, Yamada-kun urged, a hand on his shoulder. I'm glad you are okay. Great. Yamada-kun made sense. He was his homeroom teacher, he was safe to look at. Yamada-sensei, he asked, the picture of confused innocence. He knew what he was doing, he was a pro after all. The principal and the rest of us decided that since you are the injured party in this incident, Yamada-kun started, for once apparently nervous to be the spokesperson. An incident, here. You should be able to give your opinion about Bakugo Katsuki's punishment. Ah. That made so much sense. No wonder Auntie Mitsuki was here, fretting by his bedside, holding his hand and weeping in shame. Unconsciously she wanted to calm him down, lest he get her beloved son expelled. He unconsciously gave her a side-eye for a second. And of course the school was passing the ball up to him. If they made a decision, Izuku's mother would rain hellfire on them until the punishment the school decided was up to par with her expectations. And Izuku couldn't blame her, not really. For all she knew, Bakugo had almost killed her son a year ago. He was the reason Izuku himself had changed, had to drop out of middle school and had to have his skin regrown. Twice. But if Izuku himself had to choose his punishment, Inko wouldn't protest, not to them anyways. Clever move. He should have seen it coming. Izuku let out a sigh, shaking his head. I don't want him expelled, if that's what you are asking, he said simply, shrugging his shoulders when his mom gasped in outrage and Auntie Mitsuki let out a soft, almost inaudible sob. Yamada-kun blinked, confused. Are you sure? He asked. He did attack you out of nowhere. Nothing he hasn't done before, Izuku said simply. That's not an incident to me, it's a pattern of behavior. I don't really know what triggered him this time and I don't really care, but I know that expelling him is not the answer. Shinsukuan's eyes narrowed. Izuku could see from the corner of his eyes. Are you kidding? He snapped. He attacked you. Unprovoked. And what would expelling him achieve? Izuku argued back, tilting his head to the side. Don't get me wrong, I know he needs to face consequences, but if the school expels him, he's going to think it's because they are jealous of him or some narcissistic SHT like that, and in a year at most we would have another villain in our hands. Keikatsuki wouldn't. Auntie Mitsuki protested, eyes wide. Yes he would, Izuku replied with a sigh. He needs to learn to control his temper, and he needs to learn empathy. 𝐒𝐭 seemed angry as 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿, but she also seemed proud, as she cupped his newly healed cheek with her hand. "If that's what you want," she said, her shoulders slumping. "I support you." 𝐒𝐿 smiled. He loved having a mom. "Thanks," he beamed. "Don't worry, I'm sure Principal Nezu and the rest of the school staff will come up with a great punishment for Bakugo and he won't hurt me again." "Your move, school, you are not passing the ball to a 15-year-old. "Oh, of course." Yamada-kun stuttered, and instantly moved to lead Izuku's mom and Auntie Mitsuki out of the room. Most likely the two of them had things to sign and details to iron out with the school. Izuku idly wondered where Bakugo was. He had heard during his time as a student the last time that the school had a detention room for misbehaving students, a room many had called the dungeon from time to time. He hoped Bakugo was there, having a horrible time. He also hoped he was partially deaf after 𝐼 chewed him out for being an butt and a bully. I had a great set of lungs when he was cessed, Izuku knew. Ignoring those piercing eyes of his had been hard. But it wasn't the time, Izuku thought. There might never be a time for them, not anymore. "I can't believe he got away scot-free," ♯scoffed as Izuku leaned down to pick up his backpack. "I knew your mom was kinda soft and squishy and would let people walk all over her, but I'm shocked you'd let that beach go as well." Izuku paused, shoulders tensing. "I'm sorry. That's Bakugo's mom, isn't she?" ♯ asked, crossed arms tensing. "That woman that looks identical to him, your Auntie Mitsuki. I can't believe your mom is still friends with her." "They've been friends since before I was born," Izuku replied, shrugging. "Auntie Mitsuki has been a part of my life for as long as I can remember." "Really?" ♯raised an eyebrow. "After everything that son of a beach has done, you haven't cut contact with his feral mother and him. What is that supposed to mean?" Izuku's eyes narrowed. "I'm not an idiot," ♯said, grabbing Izuku's hand, pulling his sleeve back where a ring of mostly faded burns wrapped around his wrist. "He did this to you, didn't he?" "A while ago, way before we met." "He did," Izuku agreed, shrugging. "We were 4 and he was really proud of his new quirk." "And the one on your shoulder?" ♯said. "Was he just proud of his quirk then?" Izuku looked into ♯eyes, searching for something. Yes, ♯was protective of him, and sure, Izuku knew this whole thing must be bizarre to him, the pushing and pulling between Bakugo and himself, but there was something else at play for sure, something the other teen wasn't saying. "By then he wasn't my friend, no," Izuku said slowly, still searching ♯'s face. "He had turned into my bully in a school that refused to act." "And you still protected him?" ♯snapped, his hat around Izuku's wrist tightening. "Do you still love him that much?" Izuku felt a cold chill run down his spine. "What?" ♯ looked away, his teeth clenched. "I overheard you and 𝐒𝐭-san that day after we got the results for the entrance exam," he said. "You were talking about an abusive ex of yours, how you wouldn't call him abusive even when he broke your heart, and 𝐒𝐭-san did not agree." Izuku felt how all the color drained from his face, voices overlapped, twisted, echoing in his ears in a mix of present and past. "You think it's him, isn't it? The guy who was hurting you? Is that why you protected him? Why aren't you saying anything, Token? That 𝐵𝐵 broke up with you and is already dating a woman. You should go and kick his butt." I can't," Izuku whispered, eyes wide. "What?" ♯ snapped, eyes narrowed. "What do you mean you can't? You can't still love that 𝐵𝐵?" Mai-chan screamed, her hands clenched around his forearms. "Not after everything he has done." "I do," Izuku choked, a tear rolled down his cheek, then another, and another. "I don't know how to stop loving him." Mai-chan had wrapped her arms around him, that day, in their shared apartment, had cradled his head and whispered to him how much she loved him, how much he didn't deserve Tuia's love. Tuia had clung to her, hiding his tears in her shirt, letting all the hurt and the sorrow he felt out. ♯, however, wasn't a 20-year-old, he was 15 and he didn't know Izuku as well as Mai-chan had known Tuia. He released Izuku's wrist, his whole body recoiling from him. He walked away without a word. Alone in the infirmary, Izuku crumbled to his knees, hands covering his face as he sobbed, past and present too entwined in his mind, a whirlpool of voices and smells and feelings that threatened to swallow him whole. One of his hands fisted into his hair. Izuku blinked. Izuku's damaged fluffy hair, the same hair his mother combed lovingly each morning when he was a child, her little green fluffy cloud, she called him, peppering her forehead with kisses. Tuia's fluffy hair, the same hair his handler forbade him from cutting, the same hair that he had to style to perfection every morning as part of his brand recognition, the same hair he used to card his fingers through, warm, big hands on his hair, soft and careful among the whispers of Moonbeam and I love you in his ear. No, not a Moonbeam anymore, never again. 20 years, Midoriya Izuku, he whispered to himself as he staggered to his feet, looking around frantically. It's been 20 years, you are Midoriya Izuku now, he's not here anymore, he can't hurt you, his mind refused his words, he was in UA, he was in uniform, he had been here for the best years of his life, the worst years of his life. He stumbled towards a little sink in the corner of the room, most likely the place recovery girl used to wash her hands. A small plastic container rested at the side with clippers and cotton swabs and other pieces of equipment the nurse most likely used to sanitize wounds and clean her patients up. Izuku stared at himself in the mirror, at his tear-stained, freckled cheeks, his misshapen, fluffy, green hair, his ice-gray eyes. He reached with trembling hands that refused to cooperate for the container, rummaging desperately. No more. Not anymore. Not again. The soft buzzing of the trimmer echoed in the room as he desperately ran it over his scalp, on the back of his neck, behind his ears. His tears refused to stop as they fell over the clumps of hair now clogging the sink. Not a cloud, not a moonbeam, not again. Izuku's eyes slowly turned to their customary emerald green. Mai-chan's whispers of comfort inside his head grew quiet. Izuku gripped the edge of the sink and allowed himself to sob in heartbreaking, utter relief. He is sitting on a bench, that much he knows. He is cold, so cold. There are people on the streets, many are cheering, many are happy, celebrating. There is a broadcast on every screen. Loud music, cheerful, classical, a piece Tuia remembers from another time, of another life perhaps. Ah, they must be dancing. The groom in his white tuxedo tailored to perfection, sky blue eyes reflecting the lights of golden chandeliers over him. The bride is petite and demure in her pristine bridal dress and elegantly long veil, hands impossibly small and soft-looking. Tuia will not look at her. Can't bear to see what she actually looks like. It doesn't really matter. His phone buzzes in his pocket. He won't pick it up. He is sure there are no words in him to say. Inside the reception room the couple and their guests dance and smile and celebrate. Outside on the streets the rain falls, painting the sky in dark and gloom and all the turmoil he feels inside. Such an idiot, he whispers with chapped lips. A shadow falls over him, covering the lights from the broadcast. Pale gray eyes open. There is a boy in front of him, a skinny, dark-haired wisp of a boy, holding an umbrella over his head, sheltering him from the rain. It does very little to hide his tears now, he thinks. "Hey, are you okay?" the boy whispers, voice barely audible over the rain and the music and the cheers. "Do you have a home to go to?" Tuia looks at him for a moment, silent, then his eyes land on the beer cans at his feet and his soaked clothing. What a picture he must make. If his handler could see him. Right now she would be cessed. "Shouldn't you be in school?" Tuia slurred. The boy's eyes widen, he takes a step back but soon realizes he is exposing Tuia back to the rain and he reaches forward with his arm. It makes him chuckle. "Do you have a home to go to?" he asks once more, eyeing the boy's scuffed shoes and threadbare shirt, a hand pushing his hair from his face. The boy blinks, surprised. There is hesitation in the boy. Tuia can also see bruises barely hidden in his clothing. Well. At least it's a distraction. "Come on," he says, standing. "I'll treat you to a warm meal, it's the least I can do." The boy splutters, staring at him in awe. He has been recognized at last. How pitiful. "You were protecting me from the rain," Tuia reasons. "Even if you didn't have to." "It was the right thing to do," the boy whispers, his cheeks flushing in embarrassment. Tuia smiles, a small smile, but a warm one. I'm Mochizuki Tuya, he introduces himself. You. I know I mean. The boy lowers his face, dark hair plastered against his face as he responds. Tuya's eyes widen. Qiuchan, then, he says with an honest laugh, the most honest laugh he has had since he got that DMN wedding invitation 2 days ago. The nerve. The boy stares. I'll call you Qiuchan, and he wraps an arm around the boy's bony shoulders and he drags him away from the rain. Again. Qiuchan scoffs as he pushes the covers off Tuya's back, eyeing his smudged worksheets with distaste. You have an apartment and a bed. Qiuchan. Tuya grumbles, stretching as the teen starts picking up the empty coffee cups and crumbled papers from around him. You don't need to do that, I told you. You are paying for me to finish school and giving me a room to sleep in, Qiuchan grumbles back. This is the least I can do to pay you back, Mochizuki-san. Tuya whines. Mochizuki-san was my father. I think. I'm sure, Qiuchan says, unimpressed as he picks a ramen cup. When was the last time you ate? What day is it today? Tuya asks back, his shoulder popping loudly. Qiuchan's scowl deepens, now that there is more meat in those bones of his. I'm calling Hikawa-san, he says as he runs for the phone. Wait, what? Tuya scrambles to get up. Don't. Qiuchan. Tuya feels gratified by the little smile on Qiuchan's face as they wrestle for the phone. Mai-chan will find them on the floor, tangled in the cord. It's vintage, Mai-chan. Stylish. An hour later, but it is worth it. Izuku was really not in the mood anymore. His mother had freaked out on him the moment she saw his head and had spent the whole afternoon scolding him, trying to make him look presentable again, sobbing into what remained of his hair and scolding him for being so careless with his own body, reminding him how much she loved him and she cared. So yeah, shitty way to end a shitty day. And now he was back in school for another Fing day and other students followed him with their eyes and their whispers and now they were pointing. And he was just about to knee someone in the PP but he shouldn't because he was still raw and angry and his own Fing Quirk had driven him into a panic attack the day before and really Quirk. That had never happened before, or it did and Izuku didn't know, whatever, and maybe just being the violent little SHT he wanted to be would be a bad idea. He didn't know anymore. Not really. Shinsu-kun had not waited for him at the train station and he wasn't there with him to stop him from being the violent little SHT he wanted to be, so dimmin it all. He went into the classroom with a scowl, ignoring the way his classmates went absolutely, absurdly noticeable silent when they saw him, and his shoes echoed loudly as he just made his way to his desk, right in the back, right where Shinsu-kun was already sitting, eyes wide and skin losing color as he looked at him. Yeah, he knew, thank you very much. He plopped into his seat, back straight and eyes narrowed. He raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. In complete unison his classmates turned around, not looking at him. At least he still got it. Good. Yamada-kun came into the classroom a few minutes later, speaking in fluent English and with a cheerful smile that made it clear he was completely oblivious to the tensions that had taken hold of his class. Well, he was the adult now. Izuku could be the petty teenager for once. With a sigh he leaned over his crossed arms on top of his desk and rested his head on them. He could still feel eyes piercing the back of his neck but he was not in the mood. From his vantage position by the window he could see 𝐼𝐼's ducklings, the girl with Mai-chan's smile and the eyes of a hero was there, who knew, and that tank of a teen that definitely didn't like Izuku was too. They seemed friendly with each other, making a beeline for the school bus, laughing and joking with each other. I was walking behind them, arms crossed, almost glaring the skin off of Bakugu's back. He should kneel down and kiss his feet because he was still allowed into the school. Yamada-sensei asked him a question, a syntax or form thing. He answered with a yawn before snuggling further into his arms and letting his frustration lull him to sleep. Only to be woken up from Yuki of the neon eyelashes shaking him softly, almost hesitantly in the arm. Izuku scowled. What? He asked. The teen eeped, hesitating. Yamada-sensei had to leave, he said, blinking, his long eyelashes fanning the air as he did so. All the teachers did. Izuku's scowl deepened. All of them? Yuki nodded. Are we on lockdown then? Yuki hesitated. What's lockdown? Izuku huffed. What did Yamada-sensei say? He asked, massaging his forehead. Neon eyelashes blinked once, twice. Oh. Class representatives have to take all students to the auditorium. Yuki said finally, nodding to himself. Izuku patted his head. Good boy. So lockdown, something big must have happened outside if all the teachers had to go and there was no adult in charge of the rest of them. He immediately thought of 𝐼's group. No matter, help was on the way, they would be fine. Izuku knew. 𝐼 also knew that help not always made it in time. He knew it all too well, so he just stood from his desk, noticing how 𝐭 had left him there and trying his best not to feel too bitter because he knew it was for the best. 𝐭 needed stability and a social circle of sane, happy people, and Izuku was not. Better he distanced himself from him now before he hurt him even further. Fine, he sighed, stretching. Let's go to the. There was a glint in the first floor. Izuku could see from the window, barely a second of something gleaming and silver where the entrance door should be closed. Because they were in lockdown. But it wasn't. What the F? He hissed. Yuki startled. What? Izuku grabbed his hand, pulling him with him to the floor so they wouldn't be seen from the outside. There is an open door, he whispered to the other teen. Yuki looked at him, confused. When the staff have to leave the school immediately locks up. It's protocol, Izuku said. So why is there an open door in a school that is supposed to be locked up? Maybe the third years are back. Yuki said. They are doing a joint exercise with Shiketsu this week. Oh SHT, this was a nightmare. You are saying all the teachers, the staff and basically every single adult in UA is gone. Izuku recounted, grabbing his bag and looking for his keys frantically. And the third years, the best trained and most active students and sidekicks in the school are also gone. Yuki nodded. You don't look so good, Midoriya-kun, he commented, worried. I don't feel so good, Yuki-kun, he said back, frantically typing in his phone. Me, are you in the auditorium? Come on, come on, come on, he whispered. Shinsu-kun, where are you? Yuki said he was going to wake you up. Still in the classroom. Are the doors locked? Are the 1B students with you guys? Is everyone already there? Shinsu-kun, what? No. Yes. Not yet. Shinsu-kun, what's happening? Izuku thought about it. He had accepted just hours before that he should let Shinsu-kun go, that he shouldn't pull Shinsu-kun along anymore because he was going to endanger him, hurt him. He wasn't stable, he wasn't okay, he was. From the outside, Izuku heard the cracking of glass. What was that? Yuki said, standing, only to be pulled back down by Izuku himself. Ak. F, don't move, he hissed at the other teen while still trying to type with his phone. Me, the school is in lockdown, Shinsuke. The class rep said I just saw a door open and hear glass cracks. Shinsuke. Izuku would smile later on because Shinsu-kun was just the best. Me, pretty much. Tell the class rep to spread the word to the other class representatives, especially 1B, if you can sneak up to them. Shinsu-kun, what are you going to do? Me, it could be nothing. I need to make sure. Shinsu-kun, you are not going to go alone. I'm not going to them, doofus. I'm going to sneak into the security room, check the cameras. Shinsu-kun, I'm on it. Me, great. Trust no one and have the biggest and strongest looking kids by the doors if necessary. Shinsu-kun, so Shinsu-kun, be careful. Izuku sighed. He was in a school full of untrained children while all the other adults were at an emergency hours away in a possibly hostile situation with an unknown number of individuals. And sure, it could be a short circuit in the door system and a cat just wandering in. It could be. But my Jima didn't fail. His software never fails. Yuki-kun, he said. We need to get to the principal's office, but we are going to be very, very quiet. What? I'm probably being very paranoid, just so you know, he said, running a hand through his recently shaved hair. But there is an open door to the school, all the heroes aren't here and the third years are also out. Aha! If I were a villain I would see it as a perfect opportunity, he hissed. Hundreds of untrained children and no one inside to protect them. Yuki swallowed, eyes wide, his eyelashes changed from neon green to neon blue. All I would need is one small opening. Izuku continued, turning his head to the window where they could still see the open door. We need to call the police. Yuki hissed back, his eyes wide, fearful. Not until we know what we are dealing with. For all we know, it could be a mistake. And that means we need to get to the principal's office to check the cameras, he hissed back. Now, are you up to it? It's okay if you say no. Yuki-kun hesitated. Izuku could see the fear in his eyes, and he got it, he really did, but they had no time. Yuki-kun, he snapped. Yes or no? Why yes, the other teen nodded, still visibly afraid. Why's I'll go. Izuku nodded. Good, take off your shoes, we are not going to make a sound as soon as we leave the classroom, and he couldn't finish his sentence when the lights on top of them crackled and then went out. Great, that confirmed some of his suspicions. He pulled out his phone. Me. Tell the class representatives this is a tactic to cause chaos and to keep the other students calm. Shinsuku-and it worked, goddammit it, Izuku grumbled. Okay, if I recall correctly, the generator will launch off in about 5 minutes and it will give us some time to reach the principal's office before that. He turned to look into Yuki-kun's eyes, glowing golden in the dark, framed with color-changing neon eyelashes. I'm sorry, but now I kinda need you more than ever, Yuki-kun. The eyes bobbed up and down. Okay, Yuki-kun grabbed his hand and slowly led him outside of the classroom in complete darkness. The silence was eerie as they walked, their feet barely making a sound on the floors. Where to? Yuki-kun whispered, his voice trembling, almost breaking. There is a hallway near the library, deep one on the 3rd floor, we need to get there and fast, he whispered back. I can run, can you trust me? Izuku nodded, knowing Yuki-kun could see him. Izuku closed his eyes, there was no point in keeping them open, better to close them and concentrate on his other senses. He felt the tug of Yuki-kun's hand and off they were. From far away Izuku could swear he heard the echoing clack-clack-clack of shoes on the tiled floors. Not good at all. Something metal was dragging on the floor as well, a few hallways away, maybe on the 2nd floor. Izuku felt a drop of cold sweat dragging down his back. His phone vibrated in his clenched hand. No time to check. Not here. After 3 minutes of non-stop sprinting, Izuku felt Yuki-kun leading his hand towards a wall, metal, cold, familiar. What, he said. I think it's this one, Yuki-kun whispered, gasping for air. There's a plaque that says the principal's name. Izuku nodded. Great, is there a keypad or a code pad or something? Yuki-kun took a moment. There is, it's a number thing, but there is no power. The principal would have his own power source for sure, he said, a smile curling his lips. Try 11 and 23, the sound of the keys being pressed. Nothing. 01 and 01, he suggested. More clicks. Nothing. Not his birthday either, Izuku grumbled, swallowing. 09-22-inch click, 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 clack. It worked, Yuki-kun said, pushing open the door. How did you, no time, close the door, Izuku growled, dashing towards the desk to turn on the lights. Sure enough, a small generator was located under the office, just like he had imagined. He didn't think he could tell Yuki-kun their feared principal was a big but softy, and of course he would use something sentimental to him, and yeah, the date of the day he had been released from his cage was something sentimental only a few people would know. Izuku checked his phone again. Shinsuku, the Tankwai students are barricading the door and the 2nd years are splitting in groups for combat and relief. Me great. Yuki-kun and I are at the principal's office, I'm turning on the generator now. Tell everyone to cover their eyes. Of course Nezu's desk was full of little sways and buttons and commands, he was still paranoid. Izuku flicked a SWH, blinking when 5 different screen holograms appeared before him. Great, the security cameras. And sure enough, Izuku could finally see around 30 adults wandering the hallways, armed, grinning, clearly hostile. Come out wherever you are, one of them called as the others laughed. Hey Yuki-kun, call the police now, he ordered, pulling the principal's computer up and typing as fast as his fingers allowed. Tell them the school has been breached and that we need assistance now. Yuki nodded, dialing. Right, good idea. Izuku rummaged through his pocket, looking for one of his earphones and jammed it none too gently on his still a little sore ear. No time for gentleness. He dialed. Hello. ♯Shinsu-kun answered at once. I was going to use the school's comms, but if these mothafs can open our doors, they most likely have an insider hacking into our security system, so. Do you think we can have a group call with the class representatives so they are here? Shinsu-kun said, his voice growing heavy. On it. Izuku nodded, following the invaders with his eyes while pulling a detailed map of the school, comparing both to calculate their locations. There is a group of 4 girls in a bathroom, he hissed, staring at the cameras. For now they are out of the way, but we need to get them out ASAP. Yuki-kun nodded, still on the phone with the authorities. Hello. Someone said in his ear. Hey, he replied, still typing. This is Midoriya from 1C. A few shuffling noises. This is Shiozaki, 1B. Hatsune, 1H, Karari 2H, Suzuki 2, Yamaguchi 2C. This is Futo, 2. I'm Nakamura 2B. Izuku felt relief run through his spine. He expected more screams and confusion. Shinsu 1C. He felt himself smile. This is as many phones as we could connect, Hatsune said, her voice barely containing her distress. We left most of our tools and bags in the classroom when we came here. It's fine, Izuku soothed. It's more than what we had before. I'm watching the security cameras and the police are on their way. You didn't call our teachers? Nakamura asked, voice disapproving. If they left the school on lockdown, it means there was an emergency they had all hands on deck for, Izuku argued back. We don't know if we can count on them yet. So, Yamaguchi sighed. Now what? Now I would say the best strategy is to split those willing to fight in 2 groups, Izuku explained, pulling student files with a slide of his fingers, reading file after file after file. One group is screening the majority of the students out safely. We can guide you from here. Is this a joke? Suzuki asked, her voice trembling. The auditorium is the safest place in school. And while you stay there with other 100 or more frightened teens, you are sitting ducks, Izuku argued back. The invaders are in, the police are coming from the outside. The less panicked teens inside the school in case you get attacked, the better. We could go to the park that we go to in case of an earthquake, Futo agreed. We would be visible to the police and other heroes. Good call, Izuku nodded. There are some students still in the school. I see 4 girls in the 2nd floor bathroom and 3 that were trapped in the cafeteria. I'm asking, who is willing to go for them? Wait a moment, Yamaguchi said. Who made you the leader? Well, Izuku shrugged, resting his back on the principal's comfortable chair. I'm literally the one with eyes all over the school and I'm really smart. But if you'd rather go around blindly and or wait for the villains on the 1st floor making their way to the auditorium to slice you up like a pig, be my guest, Yamaguchi. Yuki-kun stared at him in horror. Izuku decided to ignore him. He would learn. He had no time to tell Yuki-kun he really didn't mean it, which would be a lie, because he totally did, while Yamaguchi spluttered in the background. He needed that kid for the plan to work. Wait, Hatsune said, gasping. You are Midoriya, the quirless kid, aren't you? The others murmured to themselves while Izuku rolled his eyes. That would be me, yes, he replied, ready for pushback. I'm in, lead the way. She said, her voice gaining confidence. What's your plan? Izuku smiled. He liked that one. I'm reading students' files and I would recommend we send around 25 first and second years at once, one lookout in front with a big guy to protect them and a broad-range shooter-type Quirk to attack if they encounter someone on the way. He explained, typing as quickly as he could. For example, Hatsune can see long distances, have her lead the way, sprayed by 1BS Kendo with the big hand in case they shoot at you all, and Suzuki-senpai from 2E can spit needles, right? In case you need to defend yourselves. 1B students are willing to help, Shiozaki said with confidence. I can also form a shield with my vines and SCRT more students out. I'm going to look for the students in the cafeteria, Futo-senpai said, determined. I can create platforms out of thin air and escape if I find danger. You can't go alone, Izuku argued, reading both of their files. Bring one Kuhaku-san with you, she can control lactic acid. The cafeteria will give her ample opportunity of attack and defense to you both and the students. Okay, Futo-senpai agreed. Nakamura and I will start splitting the groups. Izuku nodded, back straightening when he heard Kohaku-san's exclamation of disbelief but quick if hesitant acquiescence. Shinsukuan, Izuku began. I'll order the crying ones to be calm until the police arrive, he interrupted with a snort. I know. Izuku grinned. And that's why you are my favorite, he teased, cackling like a maniac when other students on the call spluttered. Police are on their way, Midoriya-kun, Yuki-kun said, approaching the screens. Wonderful, Izuku said, pulling the earphone out and moving one of the holograms in his direction. Here, join a call with all the lookouts on this list. I'm going to need you to guide the groups out. I lined out the best paths in red, but if they tell you there is danger, redirect them to the blue lines. Ay. Yuki-kun gasped. Are you sure I can, unless you want to go out there and help them from the ground? Izuku asked, lips curling downwards. Yuki-kun offered his own phone, dialing into the group call. Thought so, Izuku sighed, pressing the earphone into his ear once more. The evacuation groups are ready, Kirari called. Who's on lookout duty? Izuku asked, ready to pull out all the files. 1 CS Ina, 1 HS Hatsune, and 1 BS Tokuge and Koroiro, the older teen recounted. Izuku nodded, reading their files. We'll have 1 BS Kendo, Tetsu, Kodai, and Shiozaki shielding them. Most of 2A and 2B are on the read, just in case. Add 1 BS Shishida for his heightened senses and flexibility and Monoma to copy Kodai-san's quirk and go in that group, he suggested. And pass the phone to Ina-chan. Okay. Izuku sighed, this was grim. To his right Yuki-kun was shyly introducing himself to Hatsune and all the other lookouts, promising to do his best to guide them out. But Izuku could see from the corner of his eye how his hands trembled and sweat rolled down his brow. Unlike the other students, Yuki-kun could see the villains in the building, could see them using their quirks to tear doors and blow desks, could hear them cackling and calling out to literal children with glee. To Yuki-kun, this had turned too real too fast. He put a hand on his shoulder, squeezing. Yuki-kun smiled weakly at him, nodding. Hello, Midoriya-kun, a soft, trembling voice called. Izuku forced himself to smile, his voice flowing with a calm he didn't feel. Ina-chan, your perception is different from the others, right? He asked. You won't be able to see the people approaching, but you will see their emotions. That's right, she stuttered. Izuku read her file. Most likely the fear of the students around her was overwhelming. The fact she was able to talk at all said a lot. Okay, listen carefully, okay, he said, eyes narrowing on the villains on his screen. If you see anger or aggression, I want you to tell Yuki-kun immediately. He will change your route and lead you away from the villains, okay? Okay, I will, the girl said, taking a deep breath. But if you see any happiness, any pleasure, at all, I want you to signal to your group and run, okay? Izuku advised. What? She asked. Don't make a sound, at all, just take your group and run in the opposite direction, as fast as you can, Izuku insisted. Can you promise me that? Izuku could practically hear her trembling, hear the tears overwhelming her eyes. PP promise, she said finally. I promise, Midoriya-kun. Thank you, Izuku said, smiling once more. You'll do great, we'll be with you every step of the way. The girl didn't say anything more, most likely she was going to go share the strategy with her team. Nakamura took the phone once more. You scared her further, he scolded. In the background, Izuku could hear students calling out to one another, getting ready, Shinsukuan barking orders the loudest. This could work. This had to work. I told her the truth, he argued. You can melt metal, can't you? Please go to the second floor to get the girls in the bathroom. I will, Nakamura said, pausing for a moment. You'll be on the lookout for me, right? I will, I promise, Izuku assured. Take one this Bondokuan with dash wait, a voice interrupted, mouseish yet strong. I'm going with him. Hibiki Imiko, Izuku frowned. Another one of his classmates, he remembered. He pulled her file up as fast as he could. It says here you can lower people's heart rates with a single touch. You'd have to get close if you encounter danger. I'm small, she argued. And I can be useful if we need to calm one of the girls out. Izuku sighed. Fine, he agreed. You'll need to take the long way from the 3rd floor and go down near the labs, though. Will do, Nakamura and Hibiki said in unison. The evacuation group started moving, Yuki-kun called. I'm taking them to the back, near the pool. Perfect, Izuku nodded. 1. BS Bondo-kun and Honinuki-kun, 2. CS Yamaguchi-senpai and 2 HS Kirari-senpai and Shinsu-kun, all of you can set traps for the villains, immobilize them to open the way for the evacuation teams. I'm going to the principal's office, Shinsu interrupted, his voice hard. The moment we start moving they will know someone is watching them, you'll need backup. Yuki-kun is here with me, Izuku argued, hands clenching. I'm fine. Right, you two need to keep your eyes on the cameras, the other teen snapped. I'm going. Izuku prepared to argue, but Yamaguchi cut him off. He's right, you two are our eyes and ears, he said. We can't lose you, even for a second. Izuku's scowl deepened. Fine, he huffed. Keep chat to a minimum and remember, don't be a hero, you need to stop them, not defeat them. We are just making time until the police arrives. Roger, 4 voices answered at the same time with different degrees of certainty. An explosion echoed all over the building. Izuku's eyes narrowed. They are trying to blow up Power Loader Sensei's stash, he communicated, eyes set on the group of 5 villains setting fire all over them. Yamaguchi-senpai, Bondo-kun, go. On it. Bathroom team, there is a pair about 10 meters from you, he warned. One has what seems to be corrosive claws, avoid contact, the other seems to have rock hands. Copy that, Nakamura called. I'm warping a wall around them. Good, Izuku nodded. Keep an eye on the one with the claws. Heat the metal as much as you can when you wrap it around. Evacuation teams 1 and 2 are out, going to the entrance as we speak. Yuki-kun called. Evacuation team 3 is nearing storage room B. Keep an eye on them, Izuku ordered. Cafeteria team is entering right now, Futo said quietly. Have Kohaku-chan go first, Izuku advised. If you find a foe she can control the lactic acid in their muscles to stop their lungs from breathing. What? Futo asked. What? Kohaku-chan gasped. I could kill someone with that. I mean, Izuku hurried to say. You'll be surrounded by dairy products. The cheese and milk from the kitchen can be good projectiles. Also aim for the eyes with both. Oh, Kohaku-chan said. Okay. Yeah. Futo said, not as confidently. Sure. Well, it wasn't as good of a plan as literally contorting your enemies from the inside out. Whoever said Kohaku-chan didn't have the quirk to be a hero lacked creativity for sure. But not everyone was a literal genius as Izuku. And maybe that was for the best. From the cameras he could see Bondo-kun trapping 3 other villains against a wall and Yamaguchi giving them a good zap of electricity for good measure. 5 down. Good. On his way to their floor, Shinsu-kun encountered a villain with some sort of wood spike growing quirk, didn't seem lethal and Shinsu-kun had trained for worse. He didn't even bother to use his quirk, a kick to the chin and stomping on his chest for good measure and he was running again. Izuku was proud. Honinuki-kun, try to soften the hallway leading to the dorms, he called out. There is a large group trying to go through there, try to make it as soft and as extensive as you can. Yes sir. Honikunikuan joked, but Izuku could see the extent of his quirk in action and it was appealing. Especially in the way the villains who had been cackling and leering sank halfway into the floor with a yelp, one managed to grasp onto the others and pulled himself out just enough to reach their radios. So they were an organized group. Most likely they were with whatever caused the crisis that made the UA staff leave in the first place. Kirari-senpai quickly stunned them all with her sparkle quirk, almost blinding Izuku in the process. Good. Help. Shiozaki called suddenly. Evac Team 4 is surrounded. Izuku instantly searched them out with the cameras. Indeed the group was cornered, Shiozaki doing her best to protect them all from what seemed to be a mild flamethrower quirk. He would have normally advised them to stay put until the guy ran out of fuel, because that's how those quirks worked, but 20-something frightened children couldn't wait. "DM it," he snapped, thinking. ♯was at his limit keeping other students calm. He wouldn't make it in time. Shiozaki's shield was large, opening it just a little could be dangerous, and 𝐒𝐭𝐻 already had no vision, with both her eyes up ahead. Think, think, think. The guy had a fuel tank on his back, most likely feeding the spark of fire from his hands. That's it. ♯, he called frantically. That guy has a feeding tube that goes to his palms. It's the fuel to his fire. Aim there. Cut the tube. I'll open the shield a little, ♯. You can do it. Shiozaki-kun encouraged as well while the teen raised a scorched arm. He had tried to protect the students at the back as well, the poor kid, doing his best to aim. Shiozaki's vines made a little opening, almost incandescent with the fire they let out. ♯'s eyes narrowed as he swayed, being held up by other 3 first years. They didn't have much time. Now! Izuku snapped. Go! Shiozaki screamed. ♯ might have said something, he wasn't sure, the phone couldn't catch his voice in the commotion, but a flowery of glimmering green scales flew out of his arms in seconds and enveloped the flamethrower villain, many uselessly falling to the floor in seconds upon contact with the flames. One lucky one embedding itself at the base of the tank the man had at his back. OSHT! Izuku exclaimed. Shiozaki! No time. Go now. Go. 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 The girl didn't have to be told twice as she pushed her whole team towards the nearest door, screaming for everyone to hurry. They barely made it out before the tank, and the villain, exploded, covering walls and floors in flaming guts and gore. Teams 3 and 4 are out. Yuki-kun cried with relief. Izuku leaned back on the chair, exhaling. Villains were chasing Team 5 but Bondo-kun and I took care of them. Yamaguchi-senpai called. Any other place? Set a trap near the cafeteria by the south wall in case Futo-kun and Kohaku-chan need backup, Izuku instructed. If you can help them with their group, do so and go out to meet with the rest outside. Okay. Bathroom team, how are we doing? Hibiki knocked out 2 guys. Nakamura said. One of the girls here had a demolition quirk and knocked one of the outer walls out. We are leaving through the hole. Good. Avoid the pool area and go straight for the main door. Izuku felt that, for once, this could work. Most of the students were out, some were injured but they could make it. It was working. They were going to make it. Knock, knock, knock. Of course he couldn't just be that lucky. Hello, little heroes, a voice called from the other side of the door. Izuku quickly scrolled through the cameras. 3 villains were outside his door. One with noxious green skin was holding onto Shinsukuan's neck. We found something that might be yours. Izuku saw red. Yuki-kun, he called, pulling the earphone from his ear. Midoriya-kun. Guide Team 5 out and make sure the cafeteria team breaks the windows to get out if necessary. I need them out now. Wide golden eyes stared at him for a second. What are you going to do? Izuku didn't answer for a second, rummaging through the desk's drawers for anything he could find. Surely the principal wouldn't mind sparing some of his little trinkets for a noble cause, right? Some at the very least could be useful. Midoriya-kun. Yuki-kun called once more as he saw him fill his pockets and take his jacket off. Don't worry, Izuku smiled, his eyes losing their customary emerald green. I'm just taking out the trash. Without another word, Izuku pushed Yuki-kun behind the principal's sturdy desk and opened the door to the office wide, staring at the first villain, the one that seemed to be the leader, right in the eyes. Ah, little hero, the leader said. I wasn't expecting someone so young. He never finished his mocking sentence. He couldn't. Not with the principal's ornate stainless steel pen sticking out of his fing throat. Boss, one of his goons screamed in shock. You little beach. He lunged towards Izuku, knife fingers ready to stab him. Izuku hadn't spent the last 10 years avoiding a beach's hands for nothing. He used the man's momentum to balance himself on his shoulders. Yeah, the BSM managed to nick his eyebrow and forehead, whatever, wrapping his jacket around the man's neck and pulling back with all his strength, using his own weight to cut the man's oxygen off. 𝐻, the third snapped, his hold tightening around Shinsukuan's milky white skin, now bruised and red. Stop that or I'll kill your little friend. Pale gray eyes focused on him. Izuku reached into his pockets and deftly threw all the contents to his face. Pen nibs and pins flew like little projectiles, aiming for his eyes. The man ducked with a yelp, his eyes wide, his skin losing its green hue in distress. Izuku jumped from the body of his second prey towards him, but the man shielded himself with Shinsukuan. Just like Izuku wanted. Izuku's hand reached Shinsukuan's, passing its contents to him. Shinsu's eyes widened when his fingers wrapped around a small plastic object. Izuku winked at him, eyes half gray, half green, one hand wrapped around his house keys and pushing against the man's back. Shinsu pressed the button on the taser Izuku had just given him and he drove it with all his might against his captor's PP. Izuku always told him to make it hurt the most to those who wanted to harm him, and he was the best student ever, momentarily deafened from the man's screams of agony as he was finally let go. Both teens fell towards each other and away from their assailants, their knees slamming onto the floor, their chest moving as they gasped for air in almost unison. "You, okay?" Shinsu choked, eyes frantic. "Been worse," Izuku grumbled. "That Mothif had a poison quirk, I think it hurts." "What do we?" Shinsukuan started to say, but stopped when sirens started echoing around the hallways. Guys," Yukikuan called from inside the principal's office. "The police is here." Izuku lowered his face, relief so powerful it seemed to zap all his strength took over him. He laughed. "The others?" he asked with glee. "Cafeteria team and evac team 5 are out," Yukikuan said, and then as if an afterthought he saluted. "Sir." Shinsukuan stared at the carnage around them, at the cameras displaying the broken windows and scorched walls, the smoking windows and withered fields. "The principal is going to kill us," he said. "I don't think we can afford the repairs." Izuku could only laugh harder. He opens his eyes to the beeping of heart monitors and Mai-chan's scowling face glaring daggers at him. "Oh no. Not now." He closes his eyes with a sigh, arms wrapping around his fluffiest pillow, hiding his face on it and breathing in its scent of inken. He pauses. Opens his eyes once more. Beady black eyes stare back. "You are in serious trouble, Toucan," Nezu says with a gleeful smile on his face. Tuya scowls back. 1. What are you doing on my bed, he asks. 2. Aren't you supposed to be like, my friend or something? Nezu's whiskers twitch in what Tuya can tell is his best effort not to laugh in his face. 1. I am shorter than your other friends and family, he says simply. Sitting on top of your bed was optimal for me. And 2, but that doesn't preclude me from being quite angry at you, but the cuddles are helping. Tuya sighs, smiling. Makes sense, he says, cuddling him for good measure. Nezu is soft and warm and it is totally inappropriate, but he is not about to let him go if he can actually use him for comfort and maybe a shield for Mai-chan's wrath. In my defense, you are cuddly. I'm sorry if I'm too bony to cuddle now, Mai-chan deadpans. I don't know why I still worry about you. Because I'm adorable. Tuya tries. Honestly though, what happened? Am I dying? Not yet, Nezu nods, still doing his best as a teddy bear. Mai-chan looks at him, examines him. You didn't see the news, she asks. Tuya gets it. Oh, not really, he says, shrugging. I was working and then I landed here. Good, Mai says. You thought I did and I was suicidal or something, he asks. Mai turns to the side. No. I know you wouldn't just, Mochizuki-san. Tuya-sensei. Two voices cry at once. Do something stupid. Mai-chan finishes, her cheeks coloring. But I might have called your babies before I found you here. Seriously, Tuya sighed, rubbing his forehead with a hand. He didn't really want to ask what was in the news that sent his best friend into a frenzy. It had to be bad for Nezu to show up as well. Chie-chan, what about the office and shouldn't you be in school? Both look at each other for a second, then at him. Both are gasping for breath. They ran here, how cute, and they look so guilty and silly just standing by the doorway, eyes wide, lips parted. He can't with his boys. Well, since you are here, come give this old man a hug, he says, spreading his arms. Chie-chan and Ari recoil in unison, making Tuya laugh. Whatever the news he will have to read later, he doesn't care. He is surrounded by people who love him. He's happy. Izuku wandered the halls of the hospital that night, enjoying the silence and the darkness and the solitude. After the police secured the school and paramedics started taking over all injured students, it was just a matter of minutes for Izuku and ♯to end up in the hospital where nurses and doctors had done their best to detoxify them. Turns out the poison that whatif infected them with caused organ failure. Izuku should have killed him too, and now they were staying the night under observation, just in case. Izuku couldn't complain, not really. The nurses had shielded them from police trying to ask questions he wasn't sure he was ready to answer, and he had to give it to them. Apparently the emergency that had taken all staff away from UA was a big one, and most of Class 1A was also affected, and he could tell from the way the nurses handled them, carefully, hesitantly, it was bad. As soon as he was allowed to move, he visited Rinkuin, who had a bandage around his arm but smiled wide and bright towards his classmates. He gave him and Shiozaki-san a thumbs up but didn't stay long. Nakamura-senpai had to be taken in as well. Apparently he burnt his own foot with his quirk while carrying Hibiki-chan. And Kohaku-chan was a sedated goop of a person because the drawback of her quirk was a complete lockdown of her own lactic acid, and yeah, that must hurt like a beach. Night fell pretty soon and Izuku wasn't sure he could sleep, to be honest. Much less when he saw another kid his age, a girl with long greenish-black hair wandering the hallways as well, a bandage wrapped around her face doing very little to hide the hole in her flesh. 1A, he thought, and a part of him wanted to go to her, to offer comfort, but he knew he couldn't. Who the hell would listen to a complete stranger while doctors debated over your head whether they could save half of your face or not? You are not sleeping, ♯said the moment he came back into their room, his voice husky with sleep. I can't, he said back, shaking his head. Too much to think about. That thing again, the one you can't talk about. ♯said, unsure. The 1A students are down the hall, if you want to see him. I don't get it, but I respect it, I guess. Izuku blinked at him. Him, he asked, tilting his head. Who? You know, ♯sighed. Bakugo. Your ex. For a fraction of a second Izuku felt that he couldn't breathe. Then the world realigned itself into a semblance of order. The doctors had given him the good meds, apparently. You think Bakugo is my ex? He asked, blinking. Why the hell would you think Bakugo of all people? He hurt you and you didn't kill him even if you could, ♯interrupted. I mean, it's fine, you are allowed to like beaches I guess, and I wouldn't touch his PP even if I was poisoned and the antidote was his 𝐴𝐵𝐵, he said, waving his hands. Definitely not. ♯'s eyes widened. Then, as his brain finally registered what Izuku had said, he flushed a deep scarlet. Then, I did have an ex, once, Izuku sighed. No, it's not him, and no, I don't think you can even imagine who it was. ♯stared at him for a moment. It's like that thing you have, right? He asked. The one you can't talk about that makes you weird. Izuku nodded. I really wish I could tell you, I swear, he said with a sigh. But I'm scared. That I would reject you. ♯asked, frowning. That I would put you in danger, Izuku corrected. That I could get you killed. ♯stared at him, eyes wide. Izuku smiled at him, fond and sad and all the things of those first days since they met. I'm going for a walk, he said. Cover for me. Without waiting for a reply, he turned around and left their shared room. Not tonight. He wasn't ready. He wasn't sure he would ever be. The nurses were mostly gone, doing their rounds and checking on other patients now that most of them were supposed to be asleep, he guessed. It was a good chance to check up on a particular room, he guessed. Most likely he wouldn't be able to sleep if he didn't. He walked as silently as he could, making sure no one saw him, before turning the knob on a particular door, trying to make as little noise as possible. The room was clean, unbearably so, white and sterile and dead except for the figure laying on the bed, connected to tubes and monitors and all kinds of machines. Twitching ever so slightly in pain or discomfort or something, almost imperceptibly, as if afraid to disturb those around it. Izuku felt himself sigh as he placed a hand on a bandaged forehead, slowly caressing the skin below. Shush, it's okay, he whispered. It's over, you did good. The man on the bed gave a deep breath, eyes closed, face relaxing. His pain meds must be good, even if he was fighting them, typical. With a careless hand he reached for the medical chart, quickly scanning the medical report and treatment being provided. It was bad. So bad. It was almost a miracle he was still alive and breathing. Qiao-sensei must be exhausted. "You silly, silly boy," he whispered, grim. No, he had to be optimistic. The best doctors and healers were on the case, the best quirks would be used. "You scared me." It was fine. He was fine. "Sensei." Izuku's eyes widened. Had he been spotted? He immediately dropped the chart back beside the bed, ready to sprint. A bandaged hand extended towards him. "Sensei." Izuku sighed. "Shush," he said, grabbing the hand with utmost gentleness. "It's okay, go back to sleep, you earned it." The man's body relaxed, a deep exhale left his lungs. "I miss you," he whispered, lips clumsy, eyes closed. Izuku felt his own lips curl into a fond smile. "I miss you too, you've grown so much," he said, pushing the man's hair away from his face with practiced ease. "I'm so proud of you." The fingers around his tightened. "The kids are fine," the teen interrupted. "You saved them, I didn't stop," the man protested. "Like you." Izuku closes his eyes, feels pain deep and all-encompassing piercing his chest. He should have guessed it. He hurt this boy. He shook his head. "It's not your time yet, he softly scolded. "It's not the time for us to meet. You have much to do yet." The sleeping man was silent then, a single tear rolling down from his closed eyelid. Izuku leaned in, resting a soft kiss on his hair, doing his best to hold back his tears. "I love you, he whispered, slowly letting go of the man's hand. "Please remember that even if you can't see me, I will always be watching over you." The man's chest rose and fell in deep sleep. Izuku nodded to himself, slowly leaving the room, allowing his tears to fall and his breath to grow heavy in his chest. His eye was alive, that had to be enough for him. Deep inside he knows it was not. Snow falls into his hair as he wipes the sweat off his brow. Another night, another dazzling fight, another villain on their way to jail. He pretends not to notice the paparazzi snapping pictures of him as he shakes his head to dislodge snowflakes from his hair, but he has angled it all so the yellow and purple lights of the city reflect on his locks and make him look like a snowflake himself. It'll make him look so ethereal and his handler will be pleased. Police continues to clear the area and Mai-chan grins and tells him she's going to go get an umbrella for him and some warm tea from a vending machine that survived the fight a block over and for him not to move, because, apparently, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 has broken his hand and has to get medical. He thinks as he looks at his fingers, bent in an unnatural angle. She's right. He guesses he is so cold he can't feel it. Whatever, soon Mai-chan will come in like the bestest friend ever she is with warm milk tea and a nice umbrella and they will go to the hospital. All is well. "Can we talk?" A voice calls from behind him, a large shadow blocking all lights from the streets at his back. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 feels his whole body tense. A chill colder than the air outside runs down his spine and he has to force his shoulders to relax, for his face to remain neutral, not happy, not sad, not angry. Emotionless is safe. No one can hurt you if they don't know how you feel. He turns around, a silver eyebrow raised. "I would rather we didn't," he says, taking a step back. The man stretches a long, huge, so warm it is, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 knows it, hand towards him and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 feels his body start to shut down. He doesn't want to be touched, he does, so badly it physically hurts, and he is definitely not going to let him. "Please," he says. "I haven't seen you in more than a year." 𝐻𝐻𝐿's lips curl downwards. "Not long enough if you ask me," he replies, arms crossing over his chest. The other man lowers his outstretched hand, eyes downcast. "You didn't come to the wedding." 𝐻𝐻𝐿 blinks. "You honestly expected me to go," he says, visibly surprised. The utter audacity. The other man doesn't respond, not that 𝐻𝐻𝐿 expected him, he has always been more of a man of action than of words. That used to be his job, once upon a time. "That's what I thought," he snaps, turning around and walking away. His mood is soured and Mai-chan is coming back but she will understand he just had to go. His boots crush the snow as he steps on it, his shoulders squared, his back straight. "She's peony," his ex, that's who he is, just an ex, says finally, his voice soft, broken, defeated. So unlike him. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 stops, frozen in place, something heavy and hard settling in his stomach. Ray is PNT and I'm scared, he clarifies, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 thinks he had done a good job not learning of her name so far, and of course this mothif had to ruin it. I thought, well, you are smarter than me, you've always been smarter, and maybe if you godfathered my child. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 turned once more, facing him, unable to believe his ears. His lips part, his warm breath wisping in a white cloud of fog once, twice. How long are you going to hurt me? He finally asks, shaking his head in disbelief. You have the nerve, really? His ex shakes his head frantically. I don't want to hurt you, he says quickly, blue eyes wide. I mean, we didn't work as a couple, I get that, but I want you in my life, oh do you? 𝐻𝐻𝐽 scoffs, still trying to process what is happening. And your lovely wife doesn't mind you bringing home the guy who used to SCK you off. He lowers his eyes in shame. Clearly he didn't think about that. Well, thinking has never been his strong suit. He opens his mouth once more. She doesn't need to know that. The hard, heavy thing in 𝐻𝐻𝐽's stomach plummets to his feet, his body has lost all warmth. Don't ever talk to me again, he hisses before quickly turning on his heel and walking away once more. His ex doesn't try to stop him, this time, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 doesn't know if it's because he's shocked or because he is finally respecting his boundaries and letting him go. His tears feel painfully cold against his cheeks as they fall. He just wants to go home. Izuku swallowed the mouthful of udon he had been chewing before turning from his meal and staring at his nervously fidgeting homeroom teacher. Yamada-kun was looking at him as if he would bite, not that he wouldn't, he had done it in the past for sure, but Yamada-kun didn't know that, right? Hands ready to defend himself. To his left, Shinsu-kun had stopped eating as well, a frown marring his face. Excuse me, Yamada-sensei, he said, cleaning his mouth with a napkin. Can you repeat that? The principal wishes to talk to you, little listener, Yamada-kun obediently repeated, and really, if he wanted to survive the rest of the year with Shinsu-kun and Izuku in his class, he needed to grow a backbone as fast as possible, in Izuku's humble opinion. Am I in trouble? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Yamada-kun waved his hands. Oh, no, he reassured. Not at all. Is it something related to my academic performance? He asked once more, blinking once, twice, playing the innocent little student he obviously wasn't. Well, Yamada-kun hesitated. Not really, no. Then I'm afraid I must decline, sensei, he said with a shrug. It would be very improper. Yamada-kun sputtered, surprised. It's not what you think, Midoriya-kun. Principal Nezu just wants to know some details of the attack on the school. Izuku widened his eyes, cheeks growing flushed. I'm pretty sure I wrote down all the details I could remember in the report I handed to you last week, sensei, he argued back, visibly confused. There is literally nothing I could add that is not already in there. Well, and considering it is highly unusual for the principal himself to want to meet with me for not school-related issues, without the presence of my mother at that. We didn't think to call her, no, I'm afraid I am forced to decline your invitation, sensei, Izuku finished, his smile small, shy, perfectly suited to a 15-year-old. I'm sorry I made you come all the way here for nothing. Yamada-kun waved his hands, eyes wide. Oh no, little listener, he argued back. It's not your fault. I completely understand. I'm so glad, sensei. Izuku beamed, gently elbowing Shinsu-kun to smile as well. Which he did, because he was the best. I'll leave you two to finish your lunches. Yamada-kun beamed back, giving them both a thumbs up. See you in class, little listeners. And he left. Izuku nodded to himself, grinning, and slowly started slurping his soba once more. Shinsu-kun snorted. You are going to break him one of these days, he said, placing a sausage from his bento into Izuku's as a reward. You think he'll realize you played him before next PRD? Izuku sighed. Doubtful, he said, munching on the sausage. I think he'll start learning by next semester. Tough. Realistic. And it really wasn't his fault. The principal had been trying to get him alone in a room for a while now since the attack, and Izuku was a salty little essay, sure, but he had been called a cheater when he saved a life and no one did a thing to clean his record. He would know, he checked, which, he knew for a fact, would affect his future career as a hero. The quirkless brat who cheated his way into UA. He could already see it. He was sure he would eventually have to meet with their esteemed principal, but it would be in his terms, just because he was a teenager and he had a right to be petty. For now, Izuku and Shinsukuan looked at each other, and couldn't help but smile. "What's so funny?" a girl asked, plopping herself in front of them at their table that, up to this point, no one approached. Izuku blinked. "An inside joke Shinsukuan and I have been sharing for a few weeks now," he explained, confused. "Yeah, you two seem close," she said, pulling her bento from her back, golden eyes set on them. "Hey, what happened to your hair?" Shinsu blinked, running a hand through his now short, cropped hair. "Penitence," he said simply. "That he didn't really need," Izuku interrupted, rolling his eyes. "It's my fault you cut yours," Shinsu argued. "It was Bakugo's fault, he literally burnt it, remember? But I didn't help, either." The girl watched them back and forth, as if watching an interesting match, her smile turning into a grin. "Now that makes sense," she said, stretching a hand towards them. "Shinsu knows me already, but I'm Hatsumi 1H. Izuku shook her hand, surprised. "Your voice did sound familiar," he said, as if he hadn't memorized her school profile and all the info the records had on her, which he totally did. "Midoriya Izuku, nice to meet you," he said, smiling. "Oh, I know who you are," she said, giggling. "It's hard to not know who you are after the attack," he asked, shaking his head, smile growing shy. Hatsumi stared at him for a moment, eyes wide. "Well, yeah," she said. "But even before that, I mean, you are the singularity." "The what?" Shinsukuan asked, frowning once more. "I'm the what?" Izuku asked at the same time. "The singularity," she said once more, waving a hand towards him. "I mean, it's not every day a quirkless student makes it into you, much less, I'm just kinda smart," he sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "But I didn't do well in the practical." Hatsumi seemed to choke on air alone at that. "Not well in the practical? Are you kidding?" She gasped, eyes widening further. "You are a literal legend. There are so many theories about you." "What?" Shinsu's frown deepened. "Why?" Izuku's lips curled downwards. "Because they still let me in even if I cheated." "No." Hatsumi blinked. "Because you were the first place before the commission intervened. Like, you beat all the scores in the hero classes. Something no one thought would be possible." Izuku blinked back, eyes widening. Shinsu's scowl softened in shock, his lips parted. They looked at each other for a second. Then turned in unison towards Hatsumi. "Explain," Shinsukuan demanded. She stared back at them, frowning. "Didn't they tell you your scores, Midoriya?" she asked. Izuku shrugged. "All Might said I got 70 points for rescue, but that was it," he said, confused. "And you didn't know you had 8 villain points as well," she frowned. "No one told you. I mean, you literally had 78 points. You beat that loud kid from 1A by 1 point. Everyone in school knows it." "What?" Izuku asked in disbelief. "Is that why he attacked me out of nowhere? Because I got 1 more point?" It did make sense, actually. The whispers that had been following Izuku around since day 1 had only intensified after the attack, but they had not changed. And there was no real reason why Bakugo had attacked him that very first day just because he made it into UA. He was in general studies. For all Bakugo knew, he was not a threat, he was not in the hero courses. And sure, he had broken his arm with his knee before having his face go crispy and crunchy, but that didn't explain why all the other students avoided him like the plague, but didn't hiss bigotry in his direction like he had heard since he was 5. But apart from Yukikuan's cheerful waving at them to join his table at the center of the cafeteria, ignoring how all his friends shook their heads in a panic, he had honestly thought the school as a whole thought he was contagious or something. So, the students were not avoiding him because he was a freak or something, they avoided him because he was special. Heh, interesting. Shinsu sighed, reaching with a hand to ruffle Izuku's short hair. Congrats! Izuku could feel his skin flush, his lips curl up in a smile. Thanks, Shinsu-kun. Shinsu nodded, his own smile fond. Maybe Hatsuyu's bold presence at their small lunch table that up to this point everyone seemed to gawk at from a distance would make him look less threatening. He wasn't a monster, not really, he was just quirkless and smart and a little impatient, that wasn't that bad. And he definitely needed to be social and accepted for his long-term plan to work. When you say the whole school knows it, Shinsu-kun began. Is that why they look at Izuku and point and whisper behind his back? I thought it was because I'm quirkless. Izuku wondered out loud. Well, it's both if you ask me, you are the literal first place and quirkless, so everyone wants to know how you did it. Hatsuyun beamed at them, her own cheeks coloring while she pointed at them with her chopsticks. But everyone is afraid you are going to kill them or something, especially after the attack, you are like a cryptid now, a legend. And now you are avoiding the principal like the plague, Shinsu added, his smile turning smug. You are? Hatsuyun asked in excitement. For your own protection no doubt you are not helping, Shinsu-kun, Izuku scolded. And no, he's not going to dissect me or anything, I just don't see a reason to go meet him when it has nothing to do with my education. And making Yamada-sensei run around in circles is funny, Shinsu said, shrugging. Izuku elbowed him less gently this time. Hatsuyun giggled, shaking her head. Some teachers just don't understand true genius, she said, shaking her head. Can you believe my Jima-sensei thinks I'm too impulsive? He's failed me twice for the same assignment. You are impulsive, Shinsu said, taking a bite of his lunch. You heard Izuku on the phone, in a highly stressful situation surrounded by better-trained seniors, and you said bet. Hatsuyun sputtered. You did too. Shinsu-kun shrugged. I know him, he replied, an eyebrow raised when Hatsuyun's cheeks flushed and she almost stabbed him with a finger. So do I. I told you. Here's the singularity. What is that supposed to mean? Shinsu asked, confused. She means I'm the first in a snowball effect that will have the quirkless rule over the quirked in a new dystopian world order, Izuku replied for her, shaking his head and deciding if he was going to eat the fruit his mother packed him or the little cakes first. Shinsu and Hatsuyun looked at him. Shinsu-kun seemed to think about it for a moment, his eyes mistrustful, most likely he was trying to decide if Izuku was being sarcastic or not. Is that your end goal? He asked, lips twitching. Izuku looked at him. Maybe, Hatsuyun snorted, rolling her eyes. Not to be rude but not because you are quirkless, she said, patting his hand. It's because you are smart, how do you know? Izuku asked, eyes sparkling. I mean, you are quirkless and you still made it in and, sorry but it's kind of obvious it's not because of your physical prowess, Hatsuyun said with a shrug of her own. I mean, it's not that bad, my quirk is not intelligence either and here I am, failing Power Loader Sensei's assignments. Shinsu said, earning himself another elbow to the ribs from Izuku. Hatsuyun stuck her tongue at him. Well, Izuku coughed into his fist. There is no intelligence quirk as far as I know. Tell that to Principal Nezu, Hatsuyun said, shoulders slumped. You think his quirk is what makes him smart? Izuku asked, resting his chin on the back of his hand. I thought his quirk was him being like a dog chipmunk person. Shinsu-kun argued. No one knows for sure, Hatsuyun answered, poking a piece of egg in her food. No one even knows what he really is, my standing theory is that he is a stoat. What's a stoat? Shinsu-kun asked, pulling his phone out of his pocket and googling. He blinked at the image, then frowned, then turned the screen sideways for a moment. Nah, doesn't have the fluffy tail. Maybe he combs it. Hatsuyun said, eyes bright. The ears and the snout are a dead giveaway. His nose is pointy, because he's a hybrid. Or it could be his quirk, Izuku smiled, letting them debate back and forth, Shinsu-kun's cold sarcasm against Hatsuyun's bubbly and passionate enthusiasm. They could either end up as good friends or they would kill each other in the future. Who knew? He let their voices wash over him as he finished his lunch. His mom was a goddess, seriously, he might have lived centuries ago, but he was sure no food in this world could taste this good, enjoying the nice fall breeze that was coming from the open window and thinking that maybe he should find a small spot outside to eat and rest in. Not the plum tree though. That spot was banned for all eternity. He was about to eat his last piece of persimmon. He still had half, but they were ♯Shinsukuan's favorites and he definitely deserved them because for some reason that was most likely teenage angst he had cut his hair in solidarity or repentance to Izuku and he was seriously the best. When he felt a presence behind him and he quickly reached with his hand to wrap around the wrist of the hand that was about to make contact with the back of his neck. The skin under his fingers tensed for a second, just as ♯Shinsukuan and Hatsuyum grew silent, their eyes wide. Izuku turned, an eyebrow raised. "Can I help you?" he asked a blonde boy who was quietly and very obviously trying to compose himself. Had he honestly not expected to be caught when he was trying to place his hands on Izuku without asking? The boy stared at him for a second, then his lips curled upwards. All bravado, no brains. Typical teen. "Got you," he said, triumphant. "Seems like he has you," Hatsuyum said, tilting her head in confusion. Around them, the cafeteria grew silent. Most likely everyone expected them to fight, and yeah, Izuku seemed to be setting a precedent. How fun. At least he could see from the corner of his eye how Yukikuan nodded to himself and ran towards the teacher's lounge. Most likely to tell Yamada-sensei someone was being a PP towards him again. "Good kid, Yukikuan. Why you can trick the school administrators all you want," the teen continued, cheeks flushed. "But I know your stunt is not gonna work." "My what now?" Izuku asked, not really getting it. "You are pretending to be quirkless as a publicity stunt, aren't you?" the teen accused, eyes narrowed. "Just so people look at you when you become a hero." "Is he seriously?" Shinsu scowled. "You think I made up that I was quirkless?" "Really?" Izuku said, still holding on to him, trying to predict his next move. "There's no other explanation," the teen yelped, struggling to free himself. "You can't be quirkless and the number one at the same time, you have to be faking it." "Oh, that's really quirkist," Izuku scowled. "You sure you don't want to take that back while you still have the chance?" His grip around the teen's wrist tightened. He wasn't strong enough to actually harm him, but he did know where to press to make it hurt. The teen winced, trying to twist his wrist to get away. Another huge but teen was coming towards them from the other side of the cafeteria. The tank of a teen Izuku was sure didn't like him from the exam, eyes determined, shoulders squared. Oh no, he wasn't about to deal with two hostiles and potentially ruin his persimmons. Those were Shinsukuans. Izuku smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. "You must be one this Monoma, right?" he guessed, his hand unmoving. "Let me guess, you are trying to copy my quirk to prove I'm a liar. And now that you made skin-to-skin contact with me I can." Monoma said, his smirk growing. "I have your quirk now. You can't hide from me." Izuku rolled his eyes so hard he thought he might lose one, pulling onto the hand he was holding onto to pull the teen off balance, his other hand reaching to the back of his head to slam his forehead against the table seconds after Shinsukuan pulled their food away. Perfect timing. No wonder he was his favorite. Monoma groaned in pain just as Izuku stood to his feet, arms crossing over his chest, his eyebrows still raised in disbelief. "Oh, don't be a baby," he mocked. "That was for you being a quirkist but." He took 2 steps back, giving Monoma ample room to move. "Now," he said, his own lips curled into a sneer. "Go ahead, use my so-called quirk." Monoma stood up himself, rubbing his forehead to alleviate his pain. He hadn't even hit him that hard. Blue eyes met his own green ones. "What?" he asked. "Well, you copied my quirk, didn't you?" Izuku asked. "Surely you will be able to use it now that you have it right. Isn't that what you wanted?" Monoma nodded, eyes narrowing as he jumped in place, frowning when he didn't reach any special height. He then reached with his fist for the table, slamming it with all his might and hissing when he couldn't make more than a loud noise. Students watched with avid interest, even the tank from the exam stood in place, shocked. Not super strength or agility then, he muttered to himself, ignoring the way Hatsuyum was scowling at him and Shinsukuan rolled his eyes. Heightened senses. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes. "No, nothing," he said, eyes wide. What the hell? Maybe it's a perception quirk. Hatsume proposed, her smile mocking. Midoriya-kun is really smart. I don't feel any smarter, Monoma replied. Obviously, Izuku sighed. What the hell is your quirk? Monoma demanded, cheeks growing red. Want to spar and find out? Izuku proposed, cracking his knuckles. He didn't really need to, but he had learned, at some point in his many lives, how to make it sound really loud and threatening. I mean, if you still think you have my quirk and all that. Monoma took a step back. It seemed to have worked. He wasn't about to tell Monoma that he indeed had copied his quirk, because the only way to actually prove it was to put him in such a danger that his life would be at risk, and yeah, he wasn't that cruel. Plus, Monoma was an button quirkist, and his mom and the lawyers at the Mochizuki Tuya Foundation would have a field day if this escalated. Not that he wouldn't find it funny, because he would, but he didn't want his mom crying because her baby had been attacked, at the same spot, in the same place, in less than 3 months. Nah, he could deal with this one on his own. The stain where he had smashed Higawara's face when he was still Tuya still remained, and he kind of felt proud about it to this day. It has to be a quirk. Monoma argued, trembling. Or maybe it's just that you are a bigot, Izuku replied, sneering. Which one's most likely after this little test of yours? Monoma shook his head, shocked, his lips parted. But then he and Izuku himself were wrapped in white cloth and pulled further apart, and Izuku felt his heart sink. That's the guy, Yamada-sensei. Yuki-kun yelled from behind them. He's the one harassing Midoriya. The cafeteria as a whole turned in unison. The teachers were there. Oh, is he? Eraserhead hissed, eyes narrowed, his scarf tightening around Monoma. He said Midoriya-kun had to have a secret quirk because he is smart and cool. Hatsume supplied. And a lot of quirkist SHT too, Shinsu-kun added, crossing his arms over his chest. He tried to touch Izuku without permission. He hit me. Monoma cried, struggling. For all I knew you were trying to assault me. There is a precedent in this school, apparently, Izuku said, shrugging. I just defended myself. Yamada-kun quickly made his way towards them, just as the white scarf released Izuku, placing both hands on his shoulders, worriedly checking him out. Are you okay, little listener? He asked, face worried, lips trembling. Izuku placed a hand on top of his. I'm fine, Yamada-sensei, he said. Just a little shaken. Of course you are, Yamada-kun said, nodding. Come on, let's go back to my office for some tea, we can talk then. Izuku nodded, pitiful and small and soft, tears of utter relief pooling in his eyes, making them sparkle. Thanks, sensei, he whispered. I'm coming with you, Shinsu-kun said, grabbing their stuff. You need to rest, and MIC-sensei might have some questions you won't be able to answer in your state. Izuku and Shinsu-kun locked eyes for a moment, mischief clear in them. You sure? He asked, voice soft. Great idea, Shinsu-kun. Yamada beamed, slowly scooting them both away from the cafeteria, ignoring the way Vlad King and Eraserhead were chewing Monoma a new one while the other teen tried to defend himself and Hatsume unhelpfully continued to stir the pot. Izuku was really liking that girl. He definitely owed her one. The sea of students around them parted, making a path for them to walk out that Izuku mostly ignored. That tank of a teen from the exam was looking at him in a mix of awe and heartbreak, whatever that meant. He wasn't sure, when he noticed eyes piercing him in intensity. One pale gray like a winter sky. One blue and bright like flames. Izuku paused for a second, feeling his throat close up, his skin to lose all color. The handler arrives with her customary frown and no warning, as usual, an unimpressed eyebrow raised and her lips barely able not to purse in disapproval by sheer willpower alone. Tuya smiles at her, all cheer and soft and a little cheeky, his hair combed to fluffy perfection, his glasses perched on his nose to make him look more approachable, and his feet bare because he is in his goddamned home and he will be a Fing child and not wear any slippers, so sue him. He has the softest carpets money can buy and he's going to feel them. The fact that the handler hates it when he wiggles his toes at her is an added bonus. The woman sighs after a moment of staring at him, and him not budging in his calculated softness, slowly pulling her hand forward and taking a step to the left to reveal his new mission, hiding behind her skirts. Tuya can't help but smile. Well, hello there, he says, kneeling on his fluffy, soft, absurdly expensive carpet. So he is not a tall and intimidating man, he has done it before, and it's kind of funny when Nezu scowls at him for his daring. My name is 𝐻𝐿, what's yours? I gave you the file, Oracle, the handler interrupts, rolling her eyes. 𝐻𝐿's smile is unmovable. I'm pretty sure this handsome young man would like to introduce himself, ma'am, he says, offering his hand to the child. Right. The boy looks at him, eyes wide, cheeks dusted in pink, or apparent in his face. He hesitates. I'm 𝐒𝐭𝐽. 𝐻𝐿's smile widens fondly. Hello, 𝐒𝐭𝐽, that's a very lovely name, he says, waiting patiently until the boy finally places a small, too skinny for a child his age, hand on his, fingers calloused, trembling. It's a pleasure to meet you. The handler rolled her eyes, as usual. I'll leave it to you then, Oracle, she said, turning around and walking away. Such a hard butt. Seriously. 𝐻𝐿 grins, long eyelashes fanning the air as he blinks. Don't mind, the handler is just a grouch, he says to the child, conspiratory. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 looks at him and giggles for a second, covering his little mouth with a tiny hand. Mochizuki-san, I brought the files you needed, 𝐂𝐻𝐿 says as he enters his apartment, a folder under one arm and a bag hanging from the other. 𝐻𝐿 loves his efficient 𝐂𝐻𝐿 so much. The little boy, 𝐒𝐭𝐽, stares at 𝐂𝐻𝐿 with golden eyes wide as saucers before softly, almost inaudibly chirping and hiding his face against 𝐻𝐿's shoulder, clearly seeking his protection. 𝐂𝐻𝐿 frowns, offended, and 𝐻𝐿 can't help but smile. Oh, 𝐒𝐭𝐽, he says, carding his fingers through the child's fluffy hair. You don't have to be afraid. The boy shakes his head, his hold onto 𝐻𝐿's neck tightening. 𝐻𝐿 feels himself smile, shaking his head. 𝐂𝐻𝐿 looks really intimidating, I know, he concedes as his sidekick apprentice protege sighs dramatically and goes to the kitchen to sort things out. But you know what? 𝐂𝐻𝐿 is actually magical. Little hands cling to his clothes with less intensity, trembling shoulders stop. Magic. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 whispers, confused. 𝐻𝐿 noda, a thumb caressing the child's cheek for a second before he makes a show out of looking to his right, to his left, making sure no one can hear them. 𝐂𝐻𝐿 is a milk tea fairy, you know, he whispers, conspiratorial. No one in the world can make it as good as him. Wide golden eyes meet his own grey ones. A fairy. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 whispers back, less subtly, curiosity on his face. Really? 𝐻𝐿 nods, sagely. He is, he says. His milk tea is so magical it can feel like someone is hugging you, like a burst of warmth. 𝐻𝐿-sensei, 𝐂𝐻𝐿 calls from the kitchen. Second cabinet, 𝐂𝐻𝐿. 𝐻𝐿 calls back, taking 𝐒𝐭𝐽 in his arms and walking towards the living room. He needs to know if 𝐒𝐭𝐽 is this light because of his quirk or if he needs to fatten him up like 𝐂𝐻𝐿 and 𝐼. He places the child on the couch just in time for 𝐂𝐻𝐿 to come back with a tray and 3 of his most colorful, childish mugs. All Might's cartoonishly Americanized face grins from one of them, and it's so stupid, 𝐂𝐻𝐿 hates it. But 𝐻𝐿 thinks it's the funniest thing in the world, while another one looks like a kappa, like a tortoise. 𝐻𝐿 isn't really sure, but the creature is faded, some of the colors have peeled with age, but its grin as it screams "Si wabuja" is something that fills 𝐻𝐿 with warmth, most likely a cherished memory from a life he can no longer remember. And yeah, 𝐂𝐻𝐿 only uses those mugs when he's sessed at him and wants to remind him he is a literal child. He wonders what he did this time. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 stares at the mugs for a moment, eyes wide, before looking at 𝐂𝐻𝐿 in askance. 𝐂𝐻𝐿 says nothing, he just pushes a third, smaller mug into his hands. That one is his UA alumni mug that he and myheroacademia vandalized with all colors of pain to the point of absurdity. His former principal, Kugami-sensei, had been so disappointed and yet resigned when he caught them. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 takes the mug, eyeing its contents for a second before taking a testing sip, his eyes growing wide, his cheeks flushing a soft pink. He turns to 𝐻𝐿, his little red wings trembling in excitement. 𝐻𝐿 winks at him and sips his own milk tea. 𝐂𝐻𝐿 clearly wants him to go to sleep tonight, and hums in pleasure as the drink warms his hands. With a sigh, 𝐻𝐿 got up, one hand ruffling 𝐂𝐻𝐿's hair and another 𝐒𝐭𝐽's. I'm going to set 𝐒𝐭𝐽's room, 𝐻𝐿 says simply. 𝐼 is coming to dinner, so please open the door for him. He goes to his sparest room. His handler was furious when he told her he was getting a huge but apartment this time, because 𝐒𝐻𝐻 and 𝐼 needed their rooms and he needed a spare room office for mychan and a sparest room for guests, and thinks if he should move the bed to the window because 𝐭𝐤𝐲 has fluffy child wings, but then thinks he shouldn't, because 𝐭𝐤𝐲 has fluffy child wings. What a dilemma. He grabs a few pillows and covers. He likes his apartments cool and white and chrome, designer magazine and muted opulence, sure, all pastels and embroidered and soft as feathers because his things, the ones he treasures, are all colorful and loud and meant for comfort, second-hand store finds that make his insides ache with longing, passive-aggressive gifts from mychan and Tomomi-kun and myheroacademia, and he makes a little nest of soft wool and fluffy pillows, and thinks if he's being quirkist. But he remembers his first nights in the hospital after the accident, alone in an unfamiliar place, fully aware he is alone in the world, and shakes his head. As he is thinking if one of his merch plush dolls could be appropriate for his first time meeting a child, he hears 𝐭𝐤𝐲 whisper, "𝐶𝐻𝐻," he says, and 𝐒𝐻𝐲 can almost see his hesitant eyes lower to his mug. "Is as an a fairy like you." 𝐒𝐻𝐲 does his best not to snort at the scowl 𝐒𝐻𝐻 must be showing, and he is sure he is going to pay for that back at the office tomorrow, but, come on, it was the first thing he could think of and it worked. He leans against the door to hear them better, because he is actually curious about 𝐒𝐻𝐻's answer. His AI and his 𝐒𝐻𝐻 are not close per se. They are friendly and there is a small sliver of warmth that they share in their eyes when they are together. But they don't talk all that much to each other, and there is also a tension to their shoulders, a competitiveness in them, that 𝐒𝐻𝐲 knows comes from growing up with very little. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 hums as 𝐒𝐻𝐲 hears him place his mug on the coffee table. "That man is a crow demon," he says finally, making 𝐒𝐻𝐲 raise an eyebrow. 𝐭𝐤𝐲 gasps. "A demon?" A pause. "Yes," 𝐒𝐻𝐻 says, confidence clear in his voice. He pretends to have a quirk, but it's to hide the fact that he's not a human but a crow demon that hunts at night and eats criminals for breakfast. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 has to cover his mouth, because really, 𝐒𝐻𝐻, why? Another pause. 𝐭𝐤𝐲 must be really thinking about it. "Really?" he asks at last. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 doesn't miss a beat. "I'm the milk tea fairy, would I lie to you?" he says, completely deadpan. He quickly finishes making 𝐭𝐤𝐲's new temporary bed and decides to lay his stupid but Scarlet Pimpernel doll on the pillow. He is a fan of the classics and yes, he did have it commissioned, because he is a dork, thank you very much. For all he knows he might have inspired the hero centuries ago, because he should be scolding 𝐒𝐻𝐻, he should tell him his so-called rivalry with 𝐼 is meaningless. But he wants to see this so bad. He makes it just in time as the doorbell rings and 𝐒𝐻𝐻 opens, a small smirk curling his lips. 𝐭𝐤𝐲 is holding onto his breathed leg, eyes wide, lips parted in surprise. 𝐼 looks around for a second, sees the mugs, sees the child, his shoulders slump lazily as he waves, his long black coat once more too big for his skinny frame. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 is going to have words with Yamada-kun for letting this happen, and his long dark grey scarf covers most of his face. "Yo," he says. 𝐭𝐤𝐲 gasps loudly, small red wings fluttering in excitement as he holds 𝐒𝐻𝐻's hand, tugging at his fingers gently. "It's Tuesday," he says, shocked. "He is." 𝐼 raises an eyebrow, red eyes glaring at 𝐒𝐻𝐻. "I'm telling sensei." 𝐒𝐻𝐻 just snorts, pulling a mug from behind him, his ugliest one, his Momotaro one, milk tea. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 feels himself smile as 𝐼 takes the mug and just accepts that 𝐒𝐻𝐻 is mocking him and that somehow there is a new child, and just slumps on the couch, on his favorite spot, sighs in relief and gives 𝐒𝐻𝐲, still standing in the hallway, a small smile. "Hey sensei," he says. "I'm home." 𝐒𝐻𝐲 looks at him, at 𝐒𝐻𝐻 still holding 𝐭𝐤𝐲's hand, at 𝐭𝐤𝐲's fluttering little wings. "Welcome home," he says. And he means it. Izuku didn't like it when he got an idea stuck on his head, but once the idea came to him he just couldn't pull it out. And in this case, it meant he had been scouring the internet for the last 2 days with only caffeinated drinks his mother didn't know he was hoarding under his bed and spiked to fuel him. So far, nothing seemed to be working, and maybe it was the fact that he didn't know what pattern to look for, or maybe this had been all fueled by his paranoia and he was completely wrong. It happened, sometimes, when his emotions went haywire and his mind refused to see reason, but he couldn't give up in his internet search no matter how hard he tried. You look like you are about to commit arson or something like that, Shinsukuan said from his left, a huff in his voice. Izuku glared at him, annoyed and sleep-deprived. 10 more laps around the building, Shinsukuan, he hissed, like a cat. Shinsukuan, sweat rolling down his forehead, sighed, stretched, and started running. Served him right. It wasn't really Izuku's fault. It was just that he couldn't keep those eyes out of his mind, blue and gray and broken. He had spent 10 years as 𝐻𝐸a avoiding the unavoidable broadcasts and national news and publicity stunts whenever his ex hit a milestone in life. His wedding had been unavoidable and so had been the birth of his first child, and the second, third, and fourth. 𝐻𝐸a had kept to himself on those days, Mai-chan and the others doing their best to keep him entertained until the news died down, and yeah, he had been a fragile one, Izuku could see now, unable to move on from the ideal of a love. And maybe Enji had poked the wound too, Izuku wasn't sure. There were glimpses in his mind of Mai-chan dumping letters onto his trash, and Chie-chan disposing of boxes and flowers that came to their office. He had heard that woman's name once, but he had refused to acknowledge her, to even wonder what she looked like. Izuku felt thankful 𝐻𝐸a never did. The information had been scarce, barely a name and a quirk and some schooling info, almost as if she had been scrubbed off the face of the earth by someone. But in between news clippings of important events and award ceremonies he found her, petite in stature, delicate hands and a soft roundness to her face. Long grey hair, cold grey eyes. Izuku had felt himself grow sick, rushing to the bathroom to empty the contents of his stomach. That woman, that Todoroki Rei. His mom had been frantic when she found him, holding him against his chest as he screamed his fury, his frustration and his heartbreak to the world. Then he had shown her the picture of the woman and 𝐭 had immediately asked, soft and concerned. 𝐻𝐸a-san had a sister. It made Izuku feel worse, when he had told her that no, that woman was not Mochizuki 𝐻𝐸a's sister, oh no, she was his ex's wife. The woman he married only months after breaking up with Mochizuki 𝐻𝐸a himself. 𝐭 had gasped for a moment, then compared a picture of the woman with the one of 𝐻𝐸a and Izuku kept in his desk before scowling. And the foulest insults, words Izuku never thought his mom even capable of, spilled from her lips as she walked back and forth in his bedroom. Izuku felt better, it wasn't just him then. And then she had searched on her own phone, her eyes widening when she realized who this woman actually was, and she had looked at Izuku with sorrow in her eyes. Oh, 𝐿, she had whispered. Him. Izuku had shrugged his shoulders for a moment, only able to feel grateful when his mom wrapped her arms around him, resting a kiss on his forehead. Izuku had shown her another picture then, some government thing for heroes and families. The woman was there, small smile diminished, eyes full of scorn as she held a toddler to her hip and 3 other children stood by her side. Izuku had pointed at the eldest, white-haired, blue-eyed. That's my godchild, sorta, he said, feeling a lump in his throat. 𝐭 had sighed, resting her head on his shoulder, and listened to him rant about that story, about his former love and the pain he still felt, how every time 𝐻𝐸a seemed to be getting over the heartache, he was there, handsome and warm and kind to him, or the news of his children's birth would come, or they would get paired for a mission and it felt like a scab that couldn't heal. And Izuku hated himself a little because it had been over 20 years and he couldn't let go. 𝐭 had cradled him in her arms, rocking him back and forth, and told him it wasn't his fault, it wasn't 𝐻𝐸a-san's fault either. From what she could tell about 𝐻𝐸a-san, he had been isolated for so long it was hard for him to let go of those he loved, and yeah, she was perfectly aware of the fact he kept tabs on his 𝐼𝐼's nightly patrol routes, so sue him he had not been socialized enough to mature and therefore, it was obvious he could love one man and be too hurt to try again after being betrayed. It wasn't 𝐻𝐸a-san's fault, 𝐿 whispered into his hair. It was his guardian's. And it kind of made sense to Izuku. The commission kept him isolated as a child and trained him to fight, then sent him headfirst into a school full of teenagers because he lacked empathy and most likely his handler had thought she fed him up and had a little psychopath in her hands, but by then it was kind of late, like a starved child, 𝐻𝐸a had clung to any soft of affection he received. And even when that affection was gone, he couldn't let it go. Thanks so much, ma'am handler. Izuku had spent that very first night researching, because while there was no love in him for his ex anymore, he still felt responsible. He didn't want him in his life but he felt guilty for ignoring him for so long, Maybe they could have been friends. In the end, he wasn't sure. What he found that night had been grim. Rei-san was in a mental hospital. The oldest child, his godson of sorts, was dead. Izuku had been ready to close his laptop and forget about it. He was too late, too tired, just 15 and in no way capable of whatever he thought he could do, when his eyes caught sight of a small piece of the news. The body was taken to Kazokusa no Tawazu for the corresponding rites before being taken to the Todoroki family grave. Izuku froze. Kazokusa no Tawazu was a place he had investigated in the past, a high-end funeral home for families of old prestige that Tuya suspected was taking bodies and doing unspeakable experiments on them while supplying grieving families with dupes and ashes of whatever they could find. A perfect cover for an organ harvesting place. Or worse. He hadn't finished his report before he had been killed. And his godson had been taken there. After his death, as a child, he had been young, too. Young. And yeah, maybe he was being paranoid, but if he was a shady business that experimented and harvested corpses, a Todoroki child of two powerfully quirked lineages would seem like a dream come true, more so if the family was so devastated they wouldn't suspect a thing. And from then on he had spiraled and hadn't slept, and his determination grew to the point he was now trying to hack into CCTV archives, but the school's network was SHT and avoiding their dearest principal's wandering eyes was not as easy when the technology available to him was just what his mom could afford, bless her. To his left, ♯came back, breathing, soaked in sweat, skin flushed with exhaustion. Izuku looked at him, looked at the sky, already dark on top of them. How long had he? ♯blinked at him. Have you been goblin crouching on your computer all this time? Izuku scowled. I do not goblin crouch, he said. Shinsu shook his head with a smile. Sure you don't. I don't. ♯crossed his arms over his heaving chest. Okay, jump up, he challenged. Right now. Izuku made the motion to stand, and his back, curled in an arch for the last few hours, protested with agony. ♯smirked in triumph. Izuku's scowl deepened. Go shower and we'll go home for dinner, he snapped, slowly putting his things in his bag, carefully straightening his back in the process. ♯nodded. You know you can ask for help, right? He said as he grabbed his own bag. Whatever it is you are doing, you are not alone in this. Izuku watched him walk towards the showers with a frown on his face. ♯was right. He wasn't anymore.